say, so, right, it looks like this looks like a good place for vacation. 282. Shtei Gusteros, great case. Great case. Two Gusteros in the protrusions. Let's just go in terraces. Two terraces which extend above the water. Zul Lamnala issue. One is above the other. And as you can see from the picture, it doesn't literally mean one is on top of the other. They are diagonal from each other. They are diagonal from each other. Yeah, both of them. Watch this. Shegos goes Zoom. So say, listen to Asuna Ayona. Below Asuna Kaona. So they went ahead and they made a mechitza for the upper but not the lower. Let's give a little bit of background. It's easy to describe it from the picture 282. So let's say, see here, it's in front of two legs over the water. Now let's remember again each of these terraceways are each other shusayach. The halach is water is a carbolus. So therefore again, you are not really allowed to draw water from the water on Shabbos and bring it into your Gustula, because that is transferring an item from carbolus to the shusayach. So though it's not us in the Dorais and the Rabba. So there is a special halakha by water that essentially, as long as you create an area that is 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, I will say, if you look at picture 282, you'll see on the right Kustura, on the right terraceway, you'll see there's a little box extending down to the Kustura. That is you're hovering the pizza. So as long as you make an area that is dollar by dollar, you make these matrices, those matrices are as if they extend to the water itself. Because employing enough different ideas of with ox matrices with us, and that we view the matrices to sit downwards, we view matrices as if they extend into the water. Therefore, Allah is permitted to go ahead and draw water from this from the gusto. But I will say, interestingly, in the recent question over here, what happens is you see the mechitza is on the right gustura, but the left gustura does not have mechitza. So what does the left gustura do? It's very simple. They just roll their bucket through the opening in the upper gustura. Right, so the left lower only just rolls its bucket through the opening in the right corner. So once again, watch this. Now let's just have a look at Rashi. Here, base Kustra Zulam they're literally not on top of each other. Or rather, again, the Gemara says, Ela Meshuchos Zumi Kineged Zu, the Dalit. So let's say ultimately they are within Dalit talking of each other. Al Yona Haneke, Pizza, or Asim. So let's say the upper Gustra, halakha the myself, has the mechitza. Right? It has the partition so as to allow it to draw water. And what happens? The Shabbos start to make a phone of the Lishaban on the pizza yona, but you give him a Shalshul Moshe home. So again, what normally happens? So as you saw in the picture, right? Again, it's just referencing picture 282. So left lower does not have its own mechitza into the water. So normally what left lower gustra does is it just throws its bucket through the mechitza of upper right gustra and draws its water like that. Okay, so fine. So the Gemara says, watch this. Shtei gustros, zu'alamizu, asu le'al v'lo asu le'tachona. So if they make the mechitza for the upper gustra, did not make mechitza ultimately against the lower left gustra. That was interestingly enough, these two gusteros must make a joint eruv. If do not make a joint eruv, what? They answer on each other. They answer upon each other because we view them both as having rights in the same area. They both have rights in that same mechid. And therefore, I will say again, because they both have rights, if they make a joint eruv, shalom al Yisrael. But if they don't make a joint eruv, then what? Then they ask, I will say, now what does that show you? What does that show you? Let's think about this moment. Take a look back at picture 282. Let's say when you look at usage of that mechitza, do they enjoy the same usage? And the answer is no. The lower left gustera. How does the lower left gustera use the mechitza? How do they use it? How do they use it? Tzrika, right? They have to throw their bucket. Remember again, we'll say when we say tap, but what does throw mean? Upward motion. Here, they really would have to throw. Right? They have to throw their bucket ultimately again through up, right? Up until the upper mechitza, down into the cavity, down into the mechitza. I'm sorry, to the upper mechitza, into the mechitza. How does the mechitza? So we'll say this is a case ultimately again of echad disrika, the echad shosha. Now, if Shmuel was correct, it should be awarded piece of the pizza on Shabbos, right? The social one, right? Ultimately, again, the upper gustera, which is the gustera that happens to have a piece situated inside of it. But yet, what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that our rice says they ask upon each other until they make a joint eruv, which I would seem to supports the position ultimately of Shmuel, of Rav, and not Shmuel, to which the Gemara says, what's the case? Oh, we'll say, what's the case? Rashi, the bottom of the Takona, Va'olim Bisulamos Derech Al Yona, Lemalos Bitarba Bishosho. What's the case? What's the case of Osai? Take a look at picture 283. What's the case of Osai? The case over here is no. There's right of access from the lower gustera to the upper gustera. There's a ladder. We'll say what happens. The members of the lower gustera, when they want to fill up their bucket with water, how do they do it? They don't throw the bucket from the lower gustera through the upper gustera. What do they do? They walk up to the upper gustera and they two lower their bucket. Therefore, what's the case? They hand the shosho every day through shosho. So let's say so now, Mamish, I have two shuyos, two areas, access exactly the same way. Oh, that's why they ask upon each other until they go ahead and they make joint together. Now it makes sense because the Lomi Bai Kava. So the Gemara says, Lomi Bai was you don't have to say this, but we say nevertheless. Lomi Bai, Asula Takona, Asula Al Yona, Da Asiri. Because it goes without saying that what? It goes without saying that what? The Halacha Lamaisa. Lomi Bai, Rashi says, Kilomar Vichi, Tema Hoyal Ubisoka, Sara Kaiminon, the Kaimon Mishum, the Ain Sur Shos, the Lozu. Below Lash, the Labishos, the Vikinos, and all the Zabishos, most of this. So Gemara says, all right, let me see it. Lomi Boy, Asula Kakon, Asula El Yorda Siri, if they go, Yorda Hadadi, Asuna Hadadi, Ela Hido, Asula El Yona. below Asul attack. So what's this? So you go, I'm sorry, the next Rashi. When we buy Asul attack, Asal the Ikalo Opni, Kaima Visur, Hashmish Shava, the Hasmuhol thing, the Meshach HaKosa, the Sok Dalu Tok, the Mukmina Lakamakon, the Global Nami Gabi Go Asara, Ella Akilu, the Habi Lazeb Shushu, Zeb Mitzah Sweep of Shushu. So the Gemara says, Lomi Boy, Asul Takon, Below Asul Yona, it goes without saying that they made it the lower Torah. But do not make it for the Apoyona. But even if you go, you put the Hadodit and Maxiagan, we say since these two Torahs are with intent fucker, they automatically assume Ella Akilu Asula El Yona. Below Asula Takno. So even they may be an ultimately again for the upper one and not for the lower one. It's not gonna Kiva Lizet. But since the upper one uses the mechitza more quickly, and the lower one only uses it with more difficulty. Give the opening, give the mechitza ultimate with greater ease. Kamash Malon, go Asara Kanina Astrana. Was it ultimately again? What's up holding over here on the side? What's up holding over here is since the upper Guzra and the lower Guzra are within 10 bucket on each other, therefore, in the absence of Erev, the Asa one upon the other. We're sidestepping now a little bit from both about the world and introducing another guy, which is that halakha l'maisa, whenever you have an area that is used by two rishuyos, and those rishuyos are within 10 talking about each other, they effectively ask one upon the other. The Gemara says, this supports the Gemara Shmuel. The Gemara says, what happened? Someone was the Sulam Kabua Lahadeh. This is picture. This is picture 285. Right? Gag has some of those structures. See, let's look at the picture. See the Gag. The Gag is the area where the guy to the right is standing. Right? So Gag has some of those structures. You have this roof area that is right next to Sarad. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Sarich Sulam Kavua Lahatilo. Ultimately, again, requires a fixed ladder in order to permit it for use to be up. Answer the Mepasas as well. They will say, so when you see that ladder over there, that is a ladder. So that fixed ladder is necessary in order to allow ultimately again the use of the for the and ultimately again the aliyah to use it. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Gaga Samach Sharadim She'eno Mukaf Chatzer B'Chotzi. So the point of here is this guy is not enclosed by a machitza on all sides. Ela Tziva Achad Rosh Sharadim Tzad B'Avo Asara. Sulam next. Sarah Sulam Kavua. Sarah Sulam Kavua. Min Havia Legad Lahatilo. Letalta Minamir Pesas Legad. The other Le Sulam Gully Daite is Salty Legad. Rosh Hashanah. The Unechale Tashushinis. What's this to this? So the Gemara says if you have a rooftop, a rooftop is 10 fucking away, 10 fucking right off the Rosh Hashanah. But there's no mechitza surrounding the rooftop. So if there is a thick ladder from the rooftop to the Allah, that shows that the rooftop ultimately is what ultimately is used by both the Kassasim as well as the Aliyah. Absence of a fixed ladder, what happens if you don't have a fixed Rashi says, Sulamarai, Kevan the Masalik like Kiman Delasing. So we'll say if you don't have a fixed ladder, halach that happens, then this would be an area that was within 10 talking of both different process as which would then be both areas. So the Gemara says, Sulam Kabua in Sulam Arailo, Maitma. They will say, why is that? Why is it Halach Lamaisa? Why is it Halach Lamaisa? That only a fixed ladder will allow, but not a temporary ladder. Lad, you shouldn't be able to look. Asar, the Hadadi Kaini, Asadadi. Since the roof, all the again, as we didn't talk about both the Rosh and the Nefesh. It's an area that's going to talk about both Rishuyos and Bodi. So we'll say, it's going to point out. The Gemara is just using this as a raya. The Gemara is assuming over here that the reason why in the case of the two rows, the two terraces, which share the method that goes into the water, the reason they ask one of them because they always intend to water. The Gemara is suggesting and talking case comes from this clear roof, in which the Gemara gives a Rafaba, they deal with the Kasvin about Kumsa Visutra. Ultimately, again, that Rafaba says maybe not. So maybe the case of rooftop, but that's the Rosh Hashanah is problematic. Why? Because Allah Mice is saying to them and talking, people use it, the nearest Hashanah use it to put down packages and to put down look at actually the shoulder for the Sudra, Sherigilin, this Allah the call, Holding Torres, the Tashmish no kind of Hagun boot, the have the Masri cow. This picture 2.8. So picture 286, because it is such a low rooftop, the neighbors should ultimately use it to go ahead and put down their stuff. So because they use it to put down their stuff, therefore I'm going to act. So listen to this. So because it's an area that is so easily usable by the Shusarabim, Galot violence. If Halach is a fixed ladder like we see in 286. If there's a fixed ladder, so that fixed ladder shows that this God is used by the Aliyah as well as the Merpasim. What makes it the domain of the Aliyah and the Merpasim. It's not a fixed ladder. Since we're dealing with a God that is so low, there's not just to put their stuff on it for just a little bit. The absence of fixed ladder makes this a God that is used both by the nearest Sarabim as well as the Bnei Aliyah and the Merpasim. Therefore, again, I will say any area that is within 10 fucking of 2 Rishuyos and is used by both becomes usher. But the presence of fixed ladder makes this an area that is dominantly used by the Yah as well as by the Merpasim, and therefore again it becomes theirs and does not usually belong to the Shushan. So we'll say, to just understand, we're going to stop over here for today. Just understand what we're still doing. We have not resolved our quote. We'll say the entire day today, and obviously it's not going down. With this two Ra'os case, the two terraces that both the same mechitza to draw water, that's going to be a mission of Eretz Hashem that we are going to see in just a couple of days. We spent some significant amount of time. We spoke about that in the second Shabbos, this special utilization of these mechitzas to draw water. But I just want to point out, we began today with one simple mission, which was again, I will say, a machlokes Rav and Shmuel. What's the machlokes? Let's start with what we know. Our sugya is all about two areas that both have the use of common third area. And what's the shaila? For Hilchos Erevin, who should be awarded use of that area? So let's go with what we know. Let's say we have Chatzar B, and there's a common area that they both share. So we'll say, obviously, if they make a joint here, then what? as they say, ain't on the there's nothing to talk about because if you make a joint, then everybody gets usage of that shit area. What happens if they don't make a joint area? So most people get usage of it. So it depends. What does it depend? Ease of usage. So we'll say, remember again, just to clarify our terms. So what we'll call lateral usage, which means direct usage. I don't know if one of the chatzeros has usage and the other one utilizes it through Zrika or through then what? It's awarded to the one that has lateral Pesach. That's the easy piece. We'll say soon again, we'll say both of them have Pesach, both of them have lateral usage. And what's that? It's awesome. It's awesome for everyone. So we'll say, where does the machlokes come up? Machlokes comes up is if one has Zrika, one has Shosha. So that's Zrika and Shosha are the same. Zrika and Shosha are the same. Therefore, if one has Shosha, it's also the vote. Shmuel is going to come along and says, the Echad B'Shosha, the Echad B'Zrika, Shosha is considered to be ease of use. And Shmuel's value is Shosha ease of use. And I'll say why? Gravity. Gravity. Anytime you're in a downward motion, that's just considered to be easier than an upward. That's called ease of use. And therefore, Shmuel's entire sheet is whenever again one chutz has used Shosha, one has Zrika, we give it to Shosha. So we spent the entire staff day trying to disprove Shmuel's shita. It turns out that all of the cases the Gemara brought, none of them proved Shmuel or disproved Shmuel. So we'll say so. We kind of begin the way we ended. We started the Machlok. We're going to end that Machlok. Tomorrow's staff, you will reach resolution of or maybe over
I'm back finally. Guys. W's chat, I guess. Some Delta. And some jalapeno poppers with chips on a ranch. Oh, I've seen that ranch actually. Huh? I'm back.
Drunk yet?
No, I got we went to 3 different fast food places. We went to McDonald's, Carl Jr., and Del Taco.
Well, I would say if your wife isn't pregnant, that's a good sign. If she wasn't. Excellent. Yeah. So did you get something different at each place?
Yeah.
That's cool.
McDonald's got the large fries and Coke. Del Taco got 2 red burritos, jalapeno poppers.
All right. Is that what took you 65 minutes?
How long did it take me?
Dog, days, man, days. That was like ago that you were here. Now, my question for you is this: is there any ping pong currently going on anywhere in the world? I don't care if people are playing in some back bar, at some pizza place. I want to know: is there any ping pong going on?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
All right. Well, then, can you bet on it?
I mean, I'm almost rinsed here. My end.
Remember when you were streaming on Kick?
I'm still on Kick.
So you left your Kick stream to go get fast food?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the problem with that?
Remember again,
There's some kind of issue looking food. It doesn't matter because I just want 3 seconds anyway. I thought I wanted to go from this card to another.
Doug, what are you betting? That's my question.
They don't know, bro.
Okay. Games on which to bet right now.
Let me see.
That's all I want you to do.
The Sheva did 7 years of time. Now we'll discuss how for more than 7 years. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Talk about the test. Sid, Vayom Hashem Malach David Al Yisrael Mem Shana. David Al Yisrael for 40 years. So the
She doesn't want
anyway. 7 years. Shlomo Sid, it says, Vayachal Livnos Bishnas Arba'a L'Malchut. Shlomo begins to build the 4th year of. So it's like,
unless you know somewhere where I could get crypto with the board works on my for this shit.
It was around the year that Shiloh stood for 369 years, and the combined time of Noah and Gilgal was 57 years. Gilgal for 14 years, Noah and Gilgal Shiloh for 69 years. Nob and Givon for 7 years to the building of the Bold and Givon. So remember again, it says that when they came to Nob and Givon, remember again what happened.
What are you doing? Showing me TikTok garbage?
Where do we know as far as what's the we already know that bubbles were permitted after.
Doug, what in the fuck are you showing me? This is the most garbage shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
You have not yet come to the manure and the nacham. Restream place. What is
Doug, what the fuck are you showing me? This isn't ping pong. Type in ping pong. Dog, this is the worst. It's a ball that is played with about this feast that you had, which all I want is ping pong. Retro Ray, do you know what Coast AM is? Oh, dog, you've been sitting on your ass for all these years. What the fuck is up?
Put me on then.
Dog, it's the greatest night talk show in the world. It's the biggest overnight show in the Western Hemisphere.
Here we go, ping pong.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right, who's winning?
It's 1-1 right now.
Oh, that guy sucks. The guy on the right is. Just tell the way he picks up the ball. Oh, dog, he's actually really good. He's just seems to be old.
He was just scared.
That's cool. Look at this motherfucker on the corner. Look at these shots. Ping pong may be the most exciting game to watch. It's very fast.
Yeah.
I'm gonna invent a ping pong arena where they don't have to go with the ball; they just hit another ball. They'll have like ball boys and ball girls. Are these guys Russian?
Yeah. I think it is.
If you had to bet,
What the flag is. It looks like a Russian flag.
if you had to bet on
Yeah,
one,
it looked like Russian names.
if you had to bet on which one would you bet?
Just because he's he can do it.
Oh, that's really
Yeah.
great.
My card doesn't work anywhere.
It's really
This card doesn't work anywhere online.
okay. Why don't you?
It could work on Cash App. I'm just gonna try.
No one wants you to do
Did you
it.
see your phone real quick?
Don't do that. You've got a child on the way. Just pretend that you bet on it.
I'm still gonna leave some in so I can get food and stuff. Came home at that Saturday night, so I feel shitty. This is the only thing I can would actually work. Is adding it to Cash and transferring it to another card or something.
Oh, that's degenerate.
This doesn't work anywhere, like at all. Like everything online, it just defines.
Okay.
It only works in store. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to use this.
Okay, why don't you call your financial institution during business hours and tell them
Tell them what?
that your card doesn't work online?
They don't give a shit. I told them before.
You haven't told them before.
Yeah, I have.
You've told them that you want to.
Security system. We can't do anything. Look, it just fucking worked on Cash App though. Cash App, just fine.
Okay.
And then now I can just use the Cash App card to buy the dough.
All right. And then you buy the crypto to be able to bet on this game. That is degenerate as fuck, son.
No, it's not.
Dog.
You say that? That is pretty fucking degenerate. I did that on purpose so I wouldn't put it back in. And then I just came up with the amazing idea. Oh, let's just slap it on fucking cash. PayPal wouldn't take it. Gift card sites wouldn't take it. Any sort of crypto thing wouldn't take it. CSGO gambling off sites wouldn't take it. Oh, but fucking but Cash App took it just fine.
All right. So on which guy are you betting?
I don't know yet. I'm probably gonna find a different game. Fuck this game. It's already in the third or fourth quarter. 2-1. It's already cooked. There'd be very little odds, if any at all, already.
All right. What's taking you so long?
Right, let me see your phone again.
Baby, if you got time to burp, you got time to bet.
So I have to transfer it over to 3 different cards now.
Dog. So degenerate.
I'm taking a fee every time, seems like. 0836, right?
0836, everybody. 0836.
Last 4 digits of my Visa card number.
The last digits of his Visa card number. 08.
47597090210836. Expiration date 10/23, or sorry, 10/28. UV code 4441.
Dog. That was not that smart.
Guys, replace this again.
What's your zip code? 86401. What's your social security number? Social security number.
521389.
That's a social security number. That's not even, man.
Was transferred into your bank. Be able to do $97, and it should go through.
My man thinks that my man thinks that his social security number is 6 digits.
I'm not that comfortable.
All right, here's my question. I know you're having a lot of fun transferring funds from one financial institution to another. What point are you going to bet ping pong?
Whenever it lets me buy this $96. Loading. It doesn't even fucking work. What the hell? How much did I transfer over?
$97.
No, but it's there is a fee of $1.95 per transaction.
All right, well then transfer $93.
Try 95.
All right, try 95.
This is just the opposite.
Bro, it just fucking loaded and then said nope. Really? Now I have to fucking buy it a whole different way. On a whole nother off-brand thing where I can buy crypto, where it might work. This is fucking some bullshit. I need a drink or this beatbox.
And immediately afterwards he says, so therefore Shimon says that what? Menucha refers to Yerushalayim. So Nachala is Shiloh, Menucha is Yerushalayim. He says here's the
Of course, I'm banned everywhere for buying crypto on everything.
Oh yeah,
So I
dog.
use my lady stuff.
I don't know how this woman hasn't left you.
Dude, I'm the most degenerate. Shit, I might as well just go jerk off in the bathroom while I'm at it.
You're gonna
Sit there and cry and use my lube.
But according to Restream, it says that Menucha ultimately is Yerushalayim.
No, but it's the degeneracy.
Moshe Rabbeinu should have said Menucha.
when this kid is born, they're gonna want to get back inside that vagina because they don't want to live in a house with such a degen. They're gonna refuse. Oh, no doubt.
He's actually saying when you get to
You are.
I don't think you've seen anyone more degenerate on kick in the existence of
No, I know. There you go. I know that you're so degenerate that you find random individuals online. Random people you've met in real life from other countries and ask them for loans when you need money for gambling. That's fucking degenerate. That's what fucking people from Nigeria do. Except theirs is for like food. Yours is to bet on ping pong.
Oh, yeah. Love ping pong.
Dude, it's amazing. All right, so here's my question for you. What happened to buckets?
What happened to what?
Buckets.
Buckets?
Buckets.
Buckets.
Who was your friend with the girl?
What girl are you talking about?
Dog, you had a friend with a girl and you had a falling out with him.
Oh, what about
What?
Nets?
Nets. Oh, yeah, Nets. Buckets. Nets. Yeah. Okay. So what happened to Nets?
Oh, fuck. I didn't talk to that nigga. Fuck him.
All right. Well, it's not cool for you to use that language, but why isn't he
Well, he is black.
okay? Well, you're not cool enough to be able to use the word. All right. So why isn't he in your life anymore?
Because he scammed me.
Did he really scam you though?
He did. You know why?
Why?
Because one of these casinos had a glitch where you could just keep submitting KYC requests, and then just keep $10 free to bet with. If you make any profit, you wager it, you can withdraw it. So this fool made $600 while I was at work. I told him when I came home, I'm like, how much you made? He's like, well, I made 600. I'm like, cool, send me 50 because I gave you the method. And he basically said, yeah, I will. Just give me 20 minutes. I'm going to gamble it right quick. Gambles it, loses everything. Stop talking to me.
Okay, but were you kind of just making a demand? Like, hey, give me $50 about this glitch, but like.
Well, it was a ground prior to was the thing as well.
Okay, that's.
He already told me before that. He's like, I make some money. I'm going to at least give you $50. I'm like, sure. He's like, yeah, just let me know the method. I gave him the method, and then he gambled and didn't pay me when I was owed. And then he brought up some shit about I didn't pay him one time. That it justifies it. It's okay. And I'm like, no, it's not. And I couldn't pay you, but it's okay because you already agreed it. So he just basically just.
And so you gave up a friend over $50?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty generous.
Yeah.
And then what happened to that Eastern European fella who you brought in here?
Oh God, he's still good. He's just not answering right now because it's early. I tried to get him. Dude, there's badminton. I bet on badminton, bro.
Dog. That's the thing with the birdie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fucking fast game. Let's do that one.
That's a fast game. Got a 1.9 and a 5.0 on one.
Dude, that 5.0, that's tempting. 5.0?
Yeah. We bet $10 on it.
Yeah, fuck yeah, that
Right,
sounds good.
$10
Let's go, baby, let's go!
I don't even watch it though.
Oh, out here. Don't bet it if you can't watch it.
It's too late. I can't even watch it.
From conquering.
Okay, that's
International Malaysia Open doubles. That's pretty degenerate right there.
dog Malaysian badminton. Degenerate ass fuck. I don't know what's more degenerate. It's got to be more degenerate. Are you finding it on some like website or something?
I'm trying to.
It's doubles?
Yeah, this is it. I found it.
Excellent. You want me to jerk you off?
Yes.
Okay.
So we got Lungard
Okay.
right now.
Excellent. Which one?
They're in the first set.
Are they?
I know nothing about this game.
Okay. Are they top or bottom?
Bottom.
Damn! Look how fast this fucking game is.
Divided it up amongst themselves. So therefore, I will say it's called Melucha.
Damn.
Listen. My MX is achievable.
You have no idea.
No, I don't.
At least you admit that.
Yeah.
Do you think they juice? Do you think they use steroids in badminton?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think they're eye protection?
No.
Birdie can go at like 150 miles per hour.
100%.
I would think that it would be eye protection. Hey, remember that time we were watching badminton and then you just started clicking screens?
Oh, you bitch. Oh, half the floor, they just have to hit it back.
Oh, I meant when I was like 5. I just hit it around.
There you go. 12-17, and they got the serve. I have no idea how this game's even. I'm just convincing myself.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna read you the complete rules to badminton, and you're gonna listen to it like a fucking nanny reading you a story. You got it?
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, we need rules for doubles. Right? Because they're playing doubles, right?
I don't even know if this game is because there's 2 people, right?
Right. Okay, toss. Badminton states that a toss shall be conducted before a game starts. If you win, you can choose between serving first or to start play the opponent can then exercise the remaining choice. Scoring system. The rules of badminton states that a badminton match shall consist of 3 games. In doubles and men's singles, the first side to score 15 wins the game. Didn't you say one of the teams had 17 though?
18 to 13.
So they must be playing. Yeah. So we've got Malaysian double.
So the Gemara says as follows. So remember again, if you go to simple, the Pashat Pshat which is that Menucha refers to Lo. Nachala refers to.
Who got that? You got it?
Is a very important halachic concept.
As a foul? As a foul.
That Bamos will be usher.
No, they got that point. Okay, fuck me, I guess.
In between Menucha and Nachala, what's the halacha? Bamos are permitted. So that was a very important halacha that drove
Scoring system.
For the last question.
You guys are coming up.
So that drove a lot of
A match shall
19 to 14.
so to score 21.
Oh shit, we might be cooked then.
You're done, son.
Because then what it's telling me is, well, actually, truly, I don't know what it's
Okay, been on this shit.
I mean, you bet like $10. Not a lot. You spent more on jalapeno poppers.
Jalapeno poppers were $6 through the app.
Oh, okay, well, you didn't say through the app.
So about show your bumps. Say now watch this. If you're Menucha Nachala both refer to
Let's go.
What does that tell you?
Let's go Denmark.
Building of the base of Mikdash.
You bitch.
Building of the base of Mikdash is.
Oh, how'd they get the point? It landed out of bounds.
I know it. Just injecting yourself with
I'm
copium.
hoping.
You're injecting yourself with copium. Copium.
Yeah, I know, bro. Lurking in the shadows. Hope you're having an awesome stream. Thanks, Archie.
Arturo is amazing.
We love you, Arturo.
Just dramatically changed Jewish history. Just gone ahead and went into itself for 430 years.
19 to 16, boy.
You are fucked.
Oh wait, they got 20? Never mind, 20 to 15.
You're done.
I'm super fucked.
Oh, for sure.
We gotta get 6 points to get a lead on these guys. These guys gotta basically just give up.
Yeah. This game is over.
You son of a bitch. Are you sure it's 21 points?
I mean,
It only says first set. So maybe it's multiple sets, like they get a point that first set and then the second one or something.
yeah. I mean, it's probably best of 3.
21.
It's over.
21. But there's still another set, right? Oh, first break. Yeah, so they got 1 point. I see. It's just like ping pong, except they gotta get to 21 first.
It's very problematic for us because there's no private vamos when she.
How many do you have to get in ping pong?
So how is able to
2-minute interval. I don't know. I think it's like a lead of like 6 or something. Yeah.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Nobody believes you on that one.
I don't know. It's probably something. You must know since you're asking me what it is.
Yeah, I think it's 21.
440. If you for the entire 400.
But it could be 11.
No, he was saying some other shit. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. I will later. I'm just I'm betting on
Have you ever thought about being the
Dude, 6.
dude? You're fucked.
Throw an extra $5 in there, bro.
No, that's a bad move.
Dude, that's a 1x versus a 6x, dude. That's to win against them. They have a women's one we could bet on.
Are they hot?
1-1.
Are the
11-7.
Are the female Malaysian badminton players hot?
I don't know, but it could go hard because it's 1-1, but it's also 11-7.
Dude, just
So
wait.
this could actually win.
Just wait on that. We have to focus.
No, I'm betting on it. Betting on
Dog.
it. I don't care.
These bitches better be hot as fuck.
Remember again, Rashbi was the opinion. Said, he taught that both Menucha and Nachala refer to Yerushalayim. In the yeshiva of that Yishmael.
Well, I can't even bet on the women's one because they don't. Well, I did, but I can't even see it.
Remember this?
I don't think anyone's streaming it.
Oh, good. Way to just waste your money.
You know what? Fuck you, bro.
Dog, that's what you do is critique your every fucking move. If you don't breathe correctly, I'm going to critique it. Got it?
I got it.
Excellent.
I'm sorry, Rabbi.
No, I'm tough on you. Love you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, somebody's got to.
Bro, where can I see it?
Dog, nobody's going to have Malaysian badminton, women's Malaysian badminton. That's like their own families don't want to watch.
Shut the fuck up.
Bummers are forever us. The one says in our car touch. So remember again,
Two party.
You're not going to need lube tears.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my tears as lube.
Right. Going back to that 2K game. Would you rather lose in 2K?
All night, right?
Would you rather lose in 2K like you did by like 10 points, or lose in overtime on a last-second three-pointer that I don't even think was a legitimate?
Second one.
That makes it exciting.
2-2? Really, bro? Really, bro? 2-2?
Don't you
These
think?
guys, I don't know who they're trying.
Don't you think they put like a little like laser on the birdie so that?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, we'll tell them to improve that shit.
Yeah, tell them, Rabbi.
Right. Or there should be some kind of setting on a TV that you can turn that on and off.
Like a hit marker kind of thing.
Right. Right.
These guys aren't playing. Oh! They're going hard on these motherfuckers. Oh, wait, what? How'd they get that? Okay, never mind.
What's this?
2-4, that's not looking too great.
I mean, it was great while it lasted. Remember when it was 2-0 and you were like, "This is a dynasty. I have a badminton dynasty here. The guys in red are never gonna lose."
Yet offering took place when Bamos were
I mean, they're trying.
Do you want to know an?
Should I put ranch on a burrito?
Absolutely.
Is that sacrilege?
Oh, all of that sacrilege. But for you, absolutely.
You doing all that?
Hey!
You're doing it.
He's talking about ultimately the offering up of a carbon. Ultimately, again, this
You know, even more than just split screen this, and I did some CS openings.
Don't do that now. Let's focus on one thing at a time.
All right. Focus, lock in.
Give them your bank account.
Honestly, let's give them
this is the case where you are not
4 or 5. I mean, they're
Malaysian badminton players, but it may be a sacrifice that may need to be made. Dude, I could get down some little Malaysian who likes to play badminton.
So I was trying to find it, bro. That one's better.
Remember that time we were watching badminton, and then you started to click on everything? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Because Pep members, go back to the game, dog. Dog, no one cares about anything you're doing. We care about badminton right now.
You offered it up outside, you checked it, you offered it up. That's next days.
Hey, would retro raid?
Hold on.
Retro raid.
See if I look this up if it'll pop up.
Retro raid.
And you offered it up when
I want you to type into the search Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live.
What do you see?
No, you're downloading. I didn't say anything about downloading. It's Rabbi RABBI Rothschild.
Wait, hold on, wait. What the fuck?
RABBI. Okay, wait, now filter by live. All these lives.
Oh yeah, you got emotion.
Look at all these lives, baby.
What the fuck, dude? How do you make that many lives?
It's fuck.
Oh, you got every camera.
Where, dog?
Wave at the camera.
Hey, babe. Right now, it'll take about 30 seconds.
Okay, let me see.
I'm about 10 seconds away. Go back. I'm about 10 seconds away from waving at the camera.
I saw it, I think.
No, you didn't. You're jerking yourself off raw.
I did.
No, you didn't. Just wait.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm live, babe.
Crazy.
Have you ever somebody on with so many lives?
No, that's insane.
I agree.
I don't know why you're not live on Twitch all the time.
Wait, hold on. Let's talk about this. I used to do that on. They said that was against their terms and conditions when it wasn't. It wasn't written explicitly in the terms and conditions. So they had to add it.
Right. You made them add a whole ass TOS rule. This people
100%. But kick isn't that important to me because it doesn't archive the footage. YouTube is important to me because people can watch this 100 years from now potentially.
Yeah.
Okay, now here's my question. Here's my question for you. What is the score of this badminton game?
7-8.
That's really good, dude.
With a 0-1.
Yeah, but that's okay. They come back.
They can.
The black gas. You know what they should really to bet on is dodgeball.
Literally again in the Makom Mishkan / before God, who's not on your private altar, before God is centralized. Therefore, smichas lefnei Hashem. Shitas tzavoni. I believe you check certain kabbalas in the north. It said safona lefnei Hashem. Same idea. Matnos savit, putting blood on all of the corners of the mizbeach. The siv, the zarach al hamizbeach savit. You shall sprinkle it al hamizbeach. We'll say that's the definitive article. So hamizbeach means what? Hamizbeach means to which mizbeach the centralized beach of the Mishkan or the Mizbeach.
Oh, 9-8. What is it? 9-9.
Before God. They bring close of the carbon to sit. They shall hamizbeach to the mizbeach.
No, she doesn't gamble, thank God.
No, she just considers
If
her.
my wife gambled, we probably wouldn't have a house.
I was gonna say she just considers her marriage as her big gamble. I joke, it was really funny. I said she just considered marriage to be her big gamble.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the score? Dude, hey, remember that time? Remember that time we were Doug? Remember that time? Doug, remember?
That's 1-1 and 15 and 4. This one's good because I got it on a 5x.
Doug.
Okay, pretty good actually. That could be our win right there. I was looking more.
Watch the women on TV because I don't.
Yeah, you're right.
If it's not being streamed, it's like it didn't happen.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, what's the score of the team versus the black team?
10-10.
All right. You're doing pretty well, man.
So far, they're locking in now. They don't want to lose this shit, or else they'll be unhappy.
Dude, a lot of Malaysian people will if they lose. This is the biggest event in Malaysian history right now.
Is it really?
I mean, another time when Malaysia sports have been so important to a global audience as ourselves. Right. This is our Super Bowl. Hey, Doug, I thought this isn't like the funniest joke, but I think it's kind of funny. You know, there's a winter and a summer Olympics. Why isn't there a spring and a fall Olympics?
No, in between.
Dog, there could be. There could be. And then also, what about this one? There's a World Cup and a Super Bowl. But why isn't there a World Bowl and a Super Cup?
Because one you eat salad out of and one you eat junk food out of. That's why, I think.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Okay. I'm okay with that, yes. All right, dude. I need these badminton people to understand that they take too many breaks. Can you even see the birdie?
It goes so fast, I can't even. God, 10-12, dude.
Is there a net?
10-12. Yeah, in the middle right here.
Okay, I see the net. I see the net. But does the net extend all the way to the bottom, or is it just kind of in the air?
It's in the air. There's still a bottom right there.
Okay, okay.
But I think it's a foul if they go or something.
I'm sure.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
But yeah, they go so fast I can't even see it. So I'm glad that you can't see it. I mean, I wish you could see it, but I'm glad I'm not alone. Is what I'm saying.
I could kind of see it. That dude just let it go out of bounds. I think they get the point for that.
Doug, why didn't you comment on my question? Why don't they let you bet on dodgeball?
Oh, I don't know. I wish they would. Dodgeball would be a badass sport to the.
I agree. I don't understand why dodgeball got this taboo. Well, I think I know. I think because it was a way to bully kids. And so they don't play it in gym class anymore. Dodgeball was always the best of any game that you were going to play. Dodgeball was the best.
True. Women's game is 1-1, 16-17.
Okay.
That one could be good. That could be an easy $52 payout if it fucking lands. So if it actually sticks though. 12-13. I hope it goes, bro. I got a couple real ones in the chat. I appreciate you guys. We got motion up in here, bro.
Which were offered up on a
G-Mommy? G-Mommy? Do you like G-Mommy?
Yeah, I miss homie.
Dude, I one time clipped his space and it was a very funny clip that I got of him, and I actually recorded it, and I have it on Instagram.
Send it to me.
I will. I'm going to find it right now. So this, which I think is really funny, I would spam people until they complained about me, then I would clip them and tag them on some.
Oh, so you'd rage bait.
Yeah, basically. All right. I'm going to look up G-Money.
15. Yeah, I don't know, bro. They're 2 points ahead.
Doug, you're done. Everybody knows it, but that's cool.
What? How is that out of bounds? Oh, some bullshit. Now they're up. Black's up 3 points.
That's some garbage.
13-16.
That's garbage, dog.
Appreciate you, Sins.
Say that they apply ultimately again to the public and they do not apply on the public. I will say they have another version of this.
Oh, what?
We only learned
13-17. Nah, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, you're done.
They're 4 points behind. They keep hitting out of bounds. Just fuck it all, dude. Play the bloody.
Even if they're offered up a ton of we do not go start giving blood applications. Which is another way of saying that if it's a carbon that belongs on a Bama Kitana, then what has the identity of a Bama Kitana offering? To the point that what the most
bro, the women's game is dead. 1-1, 19-19. Yeah.
You have the chest and the thigh and the blows of blocking. No, I give the country from a Gidola, then you want to give the country the Gitana. So at first,
okay, they must have got the point. Really? Still?
And that's like the
fucking idiots, bro. I'm gonna crash out. They're folding the bag on purpose now.
This version, this last statement argues that
oh my god, dude. 20-13. Yeah, they're getting their ass beat.
Was ultimately and you brought it inside of the Mishkan, the Mechitzas absorb it, the whole cover for all magic. So it turns out, but it turns out the most like what? And ultimately, again, there's a fundamental macro. What's the fundamental macro? If you take something that was a and you bring it inside the base of Mikdash.
I think.
Oh yeah, it's definitely over.
This is a very unique case. It only comes up where? Only comes up where? Only comes up in Gilgal, or ultimately again between Shiloh and the base of Mikdash, where there still was a Mishnah, but you had Heter bubbles. If you had something that you were going to offer up on private bama, and now you bring it into the Mishkan of Osai.
Yeah, it's done.
Status of that.
I lost that one. The women's one looks promising. No, I lost the women's one as well.
Shut up.
Yeah, I was close.
Why is that?
Wait, no, they still have one more to go through. It's 2-1, and they just started. Oh no, it's done.
Everyone else seems to say that no. Once
yeah, that's cooked. I lost both.
Always above us, and therefore, even if you are actually,
you know what that means, right?
Find something else on which to bet.
Like a carbon of a yachid,
Ping pong, baby.
blood applications
At its finest. Oh. Senior partner not doing too good. For a cause, yeah. I don't know. Bet 17 maybe. Let's see this one. We bet on Oric has Michael. Are they fucking brothers? I think I have two brothers playing. So we want Michael to win. We want Blue to win.
Let's begin. So today's doctor is decided to answer says Mishnah. Again, she got some with the life. Mishnah is about Kemal Beggar shuts us in life. So say we're dealing with the following situation. Look at Rashi. Beggar Shenitas Alav Dam Chatos Biyatza Pustakem. I have a bag, garment, and that garment has chatos that's splattered on it. We're already
I I know I made a G-Money one. I don't know if it might have got taken down on TikTok. I'm finding it though. It's very funny to me. I used to watch it and laugh.
Remember again, that garment that has chatos that's splattered on it requires kibbutz.
For G-Money.
I asked him about you. He's like, yeah, that motherfucker used to spam my Discord. Like, no shit, huh?
Discord or his
What is
kid?
it, 8-7? Spam your shit.
Is Discord?
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's true.
What happens about saying, here's the ring?
Okay, 1-0 or 0-1.
So again, same case.
I don't know. I can have this in the bag. What you think, Rabbi?
Oh, you definitely.
No, I didn't.
For sure.
If he gets a point, then it's 1-1.
Now, what's my problem?
How many points for ping pong till it's over? Time limit or what?
No one knows.
Right. Michael's doing good. We bet on blue, and he's doing good so far. So.
I cannot go ahead and bring it back into the base. Shaila now becomes, what do I do?
Yeah, I don't know.
The actual happens to Molazara. I will say now my colleagues can't do back, so I'm going to stop into the base. So it's not a problem. What do I do?
10-10.
Kodo. So I said ultimately, I tear it. Now look at that.
You fucking bitch, dude. Come on. The point.
I tear the garment. Now what does it mean to tear the garment? So we go,
Wow. You're a fucking piece of.
How do you spell his name? G-Mommy?
Yeah. 12-11. 13-11. Okay. What is over?
I have to find a way to bring it back in.
Oh, it's just going to be 2-0? I think it's over. I lost on that one too.
Oh, yeah, you lost on everything. No doubt.
Still got the balance. You know what that means, right?
Let it ride, baby. Ping pong.
Let it ride, baby.
I can go ahead.
How do you spell G-Mommy?
G and then mommy. So G-M-O-M-M-E-Y.
G-O-M-M-E-Y is. Don't you mean G-O-M-M-Y? G-M.
G. Yeah, like G mommy.
Well, there's no E in mommy.
Yeah, spell G in Discord.
No, you can't.
There is for him. Yeah, has an E in his name.
Okay, are you sure it's not? Just spell it. Just read it to me. G.
Yeah.
Isn't there an underscore?
GMOEY.
It's Lil G Mommy. It's Lil G Mommy.
Yeah. Yeah, Lil G Mommy.
Okay, why didn't you say?
Because I thought you already knew that.
No, nobody knows
Ask
now.
me how to spell G, just G Mommy. I'm like, yeah, I know how to spell G Mommy. But the low part.
Remember again, it has frontless absorption, which means it has to be.
Yeah, it's cooked.
So if I took it out, nothing happened. I bring it back in. Now I took that.
Bring it right back into the bed.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's cooked. We're off this one. Coming back and shit.
Oh, I found it, dude. For life. And then I'm gonna watch you on your fucking shit. Get out of there, dude. That thing sucks.
It's gone already, bro. I already rinsed.
So you dollars?
Yeah.
Worst.
Rinsing, washing. But that washing has to be done inside the basement.
All right.
I had a crypto monthly reward, but it didn't let me claim it.
Quit with that garbage. All right, go to your Discord message. Let's watch this on Little G Mommy.
As long as nothing happened to the clean. So again, if I took the Foshes out, nothing happened to it.
Doug, do you remember that time I told you to check out what I sent you? There you go. It's even funnier.
So bottom line, outside of
Yeah. It's very, very interesting. So let's analyze this. I don't know. So let's start with the bag. So the bag is remember again, I think that's nothing happens.
See what?
Look at him now. He's fucking. He looks fat.
Did you see what I sent to him?
Yeah, 24/7 live stream Rabbi Rothschild shit.
No. Go read the message. It's fucking hilarious. I'm gonna read it too. Go. You're gonna want to. Okay, pause it. Say.
World famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke request live on YouTube for world peace. Type in viral rabbi in any search engine.
And listen to what he says. I know we heard it. Various to me.
My goal So what's this? Says, what's my goal is that I've done on a gun. So what's my goal? What's my goal? Water. Kibbles. That's my goal. That's my goal.
He's so triggered. Look at how fat he is now.
In your effort to get
Look at this fat fuck.
Fundamentally undermine
Look at this fat ass.
only devolves.
Does he look fat as fuck now?
A bet.
Look at him from back.
I mean, he's not looking like Yokozuna.
Which means you bring this stuff back into the base of Mikdash, but it is no longer subject to kibbutz because it's no longer a beggar. Incredible idea. Says Maska Vina Koro, you're gonna tear it.
Like you got some punch, bro.
So it says it's only a din of kibbutz by a beggar.
Right.
Which the Gemara says a lot beggar. Now that you
He'll get on those GLP ones and he's skinny as fucking no time.
Is that good for you?
Probably better than
Not
obesity.
super bad for you.
Probably better than obesity, son. Probably better than obesity, son.
Well, fuck, Rabbi. You ain't got room to talk either.
Baby, I'm sexy as fuck. I got dad bod. Bitches masturbate to me.
Okay.
I have a lot of inbox messages of people who say that.
I bet they definitely do not.
Oh, I definitely do. Do you know how many Discords I'm in? It's just a numbers game. If you're in as many Discords as I am, people are going to masturbate to you. People masturbate to lights on the wall.
Bro said, hello, my little Discord kitten.
Dog, wasn't that shit on Lil G Mommy just the tightest fucking shit you've ever seen?
That shit was fun. He's like, this takes accounts and da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
That's what he does. Deal with it. Yeah. I keep getting notices from stakes saying, we noticed that you deposited 5,000 USD. Contrary to popular belief, depositing large sums of money does not guarantee success or increase chances of winning. Each better game remains largely dependent on the amount spent. We have a tool which can keep gambling limits safe, loss limits, budget calculators, sample gambling tools, and don't hesitate to contact us. If you need help, call 1-800-GAMBLER if you have any gambling problems.
They don't give a flying fuck about you.
They're like, hey man, you deposit over $5,000. That's a problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to tip back and look at what you did.
Calm down, man.
Let me see. Maybe they have some kind of bonus.
Hey, do you remember when you came into my Discord and you were like, "Hey, Rabbi, you know it's an amazing tool to be able to people," and then you didn't use it on yourself? Why is that?
It's down, bro. Look. It's down. It's not working right now. I have to get it rebooted.
I think that your tool sucks. I'm just going to be honest with you. If it doesn't work 24/7, then good is it?
It definitely does work. It's just down right now.
It doesn't get Lil G moment. It doesn't get Lil G moment to know.
Yeah, I guess. Do I have any?
Why are you so anti Lil G moment?
Any available bonuses are unfinished. Sometimes you get lucky if you have an unfinished round.
So wait, let me get this. Every sport on which you bet lost, right?
Yeah.
And every video game on which you bet lost, right?
Yeah.
You're so degenerate.
What?
At least I tried.
Sure, dog. Do you feel like you're the most degenerate person ever? Yo, what up, Zoot? How you living? Zoot, are you ready to lose? Yeah, okay. Dude, I'm going to send you an invitation, and I'm going to beat you like you owe me money. Well, who's to say that you don't? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, no one cares. The only thing about which they care is if you're going to accept my invitation. Zoot, you're going to jerk yourself off raw? Retrograde. I think it's time that you retire, at least for the night. You don't want to spend any more money. You literally lost everything.
It's only the start, bro.
Zoot, an invitation. Peace, Retro. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, an invitation. Zoot. 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 Zoot, what?
Yes, all right. My friend's like,
Let's play.
I won those games somehow.
Which one?
I don't know. Out of nowhere, it's like you won $36.
So you're gonna go blow
Something. I'm gonna try not to. What did you do with I run on the Michael one. Wait, what? I put 17 in? Oh, I think that. Huh? What type of book are you going to get for 36? I don't know. Shit, you could probably get like 2 of them at Phoenix.
Zoot, did you know that I made it in two shots?
So what?
I'm talking to Zoot. Zoot, did you know I made it in 2 shots?
You hammer the utensil to the hole is filled. So therefore, again, you are.
Zoot, they're giving me every.
$100.
How'd you get? Dog, you're so degenerate. Just quit.
I just hit $2 bets at 40x. Bro, we ain't even started yet. The night's still young. I still got a whole nother alcoholic beverage in the fridge.
Dog, you need to quit.
Bro, we barely can.
Zoot, you'd be a degenerate person in cryptocurrency. You're nothing in comparison to Retrograde.
Oh, yeah, I'm terrible. I'm the worst.
Zoot, you know you can do better than that.
So what happens? So let's say the key is
Rabbi, I'm gonna give that a shot and just take a 5.
I appreciate your ranking of my shot.
Okay.
Zoot, do you know who is on Kill Tony this week? Shane Gillis and Brogan.
Not a problem. Why? What do I do?
Nice.
What do I do with it?
That's big time. Zoot, that was really good. That was a 10 out of
Like right now?
James McCann.
Yeah, I'm going to a show.
Are you?
Maybe.
That's a no. You're gonna give.
If there's still tickets left in 6 hours, I'm going to a show. If they sell out in the next 6 hours, then I'm not.
You're not going to his show. You both know that. This is a guy you've met, but then you've met him. You've shaken the hand of somebody who's met him. You didn't even know who he was before. You didn't know who he was before I told you.
Rabbi, probably 5 handshakes away from the President of the United States.
That's not that good.
How many handshakes are you and the President of the United States?
One,
Whose hand did you shake this year from the President?
a bunch of people. So, I know a lot of people in the Orange County Republican Party, and they fucking jerk off over Donald Trump.
I was probably 4-handed.
Okay.
Use it as a patch. That's what
Bro, let's play a game, Rabbi.
What's the game, Zoo?
How many handshakes away were you from famous people?
I mean, I know some.
Dead or alive?
Okay. You name it. Go.
Michael Jackson.
Let me think. If it's more than one.
Then it's sheer for too much, no longer speaking about like 3 fingers, rather it's 3 hands breaths by 3 hands breaths, so much more sheer. Which the Gemara essentially says.
Let me think.
So therefore the Gemara will say was a thicker garment because it was a thicker garment. Therefore, what?
I think probably 2.
Which the Gemara says, no. Ultimately, again, because it is part of a larger decade, therefore, again, as we take it in for discussion, and because of discussion should be
Here's the thing, though. For a lot of the people I know, they don't shake hands with members of the opposite sex. So it could be even just rejected. Like, I know a lady, I've known her quite well. She wouldn't shake hands with George Clooney.
Name me a famous person and I'll tell you how many handshakes away I am.
Cleopatra.
Sorry?
Cleopatra.
Selena Gomez.
Cleopatra.
Probably 1,000.
Okay.
Probably 10,000. Selena Gomez.
I behave boy. Shiva Samara. Now we can put different discussion. We could actually behave boy. Dam Khan does Shiva Samara. So this is good to see now just a little bit. But the primary discussion actually point out is in the sense. We're going to spend a little bit on it now.
It's like that.
Like when you have the way you want to that ultimately again is you wander into 7 different items. 7 different I guess there's like one of them is like
probably for handshakes away from Selena Gomez, and I'll tell you why. You said 3? Yeah, I'll tell you what. I know someone that at a time with Post Malone's hand, and I know Post Malone would have shook Justin Bieber with his hands, and Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber dated, so 3 handshakes away.
Dude, you're 3 handshakes away from giving Justin Bieber a hand job.
Let's talk about
All right, we got $91 in the balance, Rabbi.
All right.
Let's talk about I have an idea outside of the basement. Yet what? It has to be remedied inside.
Donald Trump.
To figure out how to get back to the basic issue. But don't I have another issue? What's the other issue? My other issue is the laundry plus self-urine items that is used only again for the long term.
Hands with Donald Trump. I know that that's shocking, so this video footage of shaking hands with Putin and Donald Trump, so
You're like 4 handshakes from giving Donald Trump a hand job.
The problem was that you said don't bring urine into the basin. How are you going? So again, understand there are 2 facts. Fact number 1 is that items like Saras and like Dan Kratos are ordered with 7 different detergents. We know this of approved detergents.
Some good.
There's a detergent in seconds. Item number 6 is urine. That's number 1. Wondering only fact number 2 must say is what? You can't bring urine into the basin. Okay. Sell those 2 facts. Which the Gemara says,
What up, baby?
How many handshakes away from?
Mix all 7 detergents together. You got the one super.
There's another button we can do.
Removes all stains. Even remove Saras. That's the right? Even gets out your Saras.
Let me think.
So what happens? Mix it all together.
King of England.
Then again, maybe that allows your.
How many handshakes away from the CEO of Sony? That's the CEO.
Now, when it comes
Some
to
Japanese guy.
specific order, if you change order,
Hiroki Toki.
at one time together, well, also
Is he Andre?
Zoo, you're 5 or 6 hand jobs away from giving the CEO of Sony a hand job. Does that make you? I mean, that's like in his family. Yo, baby.
How many handshakes away are we from each other?
Really, we're united.
From the other side.
Have you ever shaken the hand of anyone in Harry Potter or Bob Sonic you knew?
No, who's the hand you shaking? Like, paths crossed back together.
Well, I people's hands in Harry Potter or Bob you knew, so that'd be the easiest way to probably connect us. If you haven't, then we'll figure out. Okay. I mean, it's hard to get to Australia, so trying to think of, I don't know, I probably have shaken people's hands from Australia, and they knew someone in Australia who knew you, so probably like 3 or 4.
So we're talking about, so trying to figure out how you get
Who's going to be shaking on Joe Rogan?
So as I watch this,
Shaking the complain on Joe Rogan.
So the Gemara says, so the Gemara so tonight, so what do you do? It's interesting. You go ahead and rope tougher. Rope tougher means like pure.
No, but you know what? Now I think about it, I've shaken Stephen A. Smith's hand, and he's shaken a lot of people's hands. So he's like everybody in sports. Probably Lil Pump's hand. So probably like 2 people away from each other.
So Little Pump shakes hands with Post Malone, and then Post Malone shakes hands.
Little Pump's hand, right? Zoot, have you shaken?
2 handshakes away from 10.
Oh, okay. Well, I know someone who's shaking Little Pump's hand. So then we're like 3 handshakes away from each other.
The handshakes away from each other.
So we'll say, so first of all, a little bit of an education on the first. This is not the first year.
So we somehow went from 0 to 36 to 175.
God, that's amazing. So are you gonna quit?
It's like once you. No.
All right. Is there any ping pong? Is there any ping pong?
Ping pong? Yes, there's ping pong. Let's play ping pong.
There you go.
Ping pong. We all know about ping pong.
Now here's my question. Dude, just hold on. Why don't you bet on the favorite in ping pong?
Because I like to bet on the one that has higher odds typically. Like Thomas Scott, I bet on him before. I'm going to throw 15 on him for a 28 payout. But then in the last quarter, 8 tied completely. And I just got him like right at the best odds. So let's see, is Tecumseh going to win? I think he is. Be an easy few bucks right there. I'm waiting for the more games to start. They're all in the 5th quarter. They're all basically over. Come on, blue guy. Let's go, blue guy. Let's go, blue guy. Blue guy. Yes. Oh, yeah. Huh? Rabbi, how many people do you think are left in plastic?
Oh, thousands.
How many handshakes are you from Edward Craven?
We're friends on Discord. We're friends on Discord.
Well, I know you're friends, but
he cares about me enough to make my name on the entire platform. That's pretty good. Can you name another person who you can't type their name on the platform or it automatically gets deleted?
I cannot. Oh, of course he fucking lost.
Zoot, know this. Zoot, if anyone in the entire world types the phrase Rabbi Rothschild into Kick, automatically gets deleted globally. They've totally banned my name. Isn't that tight as fuck? Zoot, I thought you would be proud of me for that. Zoot. Zoot, you're not proud of that?
Pretty proud of it right now.
Doug, I know you are, but I figured Zoo would think it's tight as fuck.
And halacha l'maisa, there was a
You pissed off a whole platform. That's pretty something to be proud of right there.
I mean,
I'd say.
you can literally put in all kinds of bad people's names in there. It goes through. But my name, it gets banned global. That is a feather in my cap.
Yeah, that's pretty hardcore right there.
That means that they literally had to have a meeting of some sort to be like, look, this motherfucker is spamming so much that we just have to entire system.
Fine. So that's halacha number one. Where do I recommend? Now we come to
They're like, this guy's genuinely a problem here.
Exactly.
What's happened in the following situation? Let's say you took the carbon and you went ahead and you suspended it on a spit. Inside the oven. Inside the liquid actually low. The sheep would shove contact till the other time.
It wasn't in like this, Rabbi. Not like this.
Remember again, when the Pashas, we speak about a tanner, what is a tanner made of? Or carrots. Pashas is carrots.
Okay, yeah, now it's officially flipped.
And I essentially put a chatas.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Take care, big man.
What's the novelty? So the chatas is cooking.
That went from very optimistic to just absolute sadness very quickly. All right, Zoot. Zoot, are you going to win?
The only thing that's happening over here is that what? It's inside the status of the time. He said to Gemara, whatever, do we say that the only time that a kli is absorbed from the chat what? There's bishul.
Dude, you passed.
Right? Again, there has to be hooking and absorption.
Yeah, baby.
Anytime you cook a carbon
That's what he's getting. How many handshakes will come with this best night?
Because ultimately, I didn't spit. It's not touching.
Let's figure out who's someone else.
I named a ton of people and you didn't answer.
No. Once the carbon is inside,
How the hell handshakes away from myself?
Maybe two.
Really?
Yeah, he's since died, but I knew a doctor who I think maybe worked at Caltech with him. So maybe just one. But if not, I'll. And
how many handshakes are there? Which are probably only like 7 handshakes away from Michael Jackson. Maybe less. Maybe 5.
So do you see? I just scored 34 points on you.
What about Elvis?
Maybe 3.
I'm probably 5 picks away from Elvis.
Would you give El job right now if he asked for one?
At what age? How much money?
Okay, you at your age now, and Elvis at age 69, and it would just be for bragging rights to say that you gave Elvis a hand job.
No.
Okay, what about $1,000?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. All right, you've got quite a number.
Wait.
No.
Do I have to mention some? Do I have to make them come?
What do you think a hand job is?
So I have to make him come.
What do you think a hand job is?
You can keep someone a hand job and make him not come.
That's not really a hand job. Jerking someone, not even off, just someone. Make him come.
So is it rape if the parties come?
No, it's not rape. It's rape if if one of the parties doesn't consent.
Same with giving someone a hand job. If you don't come, it's still here.
No, that's not true. That's not how it
You don't
works.
come, it's still a hand job.
Zoot, that's not how it works.
You don't come, it's still a hand job.
I mean, perhaps. Okay, I can see your rationale.
The problem is with the min fuzzy on the side of the therefore there is a case of both bishop and this ultimately again we make it out of metal in order to what? In order to ensure that it can be hashed. So it says the Gemara says don't do this. This has to
Zoot.
you
You have 69 right now. With your question.
It's gonna take a little longer this time till you go right.
I don't think so. I had someone who, well, you know him. You know 50.eth?
Yeah.
He was talking about me today.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I
And
do
he,
think you eventually go viral. It's just I don't think it's gonna be.
okay.
It's gonna take a little longer.
Zoot. 50.eth. He 50.eth lives next to one of the Kardashians, next to or Jenner, whatever that bitch is, and he knows about me. Kylie, yeah. So all he's got to do is tell her, hey, you know, Restream's their life 27, and then it's gonna go. So I'm like very close.
Who do you want to play you in a movie if they don't movie back?
Maybe we'll have you play golf because no one could recreate your wildness, baby. Zoo, why aren't you check spaces anymore? Dude,
I am on X Spaces.
when's the last time you spoke in an X? I'll wait.
2 months ago.
Okay, so you're not really on them anymore.
It's because I forgot my account.
I know, but you've got another account.
Was mine 50.8 space? Were you there?
Yeah, they knows who I am and invited me to come up and speak, but I was talking to people in my Discord, so I didn't. But I've spoken to him before. He knows my shit, and he thinks I'm sexy fuck.
Right, I might resign.
Zoo, why would you do such a thing?
Look at the scoreboard, bro.
Baby, I'm dominating. Do you realize that?
I have 92 versus 24. It will be like 200 million points at this point. Bye bye.
Baby.
How long do you think Russell Brand's going to get sentenced?
What did he?
Multiple sexual assaults.
Do you think he's a good role model?
Do I think someone who sexually assaults women is a good role model? No. Someone sexually assaults someone who shows absolutely no result? No.
Okay, I think I'm 2 people away from shaking hands with Russ Brand. I
Did they consent?
yeah, there's a synagogue, Jacob of Beverly Hills. And, I'm a member of Beth Jacob of Irvine Synagogue, and Sal Cohen goes there, and my friend is shaking his hand, and Sasha Baron Cohen is shaking Russell Brand's hand, so that's like 2.
I believe in punishment over rehabilitation, but I think show any sense of rehabilitation.
I mean, weren't these sexual assaults? Did they happen like a long time ago? I'm not saying that. When did he sexually assault someone?
In the 2000s, over the 2010s, early 2010s.
Okay. Well, then the law should. If he's guilty, to be punished for it. Heavy. We usually do a lot of this. We're at 100 yet, and we're both struggling for good words. Right, there you go.
I do think that's what he did. I don't think he will ever admit to it.
Would you give Brand a hand job for $1,000?
Nah.
Say Elvis. Would you brag to people? Would you brag to people like I gave Elvis a hand job for $1,000?
Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
If he didn't make me sign an NDA and I couldn't get sued, then yeah.
Dog, he would be proud to give him a job.
I mean, Elvis, Russell Brand's different. I would want to know about that gross. So like everyone would be like, what? Like, someone would be like, did he force you? Like, what happened?
But other people would be, oh, Elvis, that's tight.
But everyone knows who Elvis is way more famous.
You played, yeah, baby.
Who do you think the most comedian that ever lived was?
Consider a comedian. Like, if you consider Shakespeare a comedian, then be big. But if you're talking of like since 1950, maybe Richard Pryor's pretty big comedian. Jerry Seinfeld's a pretty big comedian. Yeah, but I don't like him, Ian, to be honest with you. He stole a lot of beef, and what he would do is he would wait in the comedy store and wait for somebody to do their stand-up set, and then he would steal their and perform it somewhere else, and then people would come up to him and be like, "Hey, you fucking stole that joke from me," and because he had money from like Mindy, he would just say, "How much do I owe you for it?" And he would write him $100 check. And because these guys were desperate, they would sue him. Yeah, everybody's joke. No, nobody wants a joke about. I know, Zoot. Happens to the best.
I think it's good if you bomb, it's pretty obvious that you're not stealing any of those jokes.
That's a good point.
But I have seen someone who stole someone's joke that bombed just hard as fuck.
What happened?
They literally just got on stage and started stealing jokes from Kill Tony, and then they got away with it first time they got away with it, and the second time people started predicting their jokes on stage. Like people started finishing their jokes on stage. Someone came along and just started like finishing the punchline to all their jokes, and that was fucking hilarious.
Wow. Best way I've heard to deal with someone who steals jokes is to record the set, and then the next time that they go up, just do their set right before them. They don't have anything to say. Does that make sense to you, Zoot?
Yeah. Yeah, I would that, but I think they're not losing much.
Why would not?
We're just wasting a slot for the week.
I remember everything from King Tony. I'm the biggest killing and Tony.
Who's the comedian who made the Jumanji joke?
I actually kind of remember this.
Jews four games, June, or something like that.
Yeah. And was that very popular?
Predictable. Everything was predictable. He's talking about. What else did he say? He said something about. I hear you like to give money to homeless people when you meant to take them up or something.
What'd you say?
So did you hear you're not meant to give money to homeless people? You're meant to come up. That was one of his jokes. Have you ever?
So I just got points. So it's 131 to 318. Zoo. I don't. I think you should be able to prosecute going back as far as you want.
What do you think more important, debilitating someone or punishing someone?
Debilitating someone.
Says the size of the stone is like enough, or the stone is like a, and the says the size is like an egg. Rafa says the same is
Yeah, kind of the systems we got in place, just where we like make it hard to yell for convictions, kind of leads them back into the system.
Word, dog.
If someone offends against a child, should never be allowed to work with a child again. I agree with that. But someone who, just got drunk and made a mistake, punched someone in the face, because they were threatened, and they should be held accountable for it.
I don't always agree with those. Like if you're, let's say, 18 and your girlfriend's 17, and you have a relationship with her, and you can get in trouble, I think you should be able to work around children in the future. I would let somebody, if they were 18 and they had a girlfriend 17 and 364 days old, and they got in trouble for it, I would let them have a relationship with, not a relationship, but like, I think they should be able to be, I don't know, they're 40, they should be able to own, they should be able to teach. They mistake when they're 18 and it's like really close, like, but a lot of times allowed to. And I don't agree with that. Now, a situation where it's like a 50-year-old guy who has a relationship with an underage person, no, I agree with that, but everything is subjective.
The age of consent here is 17. Matter.
No, if they came to the United States. So let's say you have a 18 and a girl 18, they're Australian, United States for vacation. And if he touches her, dude, I just scored 19.
Everywhere I live, South Australia, everywhere where I live in Australia, South Australia, the consent is 16. So if you live in Victoria, which is like Melbourne, Camp, South Australia, you were 18, girlfriend was 16, you'll get in trouble if you came over here.
Yeah, exactly. And those kind of situations, I don't really agree with. I don't agree with this list to me. If you're let's say, and you take a picture of your dick, you get charged with.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's an absolute joke of a fucking law.
You're out camping, you get bitten by a snake, right? You get bitten by a snake with the dick, and then you're trying to see, like, be like, your friends are asking you what happened, if you gotta, like, you don't want to show them, so you don't have a picture. And then you get trouble with people on the dick and you show them a picture.
Dog, I bet you if you give any 13-year-old a camera, I'll tell you, they shouldn't get charged with child pornography because of that. That's an absolute joke of law, and I don't know who came up with that idea.
I mean, distributing it a bit different.
No, but they're not even allowed to have it on. Dude, what are your on my having beaten you by over 180 points?
I don't think it's enough.
Don't take them, big dog, and I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Sometimes it just goes. It's just like, can you send me a big pic? And you're just like, yeah.
Okay. I mean, you can always just say no. I get asked for dick pics all the time. I tell them, go to my Instagram. I don't hear what they're saying.
They're saying that.
Wasn't that? What up, baby?
So the girl was dating about 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago. Let me send her dick pics so she wouldn't send me notes.
Okay.
Hit all niggers. Hit all niggers. I'll burn in hell. I fucking despise niggers. Lynch niggers.
Hello, I am Andrew Tate, and you fucking nigger. Taking cotton, how about you pick up some women, nigger? You see, niggers can't eat because they're black. Holy shit, I hate fucking.
What happened was, but on trips of excavating garden, which indicate that if you used already.
Dude, are these your friends?
So I said, because assume if you find that you're excavating, that's because
Zoot.
only then that someone else used just simply for the rest of the explicitly, but I love for my stone.
Zoot. 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 Zoot, you're the communicator ever.
Let's say again, now plain mortar, no sunshine. If it's clear that mortar was used as a white stone, then how the shadows? What happens is that with the ring there, you wipe away pieces of wood from how you remind you if a lot of this, like still recognize there, a lot of us the idea is no actual but if you're simply recognize was based on it, and also again they feature the destination as a spice zone and come up with actually says that if you show a nigga the dirt, the favors and what is so positive summon, will be back in it. The idea that there's some residual outside space on that order, a person that's going to use it to grind on something. That's the line. And therefore, I love myself.
One by one, put your necks and here you are. That's the way you gonna die. I hate niggers too. You know what and that is what you do. The streets, you said you're dogs. Hunt you down with my dog ears. I hate niggers, don't get on good. My face is the last thing you see. I hate niggers, don't you?
I get to go with football and use it as a teacher for algebra, the process to remove the meat, food that's between my also bigger actually, I'm still looking at this is color on Dallas High. The root chips on the channel for the device. The one with the looking, see that turn to it. The emphasize that little bit, I see a opportunity of wood on the wood. Well, I can take it. Use it to remove the food in between my teeth and people. You must, you know, I'm going to say, I would have said, a lot of nice sit on the ground, and you look at it. But you look at nevertheless, again, to remove the food between my teeth is considered to come at this, is considered to be dignity, and therefore,
Music is played. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th. Dallas, March 28th. Go to Tony.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th. One in Grand Prairie, March 28th. Club.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends every
we'll pick it up and use it for a
I don't think I was supposed to understand it.
come and say, no, no. It has to be said that we
Appreciate you guys.
now, let's not be prepared for food. Be prepared for enemies. We must be prepared for some fight. Says the Gemara, I don't understand.
Appreciate the support, guys.
Some people so again,
I can't even see you
isn't that some of them
What do you mean? I think I can go ahead and say what you guys just said.
that's what looks, that's what looks nice. Why were
This
you coming told that hello, hello, nice stuff? Why don't you do study at the answer? That hello, which was very simple. Puzzle program of people say, in general,
What's up, bro? What's up?
first you know, this will be very simple. The first step is, however, other program of what they say, those relieving oneself. Remember again,
He must have just gotten seconds. And it's looking like it is most active.
stone or this
There were so much to show up there. You're gonna grow so much. Stay locked in, and I will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the music. Have a great rest of your evening.
obviously, that's go on it. Show you incredible. If you look at Hyper Pizza, you see it pretty much right across now. Where I'm gonna build on us in the Rashi Hyper Pizza. That's what we watch this. So the Gemara says, Rashi is out of books. It's not about this is the Chivas Sagyoni. This is the Chivas Sagyoni. Rashi writes, Matsasi, Sha'ozim, those in couples used to be over days. They would make 6 baskets out of plastic. Over Molly also offered baskets with birds.
Going to say, if anybody's watching this world, my life might not always go that well. I've got ranch pouring out like it's herb. I am happy. Just the best.
Two of my best friends in the world are on its panel. So, make some fun noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillen. Ladies and gentlemen. Shane Eagles football stadium, 17. Joe Rogan of the JRE, the number one show around the world. Okay, so the homies hang out on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, some Thursdays, but tonight we are here on a fucking Monday, getting the week started right. How we feeling, gentlemen? Let's fucking go. Yes.
Legitimately excited to be here.
These are two of the best guests in the show's filled with over 250 or so of hopefuls. Sometimes it's a upcoming comedian who we haven't discovered yet. Sometimes it's the same person that just signed up this week. What can happen? I'm going to go this guy whose eyes are extremely close together. First name tonight. You could wear a mug. It's unbelievable. If I select 160 seconds uninterrupted, you know the time is up for the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up there. They bring out the angry Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts the and then I conduct an interview. They get feedback from my dear friend, have a hoot nanny. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You gotta just start tonight's fucking show. We're gonna get it started tonight with a golden winner. What we wrangle that very, very wild boy. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Uncle AJ.
Set from chat. Everybody, here we go. Me and they said, fuck you, fuck the Jews. I don't start bombing hospitals. And I was like, no, that's not me. I'm not doing that. I have no part in that. If I did have a try, bomb the homeless people. That's settlements. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, didn't go to silly little guy, dude. That's just what I am. That I pee sitting down.
This guy sucks.
I got upset with me peeing sitting down. You should be pooping standing up. Didn't go as great as I thought it would. Hey, very cool. Awesome. Okay, got one more. Awesome. Okay. Hey, you guys hear this app Rocket Money? Okay. I got this app, and if you don't know what it is, it tells you the subscriptions that you have, and well, subscriptions.
Yeah. It's terrible.
Really. Criticizing himself throughout his set. Not leaving much work for us to do. I don't know why you had to bring up the M that I sent you. It was supposed to be between me and you. Jack, I mean, you know how that went. You thought it was going to go better. I really did. Yeah, I really like, wow, this is going to go great. And then it wasn't. Why do you think it was? What do you think exactly happened here tonight? Yeah, that's a great question. And I think maybe it was me.
Could you stop?
You are correct. That is the correct answer. Yeah. Oh man, I was like, it's been great. It's the light of Hanukkah tonight, everybody. Wow, that's a way to get the Texas crowd on your presents for all of you guys. That's kind of what you did. I brought some presents. Wow. Hey, can you have my Hanukkah presents? Oh my goodness. Here we go. It's Hanukkah. Jack Shaw. It's Hanukkah. Ladies first. Me. Got you something very special. I made you your very own Tony Yarmulke. Wow. Okay, great. Put that on. Oh, it says I'm gay on it. Preparation for this went into. Shut the fuck up. Like I said, tonight's episode is already brought to us up in 2 years. I might know we good. All right, what else you got over there? There you go. This is going so much better than your set. This is incredible. What? He actually hated Normandy. It actually turns into a lean cuisine yarmulke. Okay. Got you. Citizenship to the United States of America. Sosa and Michael Gonzalez, you are American. Incredible. How many gifts do you have over there? Pretty much for the audience. Okay. And then, John, you practice stealing. Wow. Okay. We'll take care of that later. What else you got there, Jack? Okay, Matt Mueller, you're a big liberal. Schizophrenic. Totally schizophrenic. What is going on? It's an inclusivity flag. There's so much happening in that flag. Yeah, I don't know what the circle. Wait, did we get a white stripe? This flag fucking be all right. There's a white power stripe on the flag? That's crazy. We're fighting a good fight. Do it on the ground, dude. Around your shoulders like a prize fight. This is bad to wear, so I'll give that. I'm gonna wear it like fly away. You gotta treat it like it's the Arab flag. I don't know what that means. I'd kill you if you leave it on the ground. Okay. Yeah. I'm panicking. I'm fully panicking. You're doing a good job. It's gonna end up in a dump next to a Kill Tony Yarmulke. Oh, dude, I spent $20 on that. I really do like it. No, it's great. It's really do. I'm just making jokes, Jack. Unlike you during your new getter. That didn't go how I expected. About doing props. Yeah, right now. I was talking to Carrot Top because it's kind of crazy that he's the only guy that does props. Yeah. When I found there was a lot of prop comics, it was a common thing. The Carrot people thought they would be stealing, started doing props. I think it's a legitimate idea. This was like way funnier than that. You didn't like Ray Cooper. You didn't like the Rocket Money joke. It was okay. Turns out I have 2 Rocket Money subscriptions. That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You didn't get anything for D Madness? That's the final gift of the D Madness. I heard you lost your in that tragic accident. So, Jesus Christ. Not at all what happened, but I got you some brand new eyes. Oh, they really broke. They really broke. Okay, I thought that was gonna go better too. Okay, so that was this Kill Tony set. You did good, Jack. Thank you for all the gifts. Madness is a Google. If you're wondering. Good. Keep that train flag away from D Madness, or else gonna light on fire. Famous homophobe, D Madness.
Well, I've got to see. They've just got to be shitting on this motherfucker. I'm gonna tell you this from Jude, whatever you are. That was awful, and no your room.
The answer that I find reference back to yesterday's discussion. The lowest nicer shade. But you can't go ahead and move nicer shade that has not been reviewed.
Nobody's shitting on this motherfucker. Look, I want to shit on him.
But it is not in accordance with the normative halacha. What is that?
He's terrible. Someone redeemed it on a asinos. That was a for those who are older. Asimon is not the reference to the little point. This must be a big time episode. There. That's too much. An unminted coin. So a coin that has the metal, but it's not stamped.
Comedian of the night. But now we go to the bunker. Believe it or not, it's usually more insane. So we're gonna see what happens here. Your first bucket bowl tonight. Some noise for Kojak, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Who loves you, baby?
Hey, people can ask me why did Jake Paul during the 6th round tonight? So come on, bro. Stop playing. Boxing, no. Rest in peace to George Foreman, legend. Died a couple months. Notably known for naming all George Foreman, even but also the George Foreman grill. I'm sure you all had a George Foreman grill, right? I just moved to my new apartment, Foreman grill, but I'm a little cheap, so I got a knockoff version. It's sort of like the George Foreman grill, but you got to press down extra hard to get the grill. Tony Kojak Kaepernick out this. I expected the grill mark to say BLT, but it ended up saying 11. I'm sick of the fuck. And that's what I get for
George Foreman grill. Look at that. Welcome, Kojak. How long have you been with stand?
4 years? Since we opened? Since you opened this? Well, 3 years. Yes. As soon as the mothership opened, I started.
Nice. What made you want to start?
I've been watching Kill Tony since 2015. I saw you at.
How old are you? 5?
I'm 46.
It's great.
Yeah, you're doing good. How do you stay so young?
I stay in the gym. I stay in the sauna.
Stay there.
Yeah.
24-hour fitness.
I'm fit, man. I do some things, man.
You just looked at Joe Rogan and said, I love.
That was uncomfortable. I lift weights. Okay, Shane, I'm wrong.
What do you do for a living?
I am the #1 waiter in Texas at a fun establishment. I took care of Shane. Like, what? Yeah, same town. Yeah. How was I? I don't care about what's the name of the routine. You want to say? I don't fucking know. You were great. I didn't know you're so fucking racist. I have a bigger tip. We gotta be careful on the George Floyd types out there. Oh, man.
What is he doing?
Really? Go Birds! Let's get the 22nd time, man. Oh, wow. All right. Hood. Yeah. Gotta take back every inch of you. I waited on you.
Want to say the restaurant? Did you think trouble for George Floyd? Is that giving up?
Yeah, definitely. I go to my restaurant. Don't say it now.
For those of you maybe watching and just listening to the podcast, I know he's extremely rich. I promise you, he is black. This is incredible.
I just have a problem with George Floyd.
Why? What's your problem?
Trying to make, they said he was my hero. I had George Floyd and fucking P. Diddy to look up to as hero. That's some bullshit. Yeah, man, I mean, do you what you gotta do. And I think educated blacks would agree. Oh, shit.
Again, he's black. Kojak, when you say you're the #1 waiter in all of Austin, what do you mean by that?
It means I was rated #1 in all of Austin by anyone I take care of.
Okay. All right.
Steak, you like steak?
Yeah. I like bone in my butt.
A nice petite fillet for you.
Oh my God. Kojak, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up or waiting tables?
I do a lot of cooking at home. I have I'm always at HEB shopping, so I have my boyfriend is Puerto Rican, so we go to Puerto
If you have that on your bingo card, again, if you were Prize Picks, if you were Picks, if you bet $2, the would be a gay black race against black comedian. Only a $2 bet. You just $3.5 billion. That's why you need to go to Prize Picks, use the promo code Tony, and place your bets. That would have gotten you $3.5 billion. Gay? Do you want to be my new best friend? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Do you like hot dogs? We'll put those on your George Floyd. Tell us about this Puerto Rican boyfriend. What does he do for work?
He works at HEB.
Wow.
I get that discount.
Oh my God. What's he working the bakery?
He's in the meat aisle, Tony.
What part of HEB does he work at? Ooh, a bagger.
The only time he bags for me. That's right. I'm 20 years senior, so I bagged him. Oh, racist kid.
How long you been with this?
Oh, that's so funny. This is the funniest comic around today.
Wow. HEB.
Racist kid.
How long you been this bag boy?
5.5 years.
Wow.
His in-laws are, my in-laws are moving there. He's got his mom and his, a little bit of an age gap. Yeah, the mom was the same age. So that was a hell of a good
With the young, you've been with the young.
You're 47. 46? That's it. Is he 50 years old? Hey, shut up.
How old is he, Kojak?
Look at me. He just turned 25.
Wow. Look at you.
Y'all don't care about gay shit now. Get the fuck out of here. I don't fucking care about gay shit all the time. Fuck here.
Love it. HEB now, HI later. How exciting. Again. Go. Well, Kojak, fun times. You know, I like the George Floydman joke. But buddy, there you go.
I'll serve you a restaurant.
I don't know what you didn't want to say the name of the restaurant.
I'll tell you. Yeah, lowercase grill.
Grill.
Hey, that's good. I don't know what you guys. Oh, you know. You guys are
Okay,
right.
there he goes. All right. Go, Jack, everybody. There he goes. Right out the back door, just like he likes it. Oh, there's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Look at her. She's going to be working hard tonight on these lights. Live in the flesh, Heidi Regina Duck. She's got a podcast, a bunch of shit going on. Hey, what's up, everybody? This episode is brought to you by Spins. Whether you're starting a new
None of that'd be like, oh fuck, fast forward to this shit.
can be hard.
But this bitch
But
is fuck.
And on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops. Prize Picks lets you take control.
Only I love Prize Picks. It was so simple to get started on. I even won my first. It really makes my sports experience with my friends better.
His incredible red band has a new feature too. Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So get in on the action. Prize Picks is now available in all 50 states, including California, Florida, and Georgia. Plus, Picks puts their users first. Draws are fast and secure. Prize Picks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits quick and easy this sports season. So Tony to get $50 in lineup, play your first $5 lineup. That's Tony to get $50 after you play your first $5 Prize Picks. Good to be right. As a sponsor by Shopify, 20 powerful food puts your future firmly in. Starting a business with Shopify Craft, everyone tells you to sell a you've already designed in your head. This 2026 is when you finally have it. Shopify gives you everything to sell online and in person. Sleep from Mattel to Gypsy. First time business owners just started.
Really bad?
I love Shopify tools. Easily build dream store. Shop is fast with Shopify and AI tools. Write product descriptions, headlines, and help you edit product photo.
Marketing is into create email and social reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with handle more orders, expand new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial. Start selling today at Shopify.com/BillTony. Go to Shopify.com/BillTony. You're with Shopify or sign. On back to the bucket we go. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for me, everybody. Here we go.
So a little bit about me. I'm not really great at throwing things. Like I dropped out of community college twice. I tried hanging myself on up the choking fetish. The rope broke from the sun, but I shot a few more right back up there. The rope broke from the ceiling, I shot a few more right back up there.
Never know
when you're gonna find a new hobby. Like, you think about attempting suicide? And then jump from the rope before I pack the tuck and roll. Some French guy show up, asks me, he starts playing. I think it's more likely someone's attempted a core and found out they're good at suicide.
Here he is, time on the show, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
I love it. It's all. What do you love about it? I like that there's no winner. Fan of that.
Winter.
I'm from upstate New York, and I lived on top of a mountain in a van for 4 years. So it took me 4 years to realize that shit. I'm a smart man. I did work at the ski resort for that doesn't exist down here. I'm working zone right now. I'm working for the Devil. It's pretty fun.
You're driving?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that like? Tell us.
Awful.
Yeah, tell us. Downforce.
They have a camera at all times. It's like a guy camera that's tracking you the whole time. And I also threw back yesterday, so I was walking around like Quasimodo for most of my deliveries.
So Nick, tell us more. What are you into? Special skills or talents might surprise us. You seem like you have a little something up your sleeve.
I'm engaged to my fiance collect termite.
Oh, wow. Where'd you meet this?
Yeah. I better right now,
Generally, we assume that if it's about you're choosing
Oh,
the
nice.
side.
Comedy
This, I think,
too.
is the first
Yeah.
thing that
Wow.
is
Interesting. Did she sign up
But
tonight?
it's possible to hold up different like
Holly
you got
Jensen.
open
Awesome. Go grab Holly Jensen. Let's
that are much more limited to your when it comes to teaching and items. That's the most music allows you to
She got me. I got her a taxidermy frog. It's like a cane toad.
this is
Like the invasive species in Australia. It's like a purse. She has it with her. That's so crazy. My wife would stab me. We got some bats. We got some mice and a teacup.
Was she doing band life with you, or did you meet her here?
She lived in the van for a year with me.
Did you ever get close to the old Latino?
You like national parks? Oh, it's all not much room.
Yeah, I think I saw a documentary on Netflix about this one. Oh, you did? Oh, I missed it. I love it. Bats. You got rats. What else?
I got a taxidermy fox. We got a mantis. And she found a big dragonfly in the woods that we're keeping in the freezer right now. They say there's some for everyone. AUC proof.
So you guys have a place. It's here in Austin.
Nothing right now. Wow. Or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you get like used taxidermy, like people that have died that have like sold it, like so it's like
She would probably for sure. But to a store, they had human skulls and spines.
Well, I guess they just sent her out. Okay, that's one way to do it. How do you?
It's got a little butthole.
Is that real?
It looks fake.
He's an invasive species in Australia. He's a
That's incredible. I think it's a dick on it. I don't know. It might be otter. Holly, you want to do that you were planning on doing here? That's how I would have done it. Instead of just sending her up to make some noise for Holly.
as if I'm Mormon. I'm not. I'm Jewish. But I did have a lot of Mormon boyfriends. Growing up, the thing about Mormon boyfriends is they have some really weird rules. Don't drink coffee, but they will feed you. I've been having a hard time getting when I was in Salt Lake. I was a stripper. Thank you so much more supportive than my parents. I appreciate it. They hated I would do at work. Like, I loved showing up with googly eyes as pace. Turns out men don't like it when the tits stare back at them. Shit kept going wrong at the strip club. Like, one day our DJ didn't show, so we had to dance to Panda Radio with the commercials on. So I'm working on some old dude like with osteoporosis. Thank you.
That was good.
Where the woman is funnier than the man. Again, if you bet this on Prize Pick, you just won $750,000.
He's too straight to a state park. You cannot allow that. You have to kill her now. You have to kill her.
Yeah, she's about to be in her, bro. Yeah. She's about to be in the freezer next to the dragonfly. Holly, you're hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up?
She is.
8 years.
Good on you, girl.
And that was all in upstate New York or Salt Lake City?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
And that's where you're from?
Yeah. I mean, I've been trying applying to jobs, but
What do you want to do?
But it's stripping. I love doing. Really?
I
I love doing both. So yeah, a job in either would be great.
You've stripped before? Amazing. Heidi, what do you think? Can you get her a job? Be all alone some 2:30 a.m. petting dead bat. Holy shit. Well, you guys fucking just did something real special here. Be entertaining. We got a small one for Nick. You guys wanted to get a big one? You guys are both getting big there's Nick Corny and Holly Jensen, everybody. You know what, Holly? Next year, I would love to have you on the show. All right? Here? Alright. Next day's Christmas, a week or so. Okay, so January. Yeah, I'm just saying the next secret show. Yeah, now to have you next decade. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. Well, so
fucking
far,
love this
your
show.
next poll goes by the name of Floyd Jones.
So, are we just gonna act like was it a Nazi? That's just how we're okay. I don't know if you guys heard he actually changed it. He's Kanye Auschwitz. Controversial statements. He's opening a chain of all natural stores. He's gonna name it Trader. I know it's problematic to say the least. But I like a lot of restaurants just fucking up. Like, I think it'd be cool if Almost Family. Speaking of Hollywood being at restaurants, you guys thought was Puerto Rican. I promise, I'll get the word. I'll get to it right now, even though that just sounds like a cool movie about Michael Jordan. So, but white people, and so, I like to go to sushi restaurants because the waiter ate, and she's like, you mean,
Lots of Oz during that set. Welcome, Floyd. This is your first time on the show? Talking the grab that microphone.
I don't know how that happened, yeah.
Welcome. Comedy, Floyd.
Since like 2021, January 6th, right? Not good. Yeah, Shane knows. Oh my God, Joe Rogan. Dude, hey man, without you, oh man.
These are your heroes, Joe.
It's like Pokemon. It's like you go to Union and Shane is like, Charizard himself, dude. Dude, I'm sorry.
Better interviews than set. Floyd, tell us about you. What do you not do for a living?
Just here, I guess here. No, I'm a drummer.
You're a professional musician?
And a metal band, dude.
Really, you're now. And if anybody that does comedy on the show, drums, we have a little thing where they get a drum solo and our house drummer gets a drum solo. And if the guest drummer is able to beat our drummer in a drum off, they become the full-time drummer of the show. So, like Holly, there's a drum off here. And if you beat Michael Gonzalez in the drum solo off, you become the full-time drummer on the show. And Michael has to dress like a 5-year-old and Playing a metal band. This is a Mexican drum off, ladies and gentlemen. Courtney Floyd Jones, Gonzalez, all time is undefeated here on his home turf. But I'm guessing that Floyd, since he does this for a living, something. Well, we know have anything up his sleeve because he's wearing a basketball jersey. But I'm guessing he is very talented. Let's see what happens here. It's Kill Tony, brought to you by Netflix. January 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ai, the hearts in the bathtub. By effectively putting mattresses on the riverbed, allows you to use. And just put it on the next thing. You are daily on the bathtub, you know who's coming to grab them. What is your own? In the bathtub, only a little. Sad about his time being sad about his pain or animal suffering. Is if you know you're not allowed to get the book of the Jedi, so starting we're going to set aside
incredible amount of blatant empathy we lost on this guy. His home turf.
What's what you got broken in the green glow. Look at it. You cannot keep sticking back in, but what can you do? Then we'll keep it for broken means nothing. But then chicken, you can push it, but then they look at the calf, or the baby, and you can actually like hold them and look at them. You're like, and you know, and you know, the dad is in there, like, that's about full. And even listening.
Unfortunately, it's not. Do we have a meter? I can't remember. We have a all right, so here we go. Cold camera on the decibel meter. How do you have Floyd Jones when his Mexican drum off makes some noise? How many do you have Michael Gonzalez winning?
He did well.
May have affected this election, wouldn't be first time.
Like that jersey.
Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was actually good. Good interview. I guess you get to keep those drumstick joke, but there he goes, Jones, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he said. There's another being brought to you by Bud Light. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special time in the show's history because we have taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the Dark Storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. Make some fucking for Dedrick Flynn.
Do that at Country Music Festival in Kennesaw, Georgia, called the Get Boots Festival. No, I only found that out because when I walked into the venue, like, no, I'm here for the festival. I love Blake Shelton. I love Lee Chesney. And he like, nigga, sign, I got an extra vest in my car. and I showed him my badge, my ID, and he looked at my badge, he looked at me, and he looked at my Tasha! You going? So Tasha came over. I bet she did the same thing. Jamal! I met everybody one by one. I'm a black Noah's Ark. They kept calling me. They said I was Blade. It was a great country music festival because all the black people that was working the event kept giving me free drinks, but they also had stopped doing it. They had re-entry into the festival, so we just go to the parking lot, film, drink beer. And the reason why we knew it was time to drink beers is because my best friend Jessie, who's a redneck Filipino but raised black, because she was my best friend, her older sister Jackie had just had a kid. She would look us in the face and she would be like, I need to get out of here. It's about to pop. I gotta go. We would go back to the car. She's chugging beers. We're all drinking beers and she's pumping, but she pumping that Filipino that's raised back. Like my nephew Maxwell's 10 years old, he's taller than me. She's pumping a lot, and I'm looking at her titty milk, and I wanted to taste some, but I ain't no ass. I got my back so much, he confused my friend Derek. My friend Derek, $100, you won't drink Jackie's breast milk. Nigga, I was already thinking about it. Husband, I don't know how you ask somebody, like, are y'all a couple? How do you get, if you had breast milk, I gotta feel like I sip something before we pour it on the ground. Buy one t-shirt while I'm inside the goddamn place, so I was like, funnel out, because it was too much stuff to just sip. It was too much, it was like 2 gallons of titty juice pumping. And I chugged it all in 8 flat. I was doing a great job. Breast milk tastes like a redneck Filipino horchata. You know what I'm saying? It tastes like a little redneck Filipino horchata. But I had a hangover in 12 years, nigga. I'm doing good. That's my time. I'll call y'all later.
Dedrick, it is so fun to watch you perform. 2 weeks ago, you had regular tea. Favorite parts of the set is when you said, I wanted to taste some, but it is.
I'm not using money, Tony.
Out with the S's in teeth, still making it work, plowing. Camoed up tonight.
I got that shit on, Tony, right? That shit on.
Hell yeah.
Got that shit on, big as hell. Yeah, that shit swooped over, but it's plasma screen.
Good luck. Don't let anyone talk to you.
Take your head off, Shane.
Fuck you, dude. Don't do that.
Hey, my pocket's
He's also wearing a grill right now. It's okay. Is that right? Green eggs?
Wasn't the reference that threw it off with
With floppy tonight.
I'll take them out.
Yeah, I'll give you more teeth if you get Lucas. What do you guys think of the suits?
Dedrick, how's life been going?
Man, I'm doing good. I goddamn touring like a motherfucker. We just left
First road gig together. That was
that was fun as a private jet, nigga. I was so getting pat down. They just walked out and said, like, would you like a coffee? And I was like, am I in interrogation? I'm not ready to snitch on you. I don't know what you did.
It was a fun trip. Especially the ride back in.
Yeah, that was something.
Yeah, it was a blast. It was actually a very good red band. Yes, we discussed
like where he's going.
Yeah, of course we did.
You did live.
Yeah. That's where his new lisp actually comes from. All right.
Sorry.
We've seen Dedrick, The Dark Storm of Atlanta. What are our thoughts, Joe Rogan?
Thank you so much.
Hey, man. But get rid of the grill, though. It's ridiculous. You can't even talk. Oh, you got money. Either get real teeth or you're not fucking around. Okay? Those aren't even like the rubber ones you stuff in your bra. Get a guy operation and commit to a look. Okay?
That's so easy.
That's a real. Oh, there you go. That's what I like.
Hey, Joe,
Like commitment.
you can expect how much I get paid every week. You got them teeth, nigga. I go get them. I don't give a fuck. I got this to prove to my neighborhood I was doing good. But nigga, if you think about me. Alright, so you had a power to change my whole life, Joe Rogan.
You could put those on like a rope and just wear them around your neck. Would know you have money, and they would hear you pronounce your S's correctly.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, Tony, I'm from the South. We ain't pronounce no S or E's the whole time I've been talking. But sometimes they don't on the internet, so I can talk how I want to.
I agree. Freedom of speech. Dedrick, you've done it. This graces us with his presence. Back to the bucket. This person has to follow Dedrick. Make some noise. 6.
Do y'all think Indians? Oh my God, sick. Did y'all hear? That's what that means. So I went on a first date the other day, first, so you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. Yeah, so off Gaza Shore. Someone also told me I look like the situation.
That was really rude. I've been Tyler Cole. Thank you guys.
Tyler Cole. Making fun of himself throughout. Fun stuff.
4 months now.
That chain's kind of tight, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you a pit bull? What's happening over there? Size that you wanted to be.
Got the size wrong. Yeah, why would you wear it?
You just wrap Dedrick's grill around your.
It's like an autoerotic asphyxiation thing, you know? You got me. But once you put it on, were you like, no. I was fucking, I spent $50.
How much you spend on that?
$50, he was right.
Wow! Gentlemen. Shane Gillis.
You don't think I'm take that thing off, dude? I did indeed get it on topic, yes.
Did you really?
No, I forget. I don't know.
You
To get it when you were in 5th grade.
part of New Jersey are you from exactly, Tyler?
I'm from Austin, Tony.
Born and raised in Austin.
White?
Just regular white.
Yeah.
Not Italian.
Just a button.
You're not Italian. Pinky ring and a necklace. Comical shirt.
The chain. It's the chain. He bought the chain and it took over.
A Wago. He's a white Dago. He's a Wago. So am I. You don't see me knocking blood to my brain because of it. Tyler, what do you do for...
I sell houses.
Do you really?
I do really.
Timeshares?
No, houses. Yeah, you see the fucking drip? Yeah, I'd say he's doing all right.
When's the last time you sold a house? When you...
Tomorrow.
Okay, closing on tomorrow.
Just a 2,000 square foot house in South Austin.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Holler at your boy.
What do you do? How long have you been on stand-up?
Months.
4 months. What made you 4 months ago?
Tony.
How old are you?
31.
31. And you've just been watching the show and you're like, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just been hitting open mics and getting booked by local promoters.
I love it.
Yeah.
You're taking it seriously and you seem to be doing good at it. What do you do for fun? Not doing stand-up and selling house, pretending to be Italian.
I like to shoot clays, and when it's warm out, wakeboarding, paddleboarding.
Yeah. When you shoot clays, do you get the bathroom first?
Yes.
Godfather. I love it. You shoot clays. What else did you say?
Boarding, wake surfing.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing, Tyler. What's your love life like? You have a little
Single currently.
single. When do you got a girlfriend?
A few.
Okay.
Why did you get Italian?
You have a little chick parmesan or no?
Single currently.
Single. When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
A few years ago.
Okay.
You fake Italian. Who the fuck wants to be Italian? Who wobs, dude?
You fucking
Sandwich right now.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's a crazy race to appropriate. I just started acting like Polish. I like being Polish.
What the fuck? Who compares Italians
All
to
the season 2 of The Wire. Polak. What the fuck? You're not Polish? No. Pretty glaringly Irish. But whatever.
So this relationship that ended a few years ago, how did it end?
She was married.
Wow. Okay. I love this. My God, am I good at these little interviews? How did you find out? Exactly how did you find out that she was married? How long were you looking up with her? This a ballpark.
Months in that she told me she was
9 in, and she just told you.
Yeah, when we first started dating, she said that
You were dating, you were fucking and hanging sometimes. She was married. Go.
when we first started fucking, she said first. And 9 months later, she was like, "Oops, actually, I'm not divorced.
Okay, where were you exactly when she told you this? Were you at a Best Buy, perhaps?
No, we were bartending together at a club on 6th Street, and she told I was at work.
Wow. Amazing. And that was that.
She must have been fun.
Can you give us an favorite
Crazy bitch doesn't tell you she's married for 9 months. Working alongside you, fucking you. Let's go to dinner. Fucking maniac. I bet she was so much fun.
Can you give an example of a fun sexual experience that you had with her? You guys ever bang at the bar or in the car outside?
We did, in fact, bang at the bar, yeah.
The bar?
Yeah.
The bar, diggy, 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 sit the boogie, sit up, jump the boogie, bang, bar to bang. Take us through this. How do you bang at the bar?
You have closing? Yeah, we'd already closed like an hour ago.
Yeah. And she grabbed you by your chain and said, come over here. That's what it sounded like. It sounded
He was on my podcast.
Bummer, right? You're serving beverages, but you're with a married woman. So where are you fishing? Is it inside or are you pulling out?
That's a really good question.
Thank you. Yeah.
She was on birth control.
Oh, wow. Oh, my.
Oh, cream pie.
Yeah.
Delivery, patty.
It's fake cannoli. It's not actually.
Oh, poor guy.
Tastes like dairy free. Wow. My God.
Roundhouse meal.
Absolutely incredible.
That's an evil world. Wife's hit by a Wobbins bar. I mean, they were separated. A few times.
Whoa.
Together. So.
Did they have kids? Makes sense.
They did not get back together.
They didn't get back together, but she
No,
was
they
still
got
married. Okay.
Oh.
So then why would you, I don't read. She tells you that
He's fun, Tony. And you'll just let a girl have fun? Yeah, Tony. What do you want to stomp out all the crazy people in this world to make everything fucking boring?
no, I just don't
Let
understand.
her fuck the guy at work. She yelled at you to come inside.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Did she yell? Tell us. Tell me. I need to hear shit like this.
Come on, Python.
Call you. What was her nickname? There was no nickname. Yeah, there was. Come on. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, this guy.
The bar that you guys were banging.
No, don't ruin everyone's life. Yeah.
Tyler, the set was for 4 months, pretty good. The interview, unfucking believable. Here's a big joke book. There you go, my friend. Tyler Cullen, a hell of a catch, hell of an interview, very honest. Remember, you future Kill Tony bucketfuls, we love an honest interview. People get scared. All right, this looks like a fun name, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Diamond Debbie, everybody. Here comes Diamond and Debbie.
All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Let's fucking go, guys. You gotta do better than that. Make some noise for Debbie.
I gotta pause this bitch. Look at this athleticism, folks. I fucking love this show. Shout out to GB who introduced it to me. Is it my favorite show? Dog, I fucking no. Really? It's part of our religion. The yellow
Let us begin.
glove, the yellow dishwashing glove religion.
on the bottom of Kuf Zion 127b, and we're picking up at the two lines up from the bottom, Meiser Sheni. So for those we think our sponsors for this morning's share, we think that's Steve and say dedicating the this morning in memory of Steve's mother, Yisrael Yoav, and Zakar Tila. The outcome support shows the Baha during let us begin.
So it's a religion about yellow dishwashing? Well, I mean, partially. Why? I kind of think that lady's hot. She's kind of my thing. Really? Yup. Think that lady's hot? Yeah, and I hope she found love. And I hope she started her own religion. And I'd like to start my own religion. Lady. Boy. Why? Because we're finding out everything sucks. I've got to take a shit. Allegedly.
So what's the condition? What's your secret that as much as you're obligated to pay the fifth in order to go ahead and redeem a nice
folks. Oh man. That's stink. Whoosh, perhaps. Oh man. Are you ready for this woman? She's either gonna be one of the most classic guests of all time or an absolute clusterfuck. I kind of have to prove.
So the Gemara says, Davka Yovish. It's Davka if it's dry. Abalach, low. My time out came from the Marble off low. So once I sometimes you try to.
We're going for it.
Things. This age, I know when I had too much to drink. Like you, youngins. These diapers leak, y'all. I was a single mom with an only child, and I highly don't recommend that to you youngins either. If only I'd had a litter, surely one of them would have failed at life. I wanted to stay home and take care of me. Hey, and what's all this about the T word? We had that T word back in the 60s, y'all. Tomboy. Most of us grew out of it. The rest became y'all's gym teachers. When I was looking for love in all the wrong places during the pandemic, I mean, the nursing homes. But you know, the competition's pretty stiff there. Women outlive men, and there's a lot of devils in there, I'm telling you. But by now, even the guys, after 4 or 5 times, they got figured out. I'm not Debbie with the belt plate. Nah, not me. They can see me coming. They just call me Old Blue Chew. Well, that's it. When life beats you up and you gotta start over like I'm always having to do, I just say, Jesus, take my joystick, I'm coming home. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. This is your first time on the show. I would remember you.
Well, you know, you walked by me a few times in my chair, but I'm, crotch level.
Okay.
Yeah, so I get overlooked a lot. This is my 111th sign up.
No way.
I have been first in line at least 90% of those times. And Tony, you've got to do some exercise. You're never goes to the bottom of the bucket.
Surprise. Diamond Debbie, how many centuries have you doing stand-up comedy?
Hey, David, how come you didn't let Jack on that fucking door? I tell you, I choked.
What is that?
She's either the girl from Titanic or the rock that she threw under the ocean. I can't tell. Oh, D Madness is making his move.
You know, D and I had an agreement, see, because I grew up playing bass guitar, but I didn't have one to come to practice. So he plays by ear, and I'm sight read, so fair.
Well, yeah,
Diamond Debbie. But seriously, how long have you been on 111 sign-ups? But
Okay, I started in 7 years ago, and right the same month that I started it, my wheelchair is crash test approved by the DOT and Tesla in me. It was going 45 miles an hour. If Elon Musk had been driving, okay, but the dentist was driving. I never heard of a Tesla in the trash can.
you were in your wheelchair and you got hit by a Tesla.
45 miles an hour crossing the street in my neighborhood. And then Tesla got messed up like my chair was laying on the ground and I was standing up. That's some other talk about it, yeah. You know, it's odd to have the right to go outside.
Diamond Debbie. This is
So big 20 fucking years old, like she looks like. Yeah.
No, honey, I got socks on it.
damn right. And Red Man's like 55. Crazy. How old are you, Diamond Debbie?
I'm 67, 11. This is my 111. I'll be 60.
Wow. Look at that. 111. You're 68, 112. The new Netflix special, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, streaming live on Netflix. You have something to do for your birthday. How exciting is that? If you make it there.
Well, my daughter's phone number is so. But she hasn't talked to me in 9 years.
Very exciting.
Can we get a phone unlocker?
Very exciting, Diamond.
Yeah, so you couldn't even hear that Tesla coming. It just came out of fucking nowhere. You're like, oh.
She's a burlesque performer, and she's very, very nice.
Your daughter is a famous
Let's all let it go, Tony.
Yeah,
There it is.
really trying to hook me up with her daughter.
No.
Cubic zirconium Debbie.
No.
Okay, Debbie, let's talk about it. What the fuck have you been doing the last 6 to 7 years?
Well, my favorite thing is, see, I grew up in a day when women couldn't get car loans or buy houses, so I wasn't allowed to take auto mechanics or shops. So my favorite hobby right now is taking in the quantum wheelchair like I have and fixing them up and giving them to people and helping them learn how to drive, go outside, because, you know, we've been locked up too long in the pandemic, and without home health care, you can go get your own groceries. It's fun.
Wow. Okay.
Wait.
I get around. I got 6.5 miles an hour in the e-bike.
Wait. You hit on the road where you fucking fly?
Yeah.
Like going somewhere? You run like fucking moped?
Well, you don't cross the street once.
Oh, you across the street. I'm sorry, I thought the way you were talking about like the grocery store. Fucking flying. Rip.
No.
I'm sorry.
Right, the
I'm
Lord
really
is
sorry.
not here.
So you guys don't like it?
Diamond Debbie, what made you want to start stand-up comedy?
Well, it's funny, I was doing Toastmasters and I like to give hour-long speeches, and the guy that
Hold on. Stop. What's Masters?
it's an organization to help you learn your speeches professionally. And so I signed up with them, and a friend told me that he could talk for an hour, and all I could remember a couple of jokes. So I put jokes instead. So that's what I did.
A little charming lady. Where are you from?
Oklahoma is my home.
Okay.
I grew up in Oklahoma, yeah.
All right. You drove your wheelchair all the way here.
Yeah,
Bro, you're going to hell. Because of this.
actually,
You think, if I go up to the gates, if I go up to the gates and they're just like, do you remember this? Like, it's fucking Diamond Debbie, I'm gonna be pissed. All the shit that's the straw. Where'd you get your name, Diamond Debbie? Were you like a stripper at the Brock
White Rose or something, or great coincidence, right, man?
White Rose, that's a solid joke.
Oh, I get it. I get it now. I'm so used to comedy.
I'm not biased. I'm not biased. That's the end of that signal. In general, what you do is
How did you get the name Diamond Debbie?
Well,
Diamond lasts forever, and you clearly won't. We all die. What's going on? We all die. She's got a sense of humor. The bitch is signed up 111 times. If anybody can take a joke, it's her, not you fucking pussies.
So I started writing my second book, which is Debbie Does Austin by Wheelchair, and the star of it was Debbie Diamond, so I'm Diamond Debbie.
Wow.
So you wrote a book about
I'm writing a book called Debbie Does Austin by Wheelchair.
what is the Tesla chapter?
Next chapter? Well, I'm waiting for the happy ending. I haven't had a date. I haven't had a date since I had my last four.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Time out. Time out again. You haven't had a date since when?
I had my pelvic floor vault.
Pelvic floor vault. What does that mean?
It comes out and they put it right here.
Don't laugh like that, Diamond. Diamond, don't look at me and laugh like that. It makes me laugh. I could have done my interview with you laughing like that. You're the cutest gremlin I've ever seen in my life. So,
So I had dates since I moved to Austin 11 years ago. I tried to date this one guy, but he thought he was a bootlegger.
is it a what?
Rollator, that's a walker with wheels on it.
Oh, okay. Have you kissed boys since moving to Austin? Well. You know what that means, everybody. We have their favorite segment of the show. Is there a guy out there that wants to be a legend and give Diamond Debbie her first kiss? This guy right here. Come on, look at this fucking dude. Watch out for the camera right next to you. No, sit down, you creep. He's coming right here. Look at this fucking guy. Oh, she's pissed. Oh, his girlfriend is not happy about this. Oh, which makes it all that much better. Diamond Debbie is about to get her first Austin kiss. Here you go, Diamond Debbie. It was. Diamond Debbie, how do you feel after your first Austin kiss? I love it. And that was before the kiss. That's incredible. From emphysema.
There's no guys my age awake this late at night, with the big heart beat.
You might be surprised. Where's Joe White? Is Joe White out there?
She's 3 years younger than Rockaway.
I know where he's taking you to him. And you know what? I make brownies, happy brownies, and they're Cam Patterson special. But I've taken them up to every white guy, and not one of them will take candy from a stranger.
When you say the brownies are the Cam Patterson special, what exactly do you mean by
They're peanut butter, dark chocolate fudge, mint with walnuts.
wow?
They have my medical prescription. When I started doing comedy 2 years ago, it's the same night as my food pantry, and I got down to 80 pounds. And they thought I had an eating disorder, but it's just guilt talking.
I'm getting word that there's another boy that wants to kiss you. You want to kiss another boy, Debbie? All right, let's send out another one. Getting word that there's one time.
Every Tuesday. So again, two different examples, three different ways. Let's mention the same message that the species with us.
Say brownie, green lines.
Mr. said that if you have Kabila Tash, Kabila
Not my first kid.
No, she was with George Washington Carver. She was a marathon for
I walk when I started, but it takes me to get up here. I learned to walk. It used to be jogging now.
Or Dedrick just Cleo, everybody. Incident legend. I somehow have run a big joke books. We have more in the back. Great. They're gonna hand you one in the back, and Diamond Deb, let's just have a sign up against something, but why don't we time it out so that you don't have to wait there with all these fucking...
The worst part was waiting in the elevator. I felt so cold a couple weeks ago.
Oh my
Nobody
god.
can hear me trying to get
I feel terrible.
So considering these people did, they really want to be a part of the show and you treat them like garbage.
I'll
get some warmers out there or something.
Love it. Well, there's one with the Virgin Mary on it. You probably went to high school with her, so I'll give you that one. Make some goddamn noise. How loud can this place be?
However, the night of the sign-ups that she finally got on tonight.
That's absolutely insane. Defies the odds of bucket. But it goes to show. The bucket's real, else I would have pulled Diamond Debbie up along. You would use a cursive either. Alright. You guys still having fun out there? Oh my god, she forgot her cane, everybody.
It's number 3 coming up. Shane Gillis,
Alright, this next bucket pull is from the inside, everybody. Make some noise for Kelly Quinn. Where the hell's Kelly Quinn at? Oh, they got it already. Great.
I lost my job. My husband suggested volunteering, but I feel like I've given enough back to society. I married a redhead. I used to be a radio DJ, and not to brag, but I got loads of handwritten fan mail. All from jail. Prisoners must not have access to high quality paper. The pages were always stuck to passionate fans. One inmate who had a clearly expressed crush on me and asked me why I was saving all the letters. Evidence.
And it turns out that he was selling sashimi.
My husband's retired Air Force. The hardest job I ever had was being a military spouse. Just all day, every day, hanging out your partner's PTSD. And does the military recognize us? No! And I'm Kelly Quinn reminding you to nutrient and service those who service our country.
The more serious sense of the night. Kelly, welcome to the show, Kelly. This is your first time on, correct?
I was on about a year and a half ago.
Oh, okay. I don't remember you with the new hat. They didn't know they made hats in uncircumcised penis.
I've been married 27 years. I've actually never seen an uncircumcised penis. So if this is what it is, it's pretty hot.
It is literally, I'm getting word. It is the worst hat of all time. That's what the world is saying right now. Instead of the bear. Kelly, we're on a year and a half ago. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. All of it here in Austin.
I live in DFW.
DFW. Hell yeah. Okay. What do you do for work?
So I own a business. So when I lost my job in radio, I just switched full throttle to that.
And so the question remains, what do you do for work?
I had a website called Christmas Cocktail. I ran it off of Shopify.
Oh, we love Shopify. We absolutely love Shopify. In fact, you can go to Shopify and start your own business. Not a lot of people know this, but Mattel and Gymshark and a lot of other companies all started with Shopify, ladies and gentlemen. And on Shopify, you can
Had at the men's market. Was he has? They were people God damn, dude. This sounds small.
incredible. You did it, and anyone can do it. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. Shopify grows with you.
I modify it.
That's right. Shopify.com/Kiltony. That's Shopify.com/Kiltony. Shopify.com/Kiltony. This year, Shopify will be by your side. Okay. Kelly Quinn, tell us the craziest thing about your life.
I've lived in 4 countries.
What were the 4 countries?
Japan, America, England, and Italy.
Okay. Which one do you like the most? America. That is the correct answer. How long were you in Italy for?
3 years.
3 years. And yet you don't have a pinky ring, a necklace, or a gabagool t-shirt. Absolutely incredible. Where in Italy did you live?
Emilia Romagna in Ferrara.
Oh, okay. Si, senorita. Very good. Kelly, you really have a redheaded husband?
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I believe I could pray it away, and I did.
Just for me, what happened?
I know his hair just got dark. He just turned into a brunette.
What does he do for work?
He's a pilot.
All right. What exactly is ChristmasCockpit.com?
So I make stockings like out of Crown Royal.
Okay. So they're purple stockings.
Some of them are. I did make special Kiltons that I brought for you and Red Band. And that was like a month ago. Apparently, they didn't make it to you.
Oh, no, we do have those. We have
You guys got them?
hanging by the chimney with hair.
Both you got them?
Yeah, totally.
Oh my god, that's crazy. They just threw those out. Those nice gifts you gave them.
Oh, we have them. We really do.
We do. We took photos the other day.
I'm sure with their families. Yes, absolutely. They are hung by the chimney with care that hopes that St. Nicholas will soon be there. Kelly, have you ever thought about making yourself a better hat?
My husband picked this out for me.
Okay. I can tell. He definitely doesn't want you banging other dudes. That's very exciting. That hat is an instant killer. From now on, if I'm ever going to finish with a girl too fast, I'm going to pick up that hat. Just be like, oh, I'm going to last forever. That hat makes me want to not come. All right, didn't get the laugh I thought it would. That was funny. It's just picture a hat. Some people picture their grandma. I will picture that hat. Kelly Quinn, you gave us a little stocking. You're leaving here with a little joke book. Congratulations. Merry Christmas.
Like them on Joe Rogan.
How dare you hit a book at Lord Charizard like that? All right, back to the bucket we go. You guys still having fun out there? God damn. All right. How about I with a lovely Heidi? This looks like an interesting name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Tadpole triplet, everybody. Tadpole triplet, everybody. Here we go. Kiss the go.
Did you ever walk into a room and not be the craziest motherfucker in there? What the fuck is that? I appreciate y'all giving me a little time out of your day. They don't let me out much. I need that shit, y'all. I've been in a really, really dark place lately. I'm about to pay the electric bill. And so the future is bright. But Connor Watt jumps up here. No, I am not Ted Kaczynski Jr. Y'all rescue. Slide in my DM.
But Tadpole, why don't you shut it? Look at Tadpole, so handsome, why don't you shut it?
Because y'all, if I shave, I look like I majored in lacrosse and fraternities. Right, a little rapey. We don't want that. So instead, this is what y'all get. Look like a homeless MMA fighter. Fucking Conor McGregor.
Tadpole triplet has arrived. Welcome to the Tadpole.
Who is this guy?
Still tagging the Conor McGregor joke, I see. The set has ended. Welcome, Tadpole triplet. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, welcome. How long you doing stand-up?
39.
Really?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing on stage for 39 years.
Yes.
How old are you?
49. I'll be 90.
You started stand-up comedy when you were 10 years old.
I did my first tape in second grade.
Are you serious? Wow. Okay. Okay.
10 in second grade.
Oh my God.
Tadpole triplet. Staring at Joe Rogan like he is the Liver King's angry son. I see a resemblance. One could say he's the Liver Prince, if you will. So Tadpole, let's talk about it. Stand-up comedy for 39 years. What else have you look like? Perhaps time in Vietnam or something?
I spent 20 years in Hollywood.
Okay. What are you doing in Hollywood?
Was the writer.
Okay. Did you write anything that we might recognize? Perhaps some graffiti on the wall or something?
Yeah, I find one of the best.
But what else? Anything?
My biggest success in the Tonight Show, Jay Leno.
You wrote that? Explain to us before. You were a staff writer on the.
I was staff, and I wrote for the Tonight Show. I was assistant, but the guy I worked for had a lung transplant. I spent 6 months just in the writer's room trying to learn how to write a joke.
You were in the studio in Burbank, California.
Burbank, California.
How long was that?
Oh, it was 25 years ago. Bill Clinton was the president.
Wow.
Roll Tops.
This is incredible. Now, Tadpole, you came up with a stool. Explain to us why you have a stool.
I got hit by a drunk driver and broke my neck, and this is physical.
Tesla, was it? Stop this motherfucker.
Oh my God, you have an actual neck brace. You took off the neck brace to perform. You have an actual broken neck.
Yes. Wow. I'm gonna try and tough it out now, put it on. Look like a sister. That thing on before you die.
Also, for real, neck brace is the funniest thing you can wear.
Really?
I worried about
50% of the time when I was doing a minute and I wanted to give a little.
I feel like on stage, on stage would be very funny. For real. I swear to God, a neck brace is like the funniest.
Before my minute to say hi, world.
Toss that fucking thing off, man. I swear.
How many you want to put on
I'm
it?
a very or because it's
Still Tony's. It's the first time we've ever seen a man put on a neck brace with a broken neck after performing.
number one,
This is incredible. So Tadpole, tell us, how did life change? He's got to get the beard out of there. Tadpole, explain to us what it's like having a broken neck.
If you have a runaway cat or a runaway young donkey or horse,
And then you decide if you want to be a tough guy.
or you can go out
And that was that day or every day?
Pretty much every day for the last
walk.
12 to great. You guys all his
Supposedly
idea.
a piece of the shop is always got
That's pretty fun shit.
horses.
Yeah, that was actually it.
Said I got hit by a 10-stock joke.
By hoping to
No,
meet the
fucking
animal
wet,
or
wet.
Yeah, I got hit by a drunk Russian devil's daughter.
I'm not using
Bill Clinton, Russian devil's daughter.
Okay, hold on. When was this?
96.
96. Did you get money for this?
I had to sue my grandfather's insurance to pay for my surgeries.
that fell into a channel of
Why is that funny?
maybe part of
Pretty
it is
mystery,
associated
yeah.
with
I put all this effort into down and you laughed at my drama.
They gave you surgeries and you're still braced up. What else did you try?
Man, I wrote a book about my recovery, not about my
Everybody's got.
I don't even have a book, I just made it up.
You had perpetual have to wear that brace since you were a
the
kid.
body of water.
Almost 19.
Right. Okay, so you're almost 19, you broke your neck, you're 46, you still wear a brace every day.
About 50, if I don't have something I can read, I didn't wear.
Right.
If I sit on a stool when I try to do stand-up.
What is the injury?
I'm furious front and back.
All the way down.
No, it's just like,
Young
Yo,
kid.
that's
I
kind of
gotta go up and down, but I don't want to because it's around my brainstem.
I'm allowed to bring
I
the
got a little
utensil
bit of
and
smarts
garden,
left, and I don't
which
want
is step them to get into a
to strangle out my titanium.
I will say that I do have the coolest fucking neck brace I've ever seen. Most of them suck. That one's actually like a
Yeah, you can get the
bottom of it
put
like
it
a
on
slinger
the
brace.
riverbed, but then it's step on something and get out. Looks like a piece of shit
This is my
getting
dunk
into
contest
the
moment. Hold
The
on.
problem is I have another vice though. The
What's that?
second vice it says,
Like traction. It's like a traction
the
machine.
animal where it
But I
is,
can't talk
but
with
you
the
cannot
kids
go
on my
ahead
jaw,
and
so I
start
know
screaming
what's up, Jack? What's up?
mattresses to go ahead and get it out.
Your story is absolutely incredible. Do you ever sit on a park bench and talk about how life's like a box of chocolates?
Case number one.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. It's something that I've never before with anybody in the history of the show, but I'm going to pick up the tab on this. I want to see if the great people over at Waze possibly zip something to you that might be able to help you or give you some type of relief. We are friends with the great people at Waze as well. They provide unbelievable, miracle like health care to people. And we're gonna see what happens. Probably not much. His neck's been broken as fuck for like 30 years.
They said I never walked. Now I can sprint and jump for like 90 seconds.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
I listened to them and I sat in a bed for a decade. You know, every day, yes.
Don't break your neck again.
I'd be in a cage right now if I want to get a little taste of that again. Not that retarded.
By effectively putting the mattresses on the riverbed.
You are not retarded. You're
My mother drove the short bus.
Hold on a second. That home that you wanted me withhold for a second.
Estaba en bajo de un teléfono de agua.
I got some merch fly.
I see a tadpole in here.
This is my breast cancer charity Habitat for Humanity.
You live here in Austin now?
No,
about 300 miles away. Maybe
What?
I'm
So,
more than
you
an
have
hour
record.
for
So,
like, the area.
the guys are bingo.
On the way to Wichita Falls. I'll be there, but I'm there.
I
I was in LA for 20 years, the whole world shut down, everyone got reread, and then I was like, my brother's got a house, I can live in the basement.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the basement's not.
Do you have a girlfriend or wife?
You're
You're not interested in the ladies?
I didn't say that.
But
I
you
put words in my
can
mouth.
actually like hold them and lift them a little bit.
Did I say something? I didn't say that.
And you know, like I just
Habitat for
that is
Humanity,
the
bro.
type of that's what I'm going to go less. You can go
I'm
ahead
trying to
and
save all the
pull.
kidneys. What do we do? We're chopping them off and stuff. Get the fuck out of here.
Pull a little bit to the you know the high and open the
Come on,
stuff. You're not
quitas,
going to go
delitas.
the whole much like this is
Cut
why
it the
you
fuck
do
out.
whatever you can
Cut
do
it out.
why you
Cut it out.
should be like the
What do we do?
help you well. And now that you should do a constant now.
You ever been in the military?
No, my whole family, I wasn't brave enough.
The moment you begin to look
I wrote jokes and dribbled a basketball in my life. I was pretty privileged.
You were good at basketball?
Yeah, you know.
how to do
Jump.
the stuff there, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Things
A
like
little
that.
bit of a grilling. I can't understand what you're saying.
Like, this is the good.
Tadpole Triplet, we are going to get your contact information. We're going to try to see what ways to well possibly maybe do for you. They pull off miracles, and then it's guaranteed. Here's a big joke. You got that? You want me to get in the hoodie? Get him in the neck. Got it.
You're right, that's fine. So that's the thing, the side of the structure. You can
Shane
go
Gillis
ahead
going
and
Pete,
focus on the
brought to you by
back.
Bud Light. There's the lovely
Like,
Heidi.
you go ahead and
And we're
really
going to get another bucket pull up here. 60 seconds uninterrupted going to Gordon Dixon. Everybody, here comes Gordon Dixon.
Make some noise, Austin. Let's go. 40 order. That last dude 46. He is fucked up, bro. He got a knee brace from sucking dick. Yeah, fuck that guy, man.
So the former of the culture, but it's really
Thank you.
help the child walk
Anyway,
into the
I'm a 40-year-old Carmen. I hang out with 20-year-olds. I went to a strip club the other night. They were all making it rain, and I tried to pay for my lap dance with a checkbook that I knew I was on. Exactly. Happy y'all don't know what checkbooks are. Fuck y'all people. Yeah. The stripper was like, yeah, I want to make it rain. You gonna make it rain? I'm like, how you spell candy? With an I-E or a Y? How you spell this?
Child
It was
walk has
$12,000
followed
for the bounce check. She never gonna cash check. Fuck y'all.
onto the child's parents, even
I'm celebrating my 8th year at a
all the more
service. So my phone I'm fucked up right now. Like,
another
yo,
guy
you don't
says,
clap. Alright, you don't care about
open
people.
the inner type of about broken by
I served as United States Jehovah's Witness, so for you. This is a rough night. Alright, this handicap people more than you like half black people. Fuck. Name is Gordon Dixon. My name is Alright, here you go. Make it Gordon Dixon. Joe Rogan Show.
Gordon,
Gordon, how are you? Something good in that show before?
Yeah, I've been on a couple
This
days.
time you're a little
It's
fucked
not
up.
Yeah, I just got off work. Yeah, I work next door. It's my fault.
What did you drink exactly? Did you do Gordon every
Shot people bought me, right? There's some people that bought me a shot. There's another guy who bought me a shot. That's fuck that. It's Austin, man. It's weird. You have to get fucked up. Alright, that's what I'm doing. Alright, they fucking lied.
Alright, Gordon.
The animal has to be able to
Kind of damaged a lot. I'm glad Shane missed it. I'm sorry, Shane.
again by literally holding it. But because the literally completely walking on its own,
Gordon, I know. I had to guess how many shots you tonight before tonight's set. How many guess?
Just a good strong 3. I did a strong 3.
Okay,
Yeah, strong 3. But I'm old, so I shouldn't do any at all. I should stop drinking at this point. But fuck it. You know what I mean? Austin.
Alright, Gordon, I'm gonna let you off easy tonight. I was gonna get you out of here with a little joke. There you go, Gordon Dixon. Alright, take one last fucking pull up here tonight. Make some noise for Lindsay Campbell, everybody. Here comes Lindsay Campbell. Here's Lindsay, everybody. We know Lindsay.
Hey guys. Erica Kirk has been hanging out with Nicki Minaj lately. Have you seen that? She's trying to convince people that she's not racist. But she does run her fingers through people's hair when she hugs them. You can tell she doesn't have a single black friend. So anyway, I had a miscarriage like 6 months ago. A couple days after that, my husband was fingering me, and he got on his hand what Google told us is gray pregnancy matter. Relax, guys. At least he got to hold our baby.
Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Campbell. I love it. Thanks so much. We know you, Lindsay. You are married to the Adoria Montgomery looking at her little sheriff boy. The fans probably remember. And that's real.
Yeah, Trey Campbell, Dr. Peppers. We got married on May 3rd, 2025.
Hell yeah. How's that going? Good?
It's going fucking awesome. I just keep bringing animals into the house, and he just keeps trying to get rid of them, but we're doing well other than
How many
that.
animals were we talking about?
We're up to 5 now. We have 2 dogs, we have 2 cats, and we have a snake.
Wow. Okay. Hell yeah.
What's she pointing at you when she said snake?
That's a good question. Yeah, she wanted a red bit.
Pointing right at you, bro.
What I don't remember what I was drunk. What happened?
It's not a good thing, I promise. I was talking about my snake, and you told me that if I ever brought it into mid-season, they would like throw the bag against the wall.
Throw the what?
You were drunk. And I said I was gonna bring a snake in a bag and have you touch it, knowing.
You got drunk and said you were gonna kill her snake.
Wonder what red bands after the show. Real Hanny. I'm gonna kill your snake. Lindsay, what do you do for work?
I'm a bellboy.
Wow.
Yeah. I work in a hotel. I make tips, so I offer to give people ice. Unless they're Mexican, then I offer to abolish it.
You're a real comedian, Lindsay. I love that. What else is going on in life that's crazy? We should
I just got a job for the first time in like 6 months. That fucking sucks.
That's the bellboy thing.
Yeah, it's a bellboy thing. And then we got our dog Spades, who's a tattoo now. It's a swastika. She's a German Shepherd.
Hell yeah.
Sweet Tony.
It's amazing. Now I can scale from 1 to 10, get that chug at 9.
Thank you.
There you go. Little fucking alley there. I like that. Oh, those are my balls. Shane.
I would never do that for
You just had my balls.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did. Lindsay, we love you. A great set. Here's a big jump up. Thank you. Check out her cup. What? Check out her cupcake. Oh, yeah. That's the cupcake lady. Hell yeah. Obviously getting high on her own supply. Ladies and gentlemen, what an episode this has been. I mean, holy shit. Feel us, Lincoln Financial Field, July 17th. Rogan at the JRE. There's only one way to end an episode like this. William Montgomery is already off on Christmas break. However, there is a young man whose dream it is of one day being a citizen of the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. To hear me, be a Soviet assassin.
And Rabbi is incredible. This is incredible. I'll read it and then we'll explain it. Someone said,
Everyone's terrified of AI.
there was an issue.
It's coming.
Of, I guess, what we'll call like
Do for work, sir.
where for some reason
Pest
mother
control will be.
alienated from her ex.
You have like 6 months.
So Samuel says, we dealt with
See, the secret is you gotta get a job that even AI doesn't want to do.
maybe bullshit the last one and you take a picture of it and you place it in the room
Under the
of
Texas sun,
somebody who is first.
even AI is like,
Somehow, that picture of itself on these positions because of
it's too fucking
the
hot.
mindset
My
of
batteries are overheating.
and
This
that's
is ridiculous. This is
when we
inhumane.
don't need Shaya Gabi Habla and put some of these attributes from placenta. And we split it and literally again.
I don't know about stand-up.
They so yummy out of food.
Not sure.
On the finger
I
on the
think
baby.
AI is
That
too
the mother should
algorithmic
recognize the
to
sense of
stand
the
up.
baby. They should carry out their whole tracking along.
People don't relate to perfection.
The
People
gospel of the
relate
whole
to mistakes.
this is wild.
AI
Apparently,
ain't about
it's
that
only
life.
ultra animal that
AI ain't gonna say the N-word.
all the screen incredible.
AI ain't gonna
Thinking
show
about
his
it,
dick to
about
college
Nero,
waitresses.
but ultimately not to use financial terms as well. Everybody, that my time. So Nero Malachka Blava. In general, the issue of offspring alienation is not an issue by financial terms.
AI stand-up is gonna be all
It's got a
algorithmic.
half of premeditation. It's definitely some major aspect of problems. So because furthermore, you were asked about Ladan, and if you have an issue of offspring
Also, if AI is so
financial
smart,
animals, then what?
how come
The Gemara says,
every time I try to log
not
into a
Lava.
website
Because it's apparently
and to make
financial
sure I'm
animals,
not a
they don't
robot,
normally have offspring alienation.
they
But if
ask
it
me
does
to
happen, there's no
identify
issue with that.
3
Okay,
traffic
let's make
lights
the part where this is,
in the picture.
actually birth the animal object.
So you're telling me AI sees this puzzle?
But once I was first, you could cut that out either again by helping the blood or by putting it outside the body of the mother to push out the blood. But the algorithm is not. So let's say remember you could help with the birth. You help a woman in
So
labor.
unless they're by traffic lights, what the fuck is a Waymo? That's my time.
So
Thank you.
anyway,
That's
you have a you could cover a midwife even from far away. And the counter as a subject, yes, those statements,
The best set of the night. This is incredible, Ari Maddie. You've done it yet again.
far
I
away.
fucked up the order of the joke. Fuck.
And I lost
There's a whole different order now. You just have to fucking.
For a
No
woman,
one even noticed.
Thank God.
Only you know. That's what's great about this.
The order was totally fucked up.
Was there a callback that got
What
left
is
over?
that?
Everything that was undone.
I don't need to be specific about that. Why not? Why not?
Worked out
Why
great.
not? It's obvious.
Fucking amazing.
If you tell me
What I
already,
love about this
it was
set
helpful with
was
her.
because it was so
That's already good. You
brilliant,
have
so
to boil water, whatever else
topical,
you
so
tell me.
funny,
That you
such
go
great
ahead and call
delivery,
the
so
midwife.
crisp, and
If
you
the
know, give a
midwife
little
could
behind
travel,
the scenes
that clearly tells
inside
me
scoop
that
that I
whatever
normally
women
don't
need
really
to birth
ever
to
do,
Travis,
which
even
is
if it
that
requires
when we were
sex.
flying back
So
from
why
that
does
gig
this have to come in and
on
add in the first? Oh, and by the
Sunday,
way,
I said, by the way, Monday's going to be
I'll tell
fun.
you what.
Rogan
That's the
Gillis,
first
and you go, fuck, I've
Last
got
week, how
nothing.
you turn out
Yeah.
and I said, keep from there.
I'm
Kaderta
just
Madlaka
curious,
Slavka.
is that, did you
Let's
just
listen to
fucking
this.
cook
He
that
tells
up in
us
the past 36 hours or what?
Went some terrible gigs yesterday.
In Iceland,
I knew it was legitimate for a crowd that likes me. I knew.
oil.
You know when you're
So
bombing
her
and you're
friends
like,
to bring her oil.
you know when you're bombing and you're like, well, somewhere there will the sun will rise in the future.
What I love about that,
Friend
2
can't
minutes,
fit enough
45
oil in her
seconds, you
hand.
wrote
What
that
did
in
you do?
36
Maybe
hours.
of the
We had a
side.
guy on stage earlier
She could
that's
soak
been
her,
doing
the
it
friend could soak her
39
oil.
years. His
Oil in her
minute
hair.
wasn't
When
the
she
as
gets to
strong.
her
That
friend
sucks
in
about
Limburg,
stand-up.
she'll
Like,
squeeze that oil from her hair.
He left
The
with
name
a
is
with
Sippy
a with
Side
a
Up,
with
and
a
again,
diagnosis of stem cell.
oil in her hair. They feel lovely clean. You ultimately again bring her oil in a
Yeah.
so much like so it's an animal. Vai ser difícil, né? Women in labor take any life. So what do we say? Her friend is the minute for our
That's why, like,
obviously,
when I
just
did
said
MMA,
before,
it was so cool
whatever
to
a
find
woman
out
in
real
labor
quick
needs,
if you got
you give her.
Yeah.
You give her.
Not
Why?
a lot of people know that.
Women in
Ari
labor,
Maddie is a
considered to be
professional
only
fighter, but went 3.
specifically an action.
But went 3 career, but he knows how to shadow box.
So
This guy is
pretty bad, yeah. I just don't have it.
undefeated against the show.
Shadow gets fucked up, Joe.
Women in labor is blood.
That's what we call Dedrick
She's
Flynn
mine.
behind the
Yes,
scenes.
Anita Nair. Anita Campbell. So imagine what would you have done? Give me the look out.
Ari, what else is going on, man? You're killing it.
Therefore, against us, Mulan is super nuanced, the data, Sabra, Kamili, the Tanjik, Haberta, why the woman is women in labor is fine. Why does she have it?
Wow. Israeli Secret Service.
Tell us. Okay. Tell us more.
I would. See, like the usual Secret Service, CIA, they gather information and then they kill the guy.
The woman in labor is
Like with cyanide or they poison soup. Nobody even knows what happened. Todd gathers no information and they just blow up the whole building. Mossad always have million casualties. But they're not like, well, statistically, There's one episode they were out guy who's a Palestinian terrorist, member of the Black September. They did mutiny, the big one. Worst thing to happen on the Jews, you know. So
whatever you need to do first to make those statements secure,
so they're after one of the things, okay? And they find also Norway, this pizza delivered this guy terrorist.
bring oil in
You have
your
a
hair.
bicycle,
And if you can't bring enough oil in it, then what? Your friend would soak her hair in oil, bring the oil to the women in labor, squeeze it out there. And if that's not enough, then what? Then go ahead and bring the oil in the cream.
So the Mossad tracks this guy down. They pull up on him in a car in Parliament Square downtown Oslo.
Is a better option initially than carrying the utensil filled with oil.
Flying into the guy's
Because
friend's
if
hands,
you
they
bring it in your
collect
hair,
the brains,
at
you know.
least it's not going to suck. It's not going
The
to
Mossad
carry. For a second, that's true. But when she gets to her
Successful
bed,
mission,
she
you
got
would
her
think.
hair from the oil. And sweet
6
sauce
months
is
later,
in the
they
lock
find out
also.
the wrong
So once
guy.
we look up sweet sauce, then what? Then what? And it's just how you control
Regular
the oil.
pizza guy.
But yes, when we talk about it, it's sweet sauce. And let's dive into this one of the opinion that the concept of sweet sauce
Imagine you're at the
not applied to hair.
and your parents are like, what did my son do? Oh, Black September.
Because hair is
But of course, see that, but the downside about the Mossad is they always caught. How those got caught is after they blow the guy's head off. They took the car back to the rental agency. That's how Jews caught. The deposit.
Better
God. Ari
It's got the saturated guys. It'd be weird if I'm so funny if they include that scene. Because the whole time they're like, these guys are so sly. Oh shit. The guy. Yeah, they had like one guy they were after in an apartment. They didn't nail they tried which floor it was on. They were like, the building goes. And fuck, the Mossad is crazy. Oh. Don't upset the Jews. Where's that yarmulke? Put it on.
What's that?
Put on the yarmulke.
No, the yarmulke's gone.
You threw it out?
No, I had it sent away and put on top of my Christmas tree.
Nice. Anti-Semitism. Well, does it keep the yarmulke? That's crazy.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna put it on you.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, huh? Whoa! Wow!
Leave like that.
Oh my God!
Moron. By the way, that guy just Hitler. There's a guy in the crowd who just like this. That's not good. That's not good.
Second most Jewish man's done this week next to coupons into a Wendy. Shane goes, is that true?
It's a Ben Shapiro joke in here something. Like Ben Burritos.
Oh my god. Ari, Maddie, what can I say? The set of the night, the fucking interview of the night. Catch them on Monday on Netflix.
I'm on tour.
Yeah.
Tickets are really low. AriMaddie.com for the love of God.
Go to arimaddie.com. See this man's full-length set. You're not gonna fucking believe it. If you love a minute, you'll love his hour. The drawing from Ryan J. Belden, that is indeed Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, it's a Shane Gillis. Look at that. Hell yeah. Look at that. That's a very nice picture of you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Look at that.
Thanks, man.
He gave you a little.
Put that above your bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell the girl, look at that. Don't look at my real face.
Shane Gillis, ladies and gentlemen, July 17th, 2026. Motherfucking Lincoln Financial Field, the biggest stand-up comedy show of all time. How about one more time for the motherfucking man himself, Joe Rogan. Next Monday. Go to Netflix, watch the whole goddamn thing, tell everybody that you know. Watch Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, filmed live at the Movie Center on New Year's Eve. Airs on Netflix next Monday. We will not be here on YouTube. We will be only on Netflix and then back on YouTube the next week. Fuck yeah, man. We did it. What an episode. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Check out their single Pandemonium everywhere where music is available. The Kill Tony Band. And we did it, right, man?
Love you guys.
We love you. Catch us on Netflix this week, motherfuckers. Good night, everybody.
Want to hear
All right.
Red Cat 7.
129. We have to knock on mother, Deborah Bassisol, y'all, I can't stop the entire video. We thank Baruch and Bracha Rivka for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Baruch's mother, Liba Bas Shaul Ali. We support the Bracha, Yokim, American Arts from the Torah, and the Shamor, and Aliyah, and the family. And with that, let us begin. So he says, some fascinating halachas concerning a Yoledes on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, Amr Rabbi Shmuel, Chaya Kozman Shakera Pasua. So we'll say Chaya. So remember, Chaya means, we'll see actually Chaya could mean either a woman in active labor or a woman who has just recently given birth. So Chaya Kozman Shakera Pasua. So a woman who's giving birth or in the midst of giving birth, if the womb is open, Bein Amatricha, I mean, being the Amatricha, Shabbos. So we'll say the womb is open, whether she says, I need assistance or don't need assistance, we are Mechalo Shabbos. So remember again, what this really means is as follows. Pretty much, as we're going to see from the time that a woman begins active labor, she's considered to be a Cholo Sheyesh Sakra. Someone who is ill, who is imminent danger. That's
Wow.
That if the womb is open meaning active labor. So we'll say in that situation, whether she says, I need something or don't need something, if we assess that she needs it, then halach noise will mechal Shabbos. This tamakever, but once the womb is closed, again, we'll discuss the timeline of this. Bein Amra, top of Kuf Chav. Bein Amra Tzricha Ani, Bein Lo Amra Tzricha Ani, Ein mechal Nasa Shabbos. Halach noise, so once the womb is closed, whether she says, I need something on Shabbos, or she doesn't say, something on Shabbos, we're not Kal Shabbos. So again, a simple distinction here. This is Rabbi Huda who had Machlokes in the statement. But Rabbi Huda's first Shmuel has it. Allah if the womb is open, the Chal Shabbos for her whether she says she needs it or not. Once the womb is closed, we are not the Shabbos for whether she says she needs it or not. So this was Rav Ashi's version. Marzutra Mastihot. But Marzutra had a different version of the statement of Shmuel. Amra Yehuda Shmuel. Chaya called Keva Pasua. So Chaya, woman in labor, if the womb is open, they Amra Tzricha. I mean, they Amra Tzricha Shabbos. So whether she says I need it or I don't need it, so we are Mechalo Shabbos for her. This time, however, once the womb is closed, Amra Tzricha Shabbos. This is Marzutra's version. In Marzutra's version, even after the womb has closed, if she says I am in dire need of something, then Einachim Mechalo Shabbos for her. However, Lo Amra Tzricha in Mechalo Shabbos. If she does not say that I need something, Allah for myself. So this is one of Ashi and Marzuch. Remember again, focusing what Shmuel said. So according to Rashi, here's everyone agrees on the first part of this equation, right? So remember, when the womb is open, everything Allah for myself, you can Mechal Shabbos for whether she needs it or not. In Rav Ashi's version, Allah for myself, Mechal Shabbos for her at all. In Marzutra's version, if she says I need something that requires Chol Shabbos, we will do it for her. But if she doesn't say anything, we won't do it for her. So the Gemara says, "Only that we will very much Masti the Kula, but actually Masti the Kula, Hilchas Sokuma." So it's so Ravina says to Gemara, "So who do we follow? Who do we follow?" So Marzutra is remember Ravashi, right? Sorry, Marzutra is Neko, Ravashi is Machne, right? Remember again. Marzutra's Neko because he says even if the womb is closed, if she says I need something, we're Mechal Shabbos for her. Ravashi holds no, once the womb is closed, we're not Mechal Shabbos for her. So who do we pass him like Amalei? Halachah to Marzutra. Said the halach falls Marzutra. Why? Suffolk in the Fashas Mahaka. So whenever we're dealing with the doubt, whenever we're dealing with the possibility of a threat to life, even if that threat is not definitive, it's only possible, halachah will always make it. Therefore, the Gemara is asking life, Sutra, and therefore, even once the womb is closed, the womb tells us we need something, and that something requires Chol Shabbos, we will do that from it. So the Gemara goes back to the Ne'ima side, and what time is the womb considered to be open? From the time that she sits on the birthing stool. Like they have like a birthing stool, right? So from the time that she sits down on the birthing stool, that halacha is the beginning of that means the womb is open. Shadam Shoses Yom. So Rabbi Yeshua says from the time that the blood begins to trickle out of her. The time the blood begins to flow out of her, that's the beginning of active labor. That ultimately again is the opening of the womb. No self of Bagafel. And others say, the time that her friends support her, the time that a woman cannot walk alone, she can't walk unaided or unassisted. But so that's the time whenever ran the womb. So the Gemara says, how long, that's what happened. How long after we assume that the womb is open? Rabbi says 3 days. Rabbi says 7 days. Bamila, Shloshim, others say 30 days. So we'll say, so remember again, you see, so first of all, these are interesting and important halachas regarding childbirth. Also, for example, this discussion about at what point in time is the womb considered to be open, has ramifications for Hilchos Nida as well. At what point in time does a woman become Nida in the birth process? So again, that's wrapped up in this focus. How long do we assume ultimately again that the makar, that or the cavern of the womb is open? So again, we have different positions over here. So the Gemara says, The Gemara says, I'm sorry, Nardoi. So it's like first of the immediate wine line. So then Nardoi said as follows: Chaya, the woman gives birth, Gimel Zayin Lamed. So we said there are essentially three different important intervals in a postpartum woman. 3 days, 7 days, 30 days. So we'll say now, interestingly enough, the way we're going to look at these time frames is really as follows: from birth up until the first 3 days, from we'll call it day number 3 until day 7, and ultimately end day number 7 to day number 8. So watch this. So the Gemara says Gimel for the first 3 days after she's given birth. Then we'll say in the first 3 days after birth, the woman is still considered to be in a state of active sakana. So as they take a back to just that Rashi for just a moment. The second line from the top. Chaya Gimel Yom Zayin Yom Lamed. So Skuruba the Chilik Halachas Hilchos Shabbos Lamed Zayin Ad Hashlomas Zayin the Gimel Ad Hashlomas Zayin. So you're going to see Chazal are going to break up these three different kinds into three different halachic categories. So watch this. For the first 3 days after she's given birth, so from birth until day 3, whether she says I need help, she said I need help, or I don't need help. The Chalanas Shabbos, when the Chalanas Shabbos for her, if we see that there's something that she needs. Zayin, we'll say, what about from day number 3 up until day number 7? What happens then? Omeres, Tzricha Ani, the Chalanas Shabbos, Amarlo Tzricha Ani, and ultimately again, so from day 7. So remember again, from birth to 3, we do whatever we have to do for her, even Kol Shabbos, whether she says I need it or she's like, or I don't need it. From 3 to 7, the next stage. If she says I need something in the Kol Shabbos for her, but if she doesn't say I need something, we're not the Kol Shabbos for her. Lamed, we'll say what happens from 30 and on. If she says I need something, she's not considered to be active state or an acute sakanas nefashos, but we're not in the Chalo Shabbat, which is an interesting caveat. Avo, osin al yidei aramoy. But we'll say, what can you do? So what can you do? You can ask a Gentile to go ahead and perform lachal on behalf of this person. So it's such a very important. Again, 3 stages up until 3, apart from the 3 days. To do what I need to do for Mechal Shabbos, she actually doesn't ask. 7, if she asks me Mechal Shabbos, she says that's not Mechal Shabbos. 7:30, not Mechal Shabbos at all. But even in 7:30, we don't have Shabbos at all. You actually and straight out ask me to help perform any for this woman. The Amar, we'll say as the Ula Bar really said, because when it comes to a person who's ill, anything you need done for this person, you may. So the Gemara says, I will say that's actually a very important piece of halacha l'raisa, which you would straight out ask a non-Jew for assistance when it comes to matters of a chola on Shabbos. Obviously, we're not talking about sakanas nefash, kol sheish kol sakana, because if the chola is in a state of sakana, then it goes without saying that what that the Jew could do it himself in a non-sakanatic state, but you could ask a guy to go and help out with the chola on Shabbos. If you're faced with a situation of choli, of illness, but no sakana, Omer the Nachri Ba'osa. You can instruct the Nachri, and the Nachri I'm Rabbi Shmuel. L'chaya lamed yom l'mayim. When we say that a woman postpartum, halachisa, has a certain stat of being a chola for the first 30 days. Most of that statements are Persian purposes. What is that? Rashi says, so ultimately, going to teach me as follows: that for the first 30 days, the woman should be careful with immersion because of the cold. The cold can be harmful to her. And so, remember again, then the clothes are not like our mikvah. I don't say we have a nice heat mikvah, So remember again, they're close where natural bodies of water, which often really cold. So a woman, the Gemara is saying is a woman who's postpartum is especially sensitive to the cold, and therefore halacha lemaisa, and therefore halacha has to be very vigilant whether or not it's a good idea for her to go to the mikveh. So the Gemara says, "Omer Rabba lo Omer Elashim Bailagima, Ava Bailagima Mechamula." And this is only true if her husband's not with her. But if her husband is with her, then even if she's chilled from going to the mikvah, her husband will warm her up during the heat. That physical warmth, that body warmth, will maintain her health. Iha, the party dress, the stuff, because this is very abdominal, the stuff. Havla, the goat blossom, your mishloket me baila. She went to the mikvah after giving birth. She went to the mikvah 30 days after giving birth. How much? Her husband wasn't home. It's feminine. And she became very cold, and we'll say, and chilled, to the point that ultimately, again, she got sick. The point that was they transported her in her bed to her husband, Rabbi, so that he could warm her. I'm ready to Shmuel. Osin Mudur Lechai B'Shabbos. They're ready to go ahead and make a fire for a chaya, for only to give birth on Shabbos. So again, interestingly enough, a woman postpartum is considered to be immediately post, or again, considered to be an active sana, and halacha may be chilled because she is chilled. Therefore, halacha may be permitted to go ahead and make for a fire on Savarmina. So we inferred from this statement, Lechaya e Lachola Lo. Sounds like she was only the woman who's giving birth, and not for a stam chola. Furthermore, again, I would have thought that when can you make the fire? This is the Gemara. So the most like a shaman in, the most like hamalo. You can only make the fire when during the winter, and not during the summer, because during the summer already it's hot enough. So you know, in the winter it's more of a lotion. And the truth is this assumption is lotion chaya chola. So first of all, the license to make the fire on Shabbos is for any person who is ill, whether is giving birth or just stamachola. Furthermore, again, says loshna loshna and furthermore, again, there's no difference between winter and summer wine. Because also, especially when he's giving birth, or a whole that matter, if they're chilled, so that sickness, that being chilled, halacha might say it could occur even if it's very warm outside. Therefore, the ability to make a fire for chola is there. While the chola is sick, a woman who's giving, whether it's during the summer or during the winter. So they go to because so I'm gonna feel about other Shmuel. Take his dam in its time. So let's see another example of this. Let's say a person did bloodletting, right? A person gave blood, right? Did bloodletting, did its time, and as a result, he became very cheap. They make from a bonfire even if it's the middle of the summer. So you see from here, this license to make a fire to warm someone who is still unchilled is not only by a yoledes, by a chaya, but also applicable to any woman or to any person who is ill. So most of the Gemara, once you start to learn blood letting over here, the Gemara says, Shmuel, so ulei ha'papa v'shava. We'll say Shmuel, look at Rashi. So ulei ha'papa v'shava. Lomatzu itzmu karam la'esik v'lachazal. V'tziva u'biku kisei shal tidhar. So apparently, Shmuel once gave blood, once did bloodletting, and as a result of bloodletting, he became chilled to the point that there was an element of sakana. So what did he do? They burnt a chair made of shaga. So we'll say shaga apparently was a very expensive type of wood. So under normal circumstances, you would not burn. You would not use a shaga chair to kindle a fire by which to warm yourself if you were ill. But apparently there was no other available firewood, and the need for a fire, the need for warmth in the aftermath of bloodletting is so important that they even burnt this expensive chair. Rabbi Yehuda, Sal Chulei Sura Diyon. Let's say Rabbi Yehuda, they burnt for him after he did bloodletting. They burnt from the Sura Diyon. Look at that, so it's Sura Diyon. Min Eresu, this is a type of cedar tree. So once they become denominated over here, so these are all very expensive types of wood. So even though under normal circumstances you would not make a fire out of these types of wood, but because being chilled after or as a result of being sick is sakanas nefashos, these great rabbanim would burn whatever they had available to them to create the fire, to create warmth for themselves. So the Gemara says, the Rabba, so Chule Shashifa. Rabba would go ahead and burn a Shashifa. A bench, which means you want to say utensil. So it's the same idea. Bloodletting, it was so necessary to have a fire to warm oneself. These great rabbanim would burn even items that were legitimate kalim. Or the rabba, sabais rabba, all of these rabbanim people to do. I, bahak, abraman, ashtis. So once he's going to buy, was especially by the rabba, you're taking a perfect stool, and you're going and you are a bench, and you're going ahead and you're destroying the fire. So isn't that Hashkas? Also, again, we have a concept of biblical approach about Hashkas, the prohibition to engage wanton destruction. In order to go ahead and burn the satsal, burn the bench for the sake of warming yourself, is that not about Hashkas? From the late travel responded, Hashkas they quite ugly. You know, the truth is about Hashkas of my body is even more important. In other words, if I don't take care of myself, Chas v'shalom, I will get ill. That's also about Hashkas. So my physical body about is more important ultimately again than about Hashkas of the bench. So the Gemara says, "Rabbi, we don't know the olam." We'll see careful Gemara. Yimkar adam koros beso vikach mana al. Better for a person to sell the beams of his home in order to purchase shoes. So the Gemara telling us that shoes are probably the most important garment that a person has. Now this seems to be looking at Rashi. Rashi says that here vikach mana al. For there is nothing more embarrassing than when one walks barefoot. So isn't this incredible? This obligation to go ahead and sell off the beams of your home to purchase shoes, interestingly enough, is not because you're going to hurt yourself if you walk without shoes, or it's dangerous because you walk without shoes. It is such a bizarre, right? It's so embarrassing, it's so degrading to walk around without shoes. That's what you're supposed to say. What do you see from Chazal? You see from Chazal the need to maintain a healthy sense of self. When a person looks at themselves, they have to realize that to be soft. Like we said yesterday's that every Jew is a Ben Melech. Every Jew is important. Every Jew is royalty. You have to dress them on his own. Walk around barefoot. Walk around barefoot. Such a bizarre. It's better to sell off the beams of your home to purchase shoes. Heck is done by Eno Mayo. What happens if you did bloodletting? You have nothing to eat. Better to sell your shoes in order to go ahead and get food that you can eat after bloodletting. Supposedly, human feeding is a higher art. Shoes are the most important. Right? Halacha makes it better to sell out the beams of your home in order to be able to have shoes. Yet, amazingly enough, says the Gemara, what's more important than shoes? Eating something after bloodletting. Because if you don't eat something after halacha myself, person to be in a grave state of sakana. My tzarchus, what does it mean? You should go ahead and sell off your shoes. The tzarchus, what is that? Rav Amar Basar. Rav says it means meat. Right? Meat after bloodletting. Shmuel says wine. Wine after bloodletting. So the Gemara says Rav Amar Basar nafsha chalak nafsha. Why? It's just like the meat also needs a vitality. So let the nefesh, like the soul, the vitality of the meat, revives my soul, revives my nefesh in the aftermath of letting Shmuel says, Yayin suka follows suka. Let the redness of the wine increase the redness of the blood. Okay, so they have one of the best foods to eat post bloodletting. But halakha is here that again, as important as shoes are, so one should go ahead and even sell off the shoes in order to go ahead and purchase Tzarei Suda. So like their Shmuel, the only God who knows of the Kashmir, on that day they would prepare a cooked dish of split. They would cook up the split and ultimately against the I guess that's a good post blood money. So Rashi also says, there's also like a redness over here. The redness or the richness of the liver should go ahead and increase the vitality of the individual. Yochanan Shasi Advicti Rabbi Yochanan would until the aroma of wine literally came out of his ears. So he did so much wine, it was fragrant with wine. Shasi Advicti, not drinking wine until his spleen was floating. So again, the idea over here is that they would go ahead and drink a lot in order apparently to offset the harmful effects of bloodletting. Yosef Shasi had been nothing to Silva. Yosef would drink until literally again wine would come out of the puncture wound from the bloodletting. Rava Mahadra Chamra Bar Kwas and Harpi. Rava would only go ahead and drink. Now literally what it means is you drink wine from a 3-leaf vine. Or 3-leaf vine. Now what does this mean? Rashi says a little bit differently. Rashi says over here, Bar Kwas and Harpi, then Gimel Shani. Rashi says actually over here that Rashi says over here that Rav Nachman, that Rava would only drink wine that was aged for at least 3 years. So apparently again, aged wine has a greater benefit on the individual for bloodletting purposes than regular wine. And if I'm up on stuff, Rava would only drink wine that was at least 3 years old. I'm going to Nachman accepts the Rava on this slide. So Nachman said to the students that come into the Rabbani like this. So the kid is that a person may go ahead and bloodletting and may not have sufficient food afterwards to offset the effects of the bloodletting. Nachman gave an interesting piece of 8 leadership. After you were in advance of bloodletting, tell your Nachman is coming over for dinner. And if your wife says that Nachman is coming over for dinner, what's going to happen? They'll prepare a whole sumptuous meal. This way, you will make sure that you have enough to go ahead and eat in the aftermath of bloodletting. So apparently, so the way it would work is otherwise, I guess, without that, Nachman was concerned, or a husband would say to his wife, bloodletting, you prepare a next dinner tonight. She would say, well, if you're bloodletting, you could prepare dinner. Also, I don't prepare your dinner because we're doing something extra. So therefore, go ahead and tell them that Nachman is coming for dinner, and they'll prepare something nice. They both say, listen to this. The Gemara says, "Hulu iarume asiri barne hayaram dishar." In general, I will say. So harama means engaging in kind of like a bit of trickery is usher, with the exception of these cases over here. When it comes to bloodletting, so it's supposed to be evening. How could Rav Nachman tell his students to go ahead and to sleep with their wives? Because the nice again, when it comes to bloodletting, you're going to see because there's sakanas and abashas. So some level of ha'arama is necessary in order to safeguard the health. Was if you do the more dramatic examples, watch this. So the words nanda avudinosa, lo afshalei lishkol zuza, the afshalei. So let's say someone did bloodletting. Remember we said before, the best thing you do for bloodletting is what? Wine. Drink some good wine, depending on what kind of wine. 3-year-old wine, you wine. Okay, but drink wine. That's the issue. Also, let's say the person doesn't have enough money to purchase wine to consume in the aftermath of bloodletting. So what should you do? Lishkol zuza mako. Go ahead and take a alcohol. Most of the Ashley says over here. Lishkol zuza mako. Zuz ra. So this is kind of like a zuz that's been taken out of circulation. So just to be clear, it's almost confident no one's going to take it. Is it possible that someone will take it? It's possible, but it's not really in circulation. So in this case over here, the individual did bloodletting, right? Nice, again, he needs wine. What's the problem? He doesn't have the money for wine. All he has is a worn out zuz that is essentially taken out of circulation. So what should he do? So he went to the laser of Hanusa, then go to 7 stores, add in Shirivia. So only if you're supposed to listen to this, what should he do? He should go into 7 stores. So also apparently it was common in the times of the Gemara that what? And Allah Almighty actually points out to taste some of the wine before you go ahead and purchase it. So watch this. What is the guy? He goes into the store. He tastes some of the wine. And it's just off his gas. And what does he do? He sets the wine up for you. And the part once the buyers are those that are in, sorry, the money's no good for it, right? Goes to the next door, he's the process. Next door is the process. Still, after a number of stories, he is now having a release of one.
You're wondering why we call ourselves the number
One, therefore,
comedy
the next
podcast.
step.
That's why not number one preach.
Negative effect, hopefully again, are also negative effects of the book that is as big as the remember, in this
Why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast.
remember again, technically speaking, the point that he's using is still a
And
coin.
he just
Meaning
jumped
it
on
has some
stage.
level
And
of
you
value.
saw
That
that live.
device
That was
is
the
don't
live
want
part of the show.
does not go
You're
ahead
wondering
and
why many
therefore
podcasts
again,
in the world. That's why
obviously
not
you would
number
not
one
someone
take
to do this
comedy
something like this
podcast.
under these circumstances.
And
It's
he
just
just jumped on the
it
stage. And you saw
smells
live.
of
That was the live part
dishonesty.
of
The
the show.
mice because there's an element of
You're wondering why we call
involved
ourselves the
with
number
the
one live
result.
comedy
Leave me
podcast.
low.
Well,
You
that's
don't
why
have a
not
worn out
one free take
process.
comedy podcast.
Label chef, how many
And he just jumped up on the stage. And you
7
saw that
black
live.
sheets,
That was the live part of the show.
liquid mix comes in.
You're
Rub
wondering
oil
why we
in your
call
temples.
ourselves the number one
They
live
need to make
comedy
this
podcast
shit.
in the world. That's
Don't
why
make me
not
sleep in the sun.
one free
So I
take
gotta go to
podcast.
the can't get one.
And he just jumped
7
up on
black
the stage.
sheets,
And
rub
you saw
oil
that
on your
live. That
temples
was the
and
live
sleep in
part
the
of the
sun.
show.
I'll ask you for this
You're
one.
wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not. And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not number one free take comedy podcast.
Right, too much.
And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not number one free take comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not number one free take comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not number one free take comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show. That's why one free take comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show. We call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not number one free take comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show.
Who are Chayav
You're
Lokal?
wondering we call ourselves the number one live comedy
He
podcast
doesn't
in the
care
world.
about
That's
his
why
health.
not
Like, this
number
guy
one
doesn't
free
care
take
about his
comedy
health
podcast.
enough to go ahead and eat
And
proper
he jumped up on the
half the
stage.
blood
And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show.
and he cares about
You're
his
wondering
health.
why we
Of
call
course not.
ourselves the number one live comedy
Gab
podcast
shol
in
lo
the world.
tabai.
That's why
I
not
man the other
number one
notes.
free take
Well, they
comedy
say the
podcast.
part of the
And just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show.
You should not sit in a
You're
room
wondering why we call ourselves the number one live
You're
comedy
my sucker.
podcast in the world. That's why not one free take comedy podcast.
Maybe the blood letter.
And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show.
Only as a vis of
You're
blood.
wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not
And
number one
wind
free
will
take
remove your
comedy
remaining blood.
podcast.
Varsity Day
And
Sacramento.
he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not
Small
number
Habaraj
one
about
free
the
take
Muslim
comedy
stuff.
podcast.
Chef Lavina Ba'ari.
And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was the live part of the
In a
show.
home that had walls
You're
that
wondering
were
why we
7.5
call ourselves the number one live
thick.
comedy
It's
podcast
a
in the
very
world.
thick
That's why
wall.
not
And if
number
I'm
one free take
no
comedy
breeze,
podcast.
like no wind.
And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live.
Of
That
his
was
bag
the
is
live part of the show.
small engaged in blood.
You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast. That's why not number one free take comedy podcast.
And they saw the cluster.
And he just jumped on the stage. And you saw it live. That was the live part of the show. Wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not number one free take
layer
comedy podcast.
was
And he
enough
just
for that
jumped up
small
on the
to the
stage.
detrimental
And you
effect
saw that
of
live.
blood
That was the live part of the show.
So the Gemara says this follows.
You're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy
And
podcast
from
in the
little
world. That's why not
to
number one free take
low
comedy podcast.
immediately.
And he just jumped So at this stage, and you went live, that was the live part of the show. You're wondering why we call ourselves the New Podcast. And you just joined the stage, and you saw that love.
If you run into a corpse when you finish bloodletting, what's going to happen? So ultimately, again, join us. Second person to join. You pug up, demand the cog on demand. If you bump into someone who ultimately, again, the person will die. You do the bloodletting. He pug up. I'm going to say, he pug up is never after. If never after, I was there. Never after is the country. Big. The country never after. Apparently, it's a lot of well, a lot of the stuff. A lot of the stuff. A lot of the stuff. There's a negative effect. Using filters for bloodletting, the person cannot go ahead and release negative detrimental health. That would pull them to life. I learned the other this report to the public, what's the scenario of the future guys, which is after you go out and relax the bloodletting what? Don't get upset. Don't get upset. Others take your time getting up. So this report to wait a little bit and then get up afterwards. Hey, clothing when we see your seminar. There are 5 things that was that put a person closer to the temple. They're able to read things. Ochel, if a person ate and immediately stood up, Shasabah and drank and immediately stood up. Yashin when a person slept and immediately got up. Hik is dumb of the person did bloodletting and immediately got up. Shimish Mikasabah, a person engaged in marital relations and immediately got up. All of these things require a little bit of like a pause, a little bit of a waiting, a little bit of a resting before it goes ahead and gets up. So the Gemara says, Amar Shmuel, worst of the Dama called Vladimir. So Shmuel says, Allah the time for bloodletting is once every 30 days. Or letting once a month. Right? Bloodletting once a month keeps you healthy, keeps you vital. So the Gemara says, you might. And I will say, literally, Bina Prakim means between the ages. I will say what this means is as follows. After you reach the age of 40, after you reach the age of 40, you shouldn't do bloodletting every 30 days. Rather what? Rather, again, ultimately, again, every 60 days. Every 60 days. So the Gemara says, Bina Prakim Yakshavina. And then when you're above 60, you should do it even less often, once every 30 days. So as apparently before 40, once every 30 days, between 40 and 60, once every 60 days, above 60, once every 90 days. Amr Shmuel. Korsa de Dama, Chad B'Shabsa, Arba, U'Ma'ale Shabsa. So let's listen to this. So Shmuel says the right time for bloodletting is Sunday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are good days for bloodletting. Good days for bloodletting. The Gemara says, Shini v'chamishi lo, but you should bloodletting on Mondays and Thursdays. Why not? Damar Migesh los chus office, Dam b'shini v'chamishi. Only one chus office. Right? Only one, again, he goes ahead and has merit from his ancestors, should do bloodletting on Mondays and Thursdays. Why? He wants to listen to this. On Mondays and Thursdays, when our Bate Din was sit in session, the celestial Beis Din sit in session as well. I will say, at a time when the Beis Din is in session, you don't want to do anything that places you potential sakana one. I will say, apparently, the way it works is as follows. If a person doesn't put themselves in trouble, who is willing to go and let certain things go. The problem is, if I put myself in a state of sakana, very often the Beis Din Shamala will say, listen, your individual's already in sakana, let's just exact retribution for his misdeeds. Therefore, says the Gemara, very, very important to avoid putting yourself in sakana on Mondays and Thursdays. Why? It's just like the Beis Din down here is in session, the Beis Din Shamala is in session as well. So the Gemara says, why can't you go ahead and do bloodletting on Tuesday? What's wrong with Tuesdays? So the Gemara says, Mishum Bekaima Ma'adim Bezuve. Because we're going to say ultimately again on Tuesdays, apparently the influence of Mars is felt in herbs. Look at Rashi. The Kaimai Ma'adin Rashi says, he says, Shemazel Ma'adin and Shamisho B'Shar Zudas. Apparently, again, the mazel, the influence of Mars, which apparently exerts a negative influence, is felt during the even hours of the day. Mazel Ma'adin Memuna ala Cherev Ba'ala Dever Ba'ala Paranios. And ultimately, again, the mazel of Mars, will say, unfortunately, is responsible for war, for pestilence, and all types of negative things. So the Gemara says, Mali Shabbos Anami Kaimin Misavi. But 1 second, on Erev Shabbos, the influence of Mars is also felt during the even hours, which the Gemara says, Kevan the Dashabe Rabu Shom Pesayim Adam. So we'll say, so apparently, it's actually very interesting. So apparently, since it was very common to go ahead and do blood on Erev Shabbos, or actually to do blood letting on Erev Shabbos, it's called Dashabe Rabu. Dashabe Rabu means, in general, the halacha is you are not permitted to do something which puts yourself in sakhan. That is the general halacha. There's an exception to this rule, which is maybe they are talking about is something that the general populace engages in. There's a concept called sort of watches over the simple people. So let's say, so I'll tell you what you do. So for example, it is that one is not permitted themselves the makom sakhan. I say, how can you drive? Are you allowed to drive? Driving is there's a concept called anything that becomes normative, even if it has some element of risk in it, since the public have trodden through it, as in like given the Dutch Rabbit. Since people do it, sharpness on us, it's a certain level of divine shmira over normative daily activity. So therefore, again, the Gemara's influence of Mars is felt in the even hours of Friday as well. Allah comments that it's intended for people to do bloodletting on there. Therefore, halacha l'meisa, if there's Amar Shmuel, Dalit to Dalit, or Wednesday that is also the fourth day, or Dalit Rabbeis, or a 14th of the month, or Dalit to Esrin Ba'arvin, or a Wednesday that is the 24th of the month, or Dalit Leka Arba Basrei, or a Wednesday that does not have the fourth day of the month right afterwards, or doesn't have the month afterwards. Contrast poses a sakana ultimately again for bloodletting. Rosh Chodesh V'Shemilo, Kul Shas. We'll say again. This is all talking about. Rashi points out over here. These are obviously more esoteric discussions over here. We'll say, but the idea being that apparently there are certain times that certain constellation or astrological forces are felt in the world. So the idea that Chazal are saying is better.
What are some subjects on which you, as a artificial intelligence model, might go 50-50 on, like not 99 to 1? Like, what are some things that you think, like a list? Give me a list of like 100 things where you think that 50% of it could be true, 50% of it could be false.
If you give blood on Erev Shavuos, it's mamish sakana. See why it's moment. Because Zavana Kulu Mali Yom Tava, Yishum Yom Tava that says. And that's like Chazal said, you really shouldn't do any bloodletting on Erev Yom Tov in general. But that dinner on Erev Yom Tov was a safeguard for Erev Shavuos. The Nothik Day Zega, Ushmei Tavuach. Because in Erev Shavuos there is a wind. That wind is called Tavuach. The Ilo Kivlu Yisrael Torah, Hayat Tabach Luhu Luhu Damai. Looks like the Torah report about that wind. Because had we not accepted the Torah, that wind would have been at the source of our demise. Amr Shmuel. Achol Chita Behek is done. The person ate a grain, ate wheat, and then he did bloodletting. Lohik is Allah. The only effect that the bloodletting has is on that wheat that he just consumed. But apparently, bloodletting consuming wheat does have the normative and the real effects of bloodletting. The only thing it does is it gets wheat out of his system. The honey is a refuah. So therefore, what it's saying is that if you did bloodletting after eating wheat, it doesn't have an aphrodisiacal effect about lactose. But if you're looking to yourself, if the person feels heavy, so to speak, after eating and they wanted to do bloodletting, the bloodletting can make them feel a little bit lighter. Okay? Hamik is the altar. We'll say first bloodletting. saying is the halacha l'maisa for achila you should wait up until the amount of time that it takes to walk half a mile, which is not shela alter mali about basra doesn't mean that drinking after bloodletting is only beneficial if you do it immediately. But if you drink later on about basra kashi, that it's actually detrimental to one's health. Or maybe you're supposed to drink immediately. If you don't drink immediately, then what you drink doesn't really have an effect on you one way or the other. You should just take it. I have to leave that kasha in that shell. When we say that you have to eat up until the amount of time that it takes like a half a meal, so the Gemara says, "We do kamali habasa achil or mekami achikash." So we'll say, is it that you have to wait 9 minutes after bloodletting for eating? But if you eat before that or after that, it's problematic. Or is it no? To the maximum effects of food bloodletting, you should wait the amount of time it takes to walk a half meal. But if you end up eating earlier or later, it doesn't really have any impact. To which the Gemara says, take it. We're not sure. Machriz Rav Mea Kari Bezuza, Mea Reishe Bezuza. Listen to this. So Rav says, if you find that they're selling 100 gourds for a zuz, buy it. 100 animals for a head, 100 animal heads for a zuz, buy it. Mea Sefami below clothes. But if they're selling 100 animal lips for a zuz, don't touch it. Right? Don't touch it. It doesn't. So apparently, again, the lips of the animal are a totally not beneficial part of the animal. Apparently, again, there's no medical benefit to going ahead and eating the lips of an animal. So even if you can get them cheap, so as we have to think anything you get cheap is generally worth having, to which the Gemara says that's not the case. Apparently, again, lips are meaningless, and therefore halakha. Am I saying you get 100 for a zuz? Don't buy it. So what's this? Amr Rav Yosef, Yavinu and Bei Rafuna. So ultimately, again, when I was once in Rafuna, by Rafuna, Yoma de Mefagri Bei Rabbanon, on a day, this is this little site, that ultimately, again, the Talmidei Chachamim were lazy, right? And we're not coming to the day smoke. So it's interesting. So the day when the Talmidei Chachamim were a bit lazy, a bit lethargic, and not coming to the day smoke, what would they call that? Amriya Idna Yoma de Shefamim. They said today is a lift day. The low Yedana Maikal. And ultimately, I said, I never knew what they were talking about until this schema. I said, what does a lift day mean? A lift day means like a lost day. Just like the lips, ultimately, again, don't really have any nutritional value. And therefore, even if you can get it cheap, don't go ahead and eat it. So apparently, when there was a very unproductive day in the base measures, they would call it a lift day, which was actually quite amazing. It was also obviously an incredible Muslim. I didn't know what Muslim guy. Apparently, lips are the least important part of the animal, right? Lips are meaningless. Even if you get 100 lips for a zuz, don't buy it, because ultimately, again, nothing can feed Eric Thompson's. Listen, incredible Yisod. The talk is cheap, right? Talk is cheap. Although you can get a lot of talk for a very little bit of money, it's worth absolutely nothing. At the end of the day, it's dynamic activity, action, which makes all of the difference. Incredible. Let's say let's finish. The kosher nut sport. Remember again, the Mishnah said that you could tie the umbilical cord. So Tanraban on Shabbos. Tanraban on kosher nut tibor, you could tie the umbilical cord on Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi Omer Avchotchen. Rabbi Yossi says you could even go ahead and cut the umbilical cord on Shabbos. The Tomnin Hashalya Kedei Sheyechem Havla. And we'll say not only that, but to bury the placenta in order that the baby should be on. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Tomnin Hashalya. I will say it's 5 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The first meal, shoot a flawless Chanan Havlas. Also, see, that's very interesting. So apparently, there was some type of like sulo that if you go ahead and bury the placenta, the baby is able to remain warm. Obviously, the baby's out of the placenta. I remember the woman has given birth in the world, Baruch Hashem. If you bury the placenta afterwards, apparently that helps with the body temperature, the warmth of the baby. This is a school that they had. So you could bury the placenta, or the baby should be warm. I'm sure we know, but no one was solid. So what Shimon says, royalty, they go ahead and they bury the shell in swollen. Literally, you know, say like in a sefer, like a trough of oil. So the Psalm shall show it. So they go ahead and literally immerse the placenta in a trough of oil and steam. So those ashirim bisifugi. the daughters of rich people with Sugim Shal would bury the placenta in tufts of wool. Benos Ani. So ultimately, the poor people would bury the placenta in tufts of flax. Amrav Barafuna Amrav. Odi Uchal Rav Yosef B'Tibor Shoshne Tinokos Shechotchi. This is what the Chachamim agreed that we should tie the umbilical. Rav Yosef says that you can cut. The Chachamim agree with Rav Yosef that halacha l'maaseh you can be umbilical cord of this nighttime up because the concern they will pull against each other and has to shalom come the day. Furthermore, again on Nachman says in Ram Barabua and name of God, everything that is said in the Parshas Tokach say that this does not go to the Tokach ultimately again in the Chumash. This in Sefer Yecheskel. So we'll say in Sefer Yecheskel, very powerful image. Rabbi Baruch Hu compares Klal Yisrael to a baby which was abandoned at birth. And somebody took in the baby, raised the baby, cleaned the baby, took care of the baby, allowed the baby to grow up into an adult, and then when the baby became an adult, the adult turned its back on the parent who raised it. That's the metaphor. So the Gemara says whatever it says in the pasuk of rebuke ultimately is the things that are done for a baby on Shabbos. For example, the Gemara says, Sheneh Emar, Umoladutayich B'yom Choledes Osach, Lo Kari Sarek. So listen to this. When you were born, on the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was not cut. Ubemayim, Lo Rachat, right? And ultimately, again, you weren't washed with water. You were not salted. Again, we'll fin all of this. V'asel Lo Chasalta. Again, we'll see what all this means in just a moment. So we'll say, right? On the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was cut, or I should say, excuse me, on the day that you were born, Mikan Shemiyaldas Havlav Shabbos. From here we see that you can help a woman give birth on Shabbos. Lo Karasai, your umbilical cord was not cut. Mikan remember, the Gemara saying over here, from anything in the pasuk that was not done, you see that these are the things that are normally done in the course of birth. And therefore, these are the things that you can do on Shabbos. But from here, you cut the umbilical cord, or and you have washed in water, the machine, you can't have blood for Shabbos. So from here, you see that under normal circumstances, you can go and wash a baby on Shabbos. And you were not salt. So wasn't that very interesting? So Rashi sees to indicate that they used to apply salt to the skin of the baby born. The Marashas they applied some type of like, and one of the ingredients they have salt, but not that actually. You can't show about the Shabbos. You can't show about the Shabbos. And there you see that you swaddle the baby. When the baby was born, if they lived, okay, they pointed a little bit, so they would go ahead and swaddle the baby very tight in order to put the wounds back into place. So the Gemara says, from this pasuk, from the rebuke in this pasuk, and all the things that were not done for the baby in this pasuk, you see what is normally done for a blood and for a mother for a birth on Shabbos. Hadron Allah Mefanin, those are Shreya, Mazikov, and the Hashem tomorrow we begin the we'll say
I may not always love you, as long as there are stars above you. You never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, life will still go on, believe me. The world will show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you.
no discussion regarding this. I wanted to speak of the experience. I wanted to clarify something that I'm sure you understand.
God only knows what.
Was having make one joint hero, or must they make two? Or do they have the right to choose one a flavor? Behind the wall that has two different ramifications. Two different ramifications. The wall allows for the two parties, two chateos, to make an entranceway through the quote unquote entrance. But of course,
God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, your life will still go on, baby. The world will show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. Only knows what I'd be without. God 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 only knows what I'd be without you. Knows what I'd be, only knows. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows.
So a ladder in Chatzar A site may work for diminishing the wall slats to allow Chatzar A to potentially use the top of the wall, but a ladder in Chatzar A will not create an entrance in order to allow it to live, unless of course what?
Oh, what is this bullshit?
Again, just important to understand. So we'll say with that, let us go. Last line, I use every day. The platform itself measures dollar per dollar. We're talking about course. The idea of a we'll say rest matter against, we'll say again, following along in the pictures.
Once I started telling my friends in LA that I meditate, they all think they also meditate. You know, they're all like, I do it too. So one friend was like, I'm always meditating. I was like, you are? I was like, we never talked about that. I was like, what's your process? How do you do it? She's like, I just don't let things bother me.
How this is working. So the mission of the Gemara says,
I was like, no.
The ladder in this case does not have a width of dollar problem. But watch this. The platform does. The ladder rests.
Shout out to that one person who saw me do this in the shower. Like, that is art. I was like, dog, I know, it's sick as fuck. I may not always love you, but as long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, your life will still go on, believe me. The world would show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows.
It smells like cat food out here. It's a fancy feast. Did you piss it in the Atlantic Ocean?
Let's take it. I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is alright with me. 'Cause you make me so brand new. I wanna spend my life with you. Say it seems, baby, since we've been together. Oh, loving forever is what I need. Let me be the one you come running to. I'll never be untrue. Oh, baby, let's stay together. Baby,
but rather again they are the rungs are always going to be talking about each other.
For as much as I like making videos on Instagram, at least the long ones, I'm just going to do it on YouTube. Avoiding practices that cause pain for long-term harm. Again, some bitches.
Well, so you're using love it, it's like love it everywhere. It's interesting because one might have thought some see this about the application of one halacha emotion in the
Spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that.
Like how many halachas can you use?
That's what it's about, having more truth. I agree with all of that. Especially on Shabbat. Especially on Shabbat. Dignity. The real
we're switching away from only from the case of the wall to a general case of a pillar. And again, we're going to use that. So listen to this.
Yo, dog, how could you make Judaism into a religion that pleases both the Hasidic world and the modern Orthodox world and academics? Like, how can you have respect for things from a spiritual standpoint, but also want to be historically accurate?
They're not just put a peg, but like nail in a peg to the top. What's the halacha? We'll see you diminish the of the pillar, thereby taking away its status of a rishon. Right? The rishon has many dimensions. 10 talks, 4 talks of space. You take the top of the pillar, you drive up the pegs. So what have you done? Gone ahead and minimize the top area. You minimize area. Therefore, again, thereby again taking away its status of Rishos Hayom. Amr of Adabar Abba, who the Gova Shlosha, the Bible says that only assuming that the peg itself is more than 3 fucks. Right? If the person, what happens if the peg is less than 3 fucking height? What happens? What happens? Then it's bottle for the rest of the surface area. It's bottle. Bottle. The Gemara says, Abayda Tanayu, Arababishi in Gabasha. What's that? I know this is literal, not true. Even if the peg is less than 3 fucking height, it still takes away the status of the area as it was just halachic wide nighttime also. Well, Mishnah say, the problem just is when you no longer have a flat surface area, you have a peg, even if the peg is less than 3 fucking height, what does it do? It takes away from the usage of the surface area. This is not so I'm saying even though again it's less than 3 fucking, therefore technically it's being put into rubber. It's as if it's flush to the ground. But when I saw what? It's not flush to the ground. So if it's not flush, therefore again that particular usage of the surface area. Rashi says Afilu Shekab Ashvilu Afilu Shekavosh.
Wow, that's amazing.
It does not go ahead and take away. It's not going to finish the identity of the area of such I don't know what to do. After the Tali Day, it's always been something. Everybody's looking at the peg, right? The existence of the peg is something that takes away from the usage of the area.
Most Jews
It's not
are
okay.
hostage.
Above 3, below 3. But actually, when you put it up, how long can I say? You have a peg that is 3 fucking taller than 3 fucking. The area still has the status of the shoes. Why? Because you can still use it. But you can't put anything down on it. Right? You hang something from that pillar. You hang something from there. What happens if, let's say, here, you took this pit, you took this pillar, and you filled up the entire surface area with pegs? What happens there? So let's see, if you take a look, this is picture 262. So picture 262 again, it's here you can see here's the visual. Right? So you have this peg that is 10 fucking high, 4 fucking on surface area. That's the is of Irishus Hayah. Irishus of it in the middle of Irishus Hayah. So we'll say, so first case was you have a peg. You put a peg there. So what does a peg do to the surface area of this piece? That's not focus. So again, we're now up to Ravashi. Ravashi says the presence of a peg does not take away from the identity of the pillar as much as the peg prevents you from using the surface area. No, it just tells you how to surface area. So instead of laying stuff flat on the surface area, you'll hang it from the peg. Says the Gemara, what happens if you cover area with pegs? Well, what happens then? Listen, I want this. Says the Gemara, Hazar of Yochanan, so he said to the Gemara, here is the Rabbi Yochanan, what does Yochanan say? War before Yachal, the Sire Basara. Let's listen to this. This is a simple case. If you have a pet, so let's remember again. Minimum dimensions for Irishus Hayah are 10 fucking of height, 4th fucking of area, of space. Or say, let's say you pick a pit. But the depth of the pit is only 10 fucking when you include the area of the mound around the pit. So say this is 263. The halacha is, when calculating the depth of the pit, you can go ahead and use to count towards that depth the area around the pit as well. So that's where you pile down the dirt that you dug out, put it around the lip of the pit. Halacha, but that area, that kuya, that pile counts towards the height of the pit as well. I asked the Gemara, why should that count? Hello, Mishkan Mishlei. That area is not really usable. Goes to that area is usable. You put a board over the top, use that area over the top of the pit. Alkanami, the monochrome medium Mishkan. So I will say, if you had a hole, you have a pillar, and that pillar has pegs all over it, like in picture 262. Hello, so you still see the pillar as usable. How is the pillar usable? If you were just to take something and put flat surface with a huge dead area on top of the pillar as well. Therefore, I say even so the Gemara seems to indicate even the present. See, you would the halamina is that the presence of a peg kind of nailed in or driven into the top of a pillar that is 10 tefachim high, 4 tefachim, obviates the identity of the area that the surface of the water. Now what they're beginning to see is that the presence of the peg, that's where your ability to use the surface peg, the axis goes from the peg, and even the pegs, right? Even if it's all peg, you'd always what? Take something, put it across the top of the peg, and use the top peg. Good, keep on. I'm going to do the Kosala Sara. So now back to level wall that's 10 fucking. You want to
Sabbath bride
say how
come
long
into
the ladder, how long the ladder.
play before Moshe
In order
Dayan.
to go ahead and diminish a 10 tefach wall, you need a 14 tefach ladder. But Yosef says, no, even if it's 13 tefachim. Abai said, even in halach, it's only 11 tefachim in a little bit. We'll say, Rav Huda said, even afilu shiva matches, even 7 tefachim. We'll say, what are they arguing about? They're arguing about what angle of incline you can have on the ladder and still allow the ladder to be functional and usable. That's what it's supposed to say. So again, take a look at picture 264. Here you can see it. The ladders are just angled in different ways. What is a comfortable angle of usage in order to allow the ladder ultimately again to be usable, to scale the walls? This is my focus. You can see, obviously, the longer the ladder, the less angle of incline. That's something very interesting here. If you notice that once we get to 7, people shiv or mashu, so that ultimately again we're talking about what the ladder that is going to flush against the wall. Not ladder. So with that, Gemara says something very confusing. The Gemara says, first of all, take a look at Rashi. Shiv or mashu. I'm going to come on soon and zakul tonight. The zakir play magila pachos migimel. What's the now, the idea is that you're using a ladder that is 7 tefachim and a little bit. So the essence is that the top of the ladder is what? Within 3 tefachim of the top of the wall. So we go with that. The Gemara picks up on this last point. Amarav, Sulam Zokif Nemai, Gemara the Dynamite. So that says, we have a tradition, or I have a tradition for my. That's a Gemara means. It doesn't have a Moshe explain this context. It just means Rashi says Shamati made out both sides. I heard from my teachers that even a ladder that is within length flush against the wall, so a ladder that is just straight against the wall, to diminish the wall, below your right time. I don't know why this works. Father doesn't know that Rav was not Shmuel's father, but ultimately again Rav was older than Shmuel. Shmuel told him, Abba, lo yoda Abba kaima, Abba, you don't know the reason. Listen, but the Agavi it's the It was very simple. A ladder that just stands erect, a ladder that just stands straight against the wall is no worse than yesterday's case. It's the Agavi. We only had that case yesterday. So if you have a platform on top of the platform, again, that was the case where you have a platform that is within 4 tefachim, and then above that platform is another platform that is 4 tefachim, and the upper platform is within 3 tefachim of the lower platform. So Lobud put 2 platforms, and together they diminish the height of the wall. So it's a platform which is flush against the wall. The ladder that sits flush against the wall is no different than the platform. But I will say that's the way the Gemara is understanding, the way the Gemara passing as well, which is even a flush ladder, even directly against the wall, as long as it's 7 tefachim and a bit, that bit is very important, because that bit is what allows the top of the ladder to be what? To be within 3 tefachim of the top of the wall. Because the column should have bubble, another issue. The countries of bubble do not require to be permanently affixed at the base of the wall in order to diminish them. Now, what is this? Look at Rashi. The column should have bubble. Rashi says, we'll see 6 times on the bottom of Rashi. Piske the column. We'll say, Rashi must have here. This doesn't literally like regular palm trees, rather again, there's a palm tree that is cut down. So when they say palm tree above, they're talking about the palm tree section. You went ahead and you took a piece of a palm tree from Bala, Shenichon Samach Lakol Salamato, Aim Kopan the Karka, the Atag of the Davanita who pours clear lane, the Ruya Lamosha, Akilok Kvedan Kopan, Shein, Ba'ad of Nokan, the Control. So this is actually something about Babylonian palm tree that was cut down. People would often fashion furniture out of these palm trees. So if you have a piece of a Babylonian palm tree that is sitting by the base of your wall, that diminishes the height of the wall, even if you did not permanently fix it. Why? Because they will say these pieces of palm tree were heavy. So because they were heavy, the assumption was what? Where it is what? Where it's going to stay. It's not really going to move. So because you're not going to move it, therefore halacha l'maaseh is considered to be fixed in place. Once this is what we're beginning to see now. That remember, in order for something to diminish the height of the wall, it really does concern it has to be fixed in place. My their heaviness establishes that or says for Yosef Amr Adoshia, Babylonian ladders, do not have to be fixed in place. Well, Kavedan called Asan. Altogether, their heaviness, once you look at Rashi, Sulam, Kol Shukul Mikan, Sulam Kol Shukul Mikan, Etzlo. Vein Bishtim Babazesh made fucking. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that was the wrong piece. Sorry, so you begin to see that something that is heavy is considered to be fixed in place, even if it's not actively fixed in place by some type of something for the material. Zimar goes by Mandom Sulamos, the opinion that says that the latter doesn't typically fix in place, function can be colored. We certainly agree that palm trees are considered to be fixed in place because palm trees are heavier than ladders. Mandom Colin, the opinion that says that the Babylonian palm trees are considered to be fixed in place, about Sulamos would not necessarily agree with the case of the ladders. But when Rabbi Yossi made Abba, so Rabbi Yossi asked the Rabbi the following case, Sulam Mikan, the Kashin, the Emsamao. So we'll say three other very interesting cases. Remember, we've spoken about the idea that in order for a ladder to go ahead and diminish the height of the wall, what has to happen? The ladder has to have a width of 4 tons. And in this case, it's got to be 4 tons wide. Isn't this interesting case? I have a ladder, but it is not 4 tons wide. So I have this great top. What am I going to do? Look at Rashi. Sulam Kol Shubim Mikan. The Sulam Kol Shubim Mikan Etzlo. Vein Bishning Babazesh Netzvah and Babazesh Netzvah. Rochab. Kavak Kashin Shal Tuat Kavak Yisha. Lazat Lashima La'arba Ma'am. Let's just illustrate this case. You take a look at picture 265. 265. So let's just put your single here and look up the picture right hand. So if you put your single here as this follows. You have 2 regular ladders that are very, very, very thin. Very thin. Less than 2 fucking of width each. So I will say the problem is now, even together, those 2 ladders do not have the requisite 4 tons. Now the great Scott, what am I going to do? I'm going to make another ladder in between those 2 ladders with some straw. I'm going to make rungs out of straw, and essentially I'm going to put those rungs of straw in between the 2 ladders. Those are my rungs. And I'm going to use the 2 regular ladders, which are too thin. It's kind of like my handrails. Right, so I'm going to use those 2 small ladders to climb up, but I'm going to climb up on the rungs of straw. Says the Gemara, that Mahu, what's the halacha? Does that work or not? Amrlei, ein kaf haregel ola b'hai. No, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Because rungs of straw will not support your weight. So because rungs of straw will not support your weight, it's not allowed. Because it's not allowed, therefore again it can't be inside the wall. Okay, so that's the reverse case. Hashem kind of Hashem kind of that. So now, so I will say, so again, same picture, 260 looking at the left hand, the left or left hand ladder. So we'll say, what have you done? You're taking your ladder, which is too narrow. It's not passport, too narrow to serve the source of diminution to the wall. What do? So in this case, you attach to it 2 ladders. Now those 2 straw ladders are serving as what? Those are your handrails. That's what you're going to hold when you walk up. but your weight is going to be supported by the rungs of your ladder. So what's the in this case? So that's become the kasha and on each side of the ladder. Because there's my handrails. The simba emta and the regular ladder is in the middle. Amalei, hare, haregel ola behind. Oh, that works. That'll work. Because also what Rod does do is descends the ladder. So now I have a ladder that is, and again, my weight can be supported by the rungs of the regular ladder. Incredible. I'm in days will say. Chakak lahashlam bakosel kama. This is an interesting case. So what happens if halacha l'maisa? I have a Rashi says, tap Rashi, I'm testing base. Chagak lahashlam bakosel. Sulam tsar v'chakak bakosel mikan mikan. Keneged chabak yasmon lahashlam l'chodah. What's this case? So let's say I have a very narrow ladder. I have a very narrow ladder. And also, let's assume for a moment over in this case, I'm going to place my ladder flush against the wall, which we said we can do. So, I have a ladder that is only 2 flush in the width. I put it flush against the wall. I have a big top. What am I going to do? I'm going to extend the rungs, extend the width of the rungs by going and carving into the wall. That's what it means. I want to then complete the requisite width of the ladder by going ahead and carving out an area in the wall that it says I'm going to increase the length of each rung by carving into the wall itself. So it's like, how far do I have to go up on the wall in order to make this a bona fide ladder? Amalei basara. You have to go 10 fucking high. Alright, so essentially make a ladder 10 fucking high by extending the rungs by carving into the wall in that one. Amalei. Well, I will say, well, if that's the case, if that's the case that I can go ahead and engrave into the wall, then I can hollow out the wall to make the ladder. So let me forget about the ladder altogether. If I were just to go ahead and carve out rungs in the wall, this is picture 267. So in this case over here, I'm not even using an external ladder. All I'm doing is I'm carving steps into the wall itself, carving rungs into the wall itself. So how far does that have to extend up on the wall in order to finish the wall? I'm relating the low komasa. Oh, well, that has to go all the way to the height floor. That's the picture of 267. You can see over here, you might have a wall much taller than 10 fucking. Interestingly enough, in the ladder only has 10 fucking. Or I should say, the ladder has to diminish the height of the wall. Yet if you're carving rungs into the wall, it's up all the way to the top of the wall. Whereas I don't understand. Why is that? So I'll say, so why is that exactly? Let's see, you hear, look at actually, below Kamas and Shaposo, Zarshi, Mosha, Habakim, Arba. So I'll say, so what's the shot? Why is it that if you're going ahead and engraving a ladder into the wall itself, quote-unquote, run steps, you must extend to the top of the wall, yet if you're using we'll call it standalone ladder, the ladder need not be as tall. So this is actually quite fascinating. Amrli Hassam Mistalikle, Haka no Mistalik. It was a bit actually Hassam. He Ikusuba Magielo Shakos and Rados. Unio Hashem and Havi Pesak, which is a Dalit. Hilchok Kimashi, Roka Barba, the Gova Sarah, Pishabi, Avahoka in York Laros. When you have an external ladder that is resting against the wall, it is easier to get to the top of the wall than it is by climbing up the rungs in the wall. So really the image is as follows. You can imagine if you have a ladder that's going to the top of the wall, if you're climbing up the ladder, you have, let me say it like this, you have easier mobility navigating from the top of the ladder to get to the top of the wall than when you're climbing straight up the ladder. You're climbing up straight up the wall. So climbing straight up the wall, the only way to really get to the top of the wall is from the steps to go all the way to the top. If you have a ladder laying against the wall, Allah is it's easier to get to the top of the wall itself. So therefore the Gemara says functionality issue. When you have steps engraved into the wall itself, the only way for you to really get to the top of the wall is for the steps to extend all the way up. Because once say otherwise what ends up happening is you have to pull yourself up to the top of the wall. Masha'inking a ladder resting against the wall, you don't need to go all the way to the top of the wall in order to easily climb on to that top. But so it's really just a functionality issue. Rashi happens to point out over here about the use of ladders to keep the passage opening. But again, that's an additional discussion we have to get into right now. Why may have Yosef Rabba? Let's listen to this next case. So Yosef asked the Rabba the following shayla. Asol li'ilon sulam nam. We'll say what happens if you make a tree or like now let's say, as opposed to before when we were about the Babylonian palm tree, we were speaking about trees which were cut down. In this case, we were speaking about actual trees. Actual trees. So let's say in this case over here, I have a wall, and it happens to be a tree that grows right next to my wall. And the tree is very easily scalable, very easily climbable. And therefore, I want to use this tree as my sulam. I want to use it as my ladder. So now we'll say what's the halacha? Now we'll say what's the shayla involved? So remember, the use of a tree, asur on Shabbos, right? That's the Shabbos. Now granted, it's a shvus, it's a dirabbanan, but it is still asur to use a tree on Shabbos. So let's remember, we chose before the Shabbos issue of using a tree. The fear that you may come tzira. It's a fear that you could go ahead and catch a branch. It's an halacha. So now we'll say what is the halacha? And a tree function as a ladder for your wall on Shabbos. So Tibai the Rebbe, Tibai the Rabbanon, so we'll say this is a shayla both according to Rebbe and the Rabbanon. So we'll say what's Rebbe, what's the Rabbanon. So we'll see in just a moment. Look at Rashi, Esther Rashi. Tibai the Rebbe, Dora Parak Bachoma Arvin, Hanosi Nirul Tuma Bigila, we'll say remember again. This is the famous Rebbe. Right, Rebbe says that halacha l'maisa, if you go ahead, back to our days of Yehuday Kumin, you go ahead and you place your ear inside of a tree or on a tree. Rebbe said what? The halacha is the ear works. Why does the ear work? Because Rebbe says that called lover shuvim anything that is asur midrabanan is what? Is not asur hashmashis. Right? That was Rebbe's shita. And therefore, for ear kumin of saying, all I need is for ear kumin to be wet. That's all I need. I don't need to be affected by all the Shabbos. And say Chulin is a Rabbanon to place it in the tree. Therefore, Allah might say anything that is only Asr. With the Rabbanon, you could do Ben Hashmashis. So I'll say, so watch this. Now the Rabbanon disagree with that. So Tibai the Rabbanon, Ad Kamo Kam Rebbe Hassam, called Davar Shemishim Shabbos. Lo Gazra Allah, Hani Yidi Ben Hashmashis. We'll say, when is it true that Chazal did not legislate, not enact their legislation? That means that could be Hashmashis. About Kula Yom alone. We will say, remember again, this case of diminishing the height of the wall, as opposed to the case of Eruv Tumen only has to be effective, I will say, when? Very Hashmashis, very twilight. As long as your Eruv Tumen is effective twilight, you are good to go. No one cares about what happens after the rest of Shabbos. That's different than the wall. In order for the wall to be considered diminished, or if you're creating an entrance, if an entrance is being made, halacha l'maisa, that has to be diminished the entire Shabbos. Right? So we'll say, the entrance. If you're living in Chatzar A, if you want to use the top of that wall, and the way you're using that wall, because you have a ladder that diminishes the height of the wall, the use of the top of that wall to that the ladder be present the entire use. So even Rebbe said that you could utilize the tree for Erev Tumen. That was because all you needed the use of the tree when? For a very small amount of time, just in Hashmashas. But even Rebbe would agree that you can't dispense with the minute law throughout the entirety of Shabbos. Afuli Oma, lo, Odom, the other possibilities. That you lose the Rabbanon, this whole, the Adra, the other. What's the other possibility? What? Maybe using the tree as a ladder doesn't work. Because they will say, what do I need? What do I need? I need an entrance. I need a passage. I need a ladder. Yes. There's only an issue. What issue? I can't use it because of the publish. You want to see what it's like? It's like imagine you have a ladder, but there is a lion crouching on the ladder. So the lion crouching on the ladder will what? Prevent you from using the ladder. But does it take you from the fact that the ladder is a ladder? No. Ladder is a ladder. I just can't use it because it's a lion crouching. So it's like, so you get a shaila. Do we say no? It's not. It's so because you have choosing this and therefore again, this is not considered being an entranceway to the wall at all. What do we say? No, it is an entranceway. It's just that halach l'maisa is something preventing you from using it. But l'maisa, the entranceway, or right, the entrance, because you use the word Pesach, the entranceway is still an entranceway. The tree is still a ladder. Okay, what's another case? What about Asal Ashera Sukkah? It's a tree case. You have an Ashera. So remember again, Ashera is a tree worship. You have an Ashera tree, right? It's not that fits in your Ashera, but you have an Ashera tree that is right next to your wall. So can that Ashera function as a sulam or no? So that is the Rabbana. This question comes up with Rabbana. What happened? Because remember again, that it is of the opinion that halacha might say you can place an ear of tefillin in a grave, even though a grave is a serbanda. We're not going to get that punished. Rabbi Yehuda says you can place an ear of tefillin ultimately again on a grave. So according to Yehuda, you can go in and place an ear even in a place that's a serbanda. They're both saying that's the same basic logic. Since the duration of that hanor is so limited, therefore Yehuda permits it. So watch this. So we'll say, well, once another time Yehuda permits me to place an ear of tchumen, even on a place that's aser ba'anah, so then what? Maybe I should be able to use an ashera as a sulam as well. Because even though an ashera is aser ba'anah, you can place your ear of tchumen on a grave which is aser ba'anah. Why do you use an ashera? It's a sulam even though it's aser ba'anah. So watch this. I come according to the hasam, the morning till liknos, ayis yisri hanah. Ella Hasa. No. Maybe that only allows you to go ahead and use a grave which is Asabanda for your ear of tchumen. Why? Well, remember again, what is ear of tchumen? Ear of when you place your neck grave, what are you doing? You're acquiring a makom, or acquiring a dam on the side. So when you allow you to do that, the basar the kanile eruv lanecha like the linkar. I think this is before. Because what I need to do for ear of tchumen, I just need to acquire a dam. How long? Just a few minutes. I think that's all I need. That's a few minutes. And then afterwards, I don't care what happened afterwards. Has the interest in the downside. After you do the Rabbana, either or the other. Maybe we say that Sheva was the same idea. Maybe Ashera, the Ashera tree is a ladder. It is a ladder. It's just that what? There's a lion crouching on the ladder, and that lion prevents me ultimately again from accessing the ladder. Also, if you look what the tension is over here, tension of what I is, when I look at a situation, does halacha define the reality of the circumstance, or is there a reality that exists independently? So, for example, in this case of the Ashera, so we're saying the Ashera is Asabana. So because Asabana, does halacha say it's not there? It's as if it's not there. So you don't have a ladder leading up to your wall. You have nothing there. Asabana, you have nothing there. Or do we say no? There is a ladder there. No, there definitely is a ladder there. It's just like what? I can't use it. I can't. To deny the Metzias is ridiculous. What's moving on over here, and this is a fundamental tension, is in general, it's a fundamental tension in life, is how do you define Metzias? Right? How do you define reality? Is reality defined by the halachic reality, or is reality defined by the actual reality? Now, sometimes those things don't clash, but sometimes they do. You have an Ashera tree sitting against your wall. It's very easy to get to the top wall just by climbing the Ashera tree. Maybe the Ashera tree has notches in it. You just use it as a staircase. So do we say there's no staircase here? There's nothing here because halachas is an Ashera tree is also not. No, it doesn't exist. Do we say, oh, of course it exists. It's right there. You can't tell me it doesn't exist. I can touch it. I can walk it. It doesn't exist. You just say I can't use it because there's a line standing on it. There's a halacha that's preventing me. There's like a gate at the front that says no access because I'm not allowed to use it. I'll say, but just understand that also it's a fundamental tension that we often encounter in life. How do you define your reality? Says, is my reality defined what Paul says, or is my reality to see what I understand, what I say? It's a tension that all of us face throughout life. So we'll see what's that law. He said that Elon Mutter Va'ashira Asura. He said, okay, the law is about to say that the Elon is Mutter, the Ashera is Asur. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the distinction seems to be that one. Remember, the use of a tree on Shabbos is a regular tree. It's asur d'Rabbanan. The use of an Asherah is asur d'Oraisa. So it sounds like what the Gemara is saying is like this. When there's an Isur d'Oraisa associated with the use of the tree doesn't exist. When there's an Isur d'Rabbanan, the tree does exist. There's just a line that's catching on it, which prevents me ultimately again from ascending the tree. Adraba, Elon. So let's listen to this. It's actually very interesting. So this is, I would say, just the opposite. Elon, is a Shabbos going on Nitzar. So the use of a tree is something that Shabbos prohibits. So because Shabbos prohibits, that's a good reason to say that that tree is as if it doesn't exist in this situation. However, Asherah, Isser Davar Acher Gorim Lo Nitzar. Most of the Asherah, which has nothing to do with Shabbos. So maybe for our purposes here, the Asherah should be explicit. If you want to look at it, see, the first statement of the Gemara makes more sense than I think one would. Asherah's Avodah Zarah. So one study Avodah Zarah, one study Avodah Zarah, you have other examples of this. What's the halacha? What's the halacha if you use the lulav of Avodah Zarah? Mishnah in second circle. So lulav al Asherah, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? You can't use it. And so why can't you use it? Why doesn't it work? The Gemara says, Michsas Isur Shi'ura. It's as if it doesn't have the requisite shear for lulav. What is that? It's better to have Avodah Zarah, in fact, it doesn't exist. So that's the Hamida. Avodah Zarah doesn't exist. A regular tree on Shabbos Asim D'Rabbanan does exist. Now Rav Chisda says, no, I could say just the opposite. What's the opposite? The use of an Asherah has nothing to do with Shabbos. Nothing to do with Shabbos. So here, for Shabbos purpose, I can actually view that tree as if it does exist. But the use of a tree on Shabbos, even though it's only Asim D'Rabbanan, that's a Asr Shabbos. Oh, maybe when something is Asr out Shabbos, that's when it doesn't exist for Shabbos purposes. So again, so the Gemara is Adraba. Elon is a Shabbos by Nisar. Asher says Isur Davar Acher Gorim Lo Nisar. It's Marnami. It was also said because of that. Kol She'Isur Shabbos Garam Lo Asr. Also in general, the principle that says Asr because of Shabbos, we prohibited Kol She'Isur Davar Acher Gorim Lo. Anything I will say that is because of something unrelated to Shabbos, that is, it doesn't necessarily impact its status on Shabbos. Nachman by Yitzchak Masikafi, Nachman by Yitzchak had a different version. He said, Elon, Chulta Rabbi Yochanan, he said, that's something I hope Rabbi Yochanan. Asherah, Chulta Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi Asherah, is a topic of discussion ultimately again with Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi. Once I appears that this is not here, now halacha l'maisa again, like even mutter in general. Whenever you have an Asherah, we just said before, lulav by which is whenever there's something without the dessert, always considered as if it's non-existent. So an Asherah tree by will not count as a suva. But another tree by a wall could potentially go ahead and count as the suva because even though you can't use it, halacha l'maisa, it is still there. Once I say this halacha, this is in Shin Ayin Beis test Vav. So in Shin Ayin Beis test Vav,
it's okay.
Even beside that goes about some right.
You're doing well.
If there was a tree standing by the side, we made the tree into a ladder. In Ratsu Ma'ar Echad, about the Asa Asherah Sulam Makosel. So again, if you were to go ahead and Chatzar B, we're both to have trees, and those trees were to go allow you access to the wall, it acts as ladders, even though you can't actually climb that tree. Allah reminds us that presence of the trees on both sides of the wall will allow them to join the tree itself can access the tree, even though the tree is also even though you can't climb the tree with Rabbanon, but if you have share tree where both sides of the hunter, then I think it is not gigantic, and therefore halacha l'maisa would not enjoy the hakiras, nor would it act. That's what we're talking about for today. We'll pick up again after the Mishnah.
Sorry, I keep spinning. She is such a committed actress, and I saw that in the she was so committed, focusing on work
right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin with a beautiful dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is I nine. We are picking up on Ayin Ches on the page. We are picking up on Sadi at the Mishnah. We thank our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank you all and start comments. For all of the learning, all of the learning experience from our Viva, and then that little sponsors Rob Roberts and Blumenfeld on our anniversary. So incredibly beautiful. There's also an anonymous sponsorship in the future, but it's certainly not. Correct. How you put this in the basket of all the people, you don't have to imagine about how we go up. Speak together with Kobe, and most of that, let us begin. So the Mishnah says as follows: Choretz shebein beis chatzeros, amot yud v'lo chav dalet. What's the Mishnah? I am question days. You have a choretz. Choretz is a ditch in between two chatzeros. We'll say in the previous Mishnah we were speaking about a wall in between two chatzeros. Now we are focusing ultimately on a ditch between two chatzeros. So ditch between two chatzeros, amot yud v'lo chav dalet, 10 fucking deep and 4 fucking wide. So obviously we've already learned that because of the pizza could go ahead and extend upwards or downwards, right? It works either way. So here obviously instead of having a wall, you have a ditch. The ditch extends downward 10 fucking 4 fucking across. So what's that look up? You have such a ditch in between two chatzeros. Ma'arvin shnayim ve'in ma'arvin echad. Two chatzeros can only make two independent Yehudim and cannot combine to form one united unit. So what's the ditch of that size with those dimensions? So ultimately, again, cuts off the two chatzeros one from the other. Afilu malikash o kevin. We'll say this is true even if the ditch itself was filled with straw, or hay. So the Gemara says, Mali afar soros. Also, however, if the ditch was full with pebbles, with rocks, ma'arvin echad ve'im ma'arvin shnayim. Listen, interesting. So Mishnah seems to indicate that the ditch that is filled with straw or with stubble, so the halakha is that straw or stubble is not included in the ditch. The ditch is still considered to be a different ditch, and therefore halakha l'maisa, two chatzeros are reckoned as two independent chatzeros cannot join in a common union. However, and Rashi points out over here, straw and stubble is used as animal food. So because it's used as animal food, therefore again it's not going to remain in the ditch, you're going to take it out. So because you're going to take it out, therefore again it does not become bundled in the ditch. Because it doesn't become bundled in the ditch, therefore the ditch is still considered to be as if it's fully exists. And therefore Allah says two chatzeros are separate. Masha in if you have dirt or pebbles, so we'll say so that when you put that into a ditch, that has a degree of permanence. Because it has a degree of permanence, therefore halacha l'maisa, it effectively is mevatel the ditch. Mevatel the ditch. Therefore, I will say again, ma'arvin echad ve'im ma'arvin shnayim. So we'll say if you have a ditch that's filled in with dirt, then we'll say, what do you have? Well, what you don't have is a ditch. And therefore, again, the two chatzeros are only joined in one common area because now these areas are fully open one to the other, and they cannot make their own separate and distinct areas. Nasan alav neser sherachab arbat shafim. We'll say across the ditch you lay a board that is 4 fucking wide, and that board goes across the ditch. Then what? The same base gusteros or we'll say for example if you have two balconies on two homes, and those two balconies are opposite each other, and same idea. You place a board from one balcony, and the board itself, we will say, is 4 fucking wide. Ma'ashnayim, the presence of a board that is 4 fucking wide, connecting two areas, effectively serves as an entranceway. But once you have an entranceway from the areas, you have a choice. You can go ahead and make one joint or you can make two separate areas. That is your choice. Therefore, established. We must not have a opposing time, but if halacha l'maisa again, the board is not 4 fucking wide, and therefore again, it lacks the requisite shear to be an entranceway. Ma'arvin shnayim ve'im ma'arvin echad. It's ultimately again they can make 2 different Yehudim and cannot make one joint. But says the Gemara. We'll say more of their animals. And therefore, it's not buckled. So the Kevin Lochai is that true that straw in the pit does not go and serve the pit bond and what we learn mitzvah shebei the chanseros. So if you have a haystack, in between two chanseros. I start talking so we'll say, and the haystack itself is 10 fucking high. The Arbenstein, the Ima Arbenechot, so we'll say a haystack of 10 fucking high. So it's a wall. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the two chanseros cannot join in a common area, only join again in 2 days for Eruvim. So you see that haystack and surface of the but I buy the Indian typically envelope will either have the heat, which is very interesting. Somebody said everyone agrees that a pile of straw is straw sack, right? You go into the pizza. I call it pizza. Oh, listen to this. There's a color in the pizza and the chatzitza. And the pizza is simply the physical barrier. So if you have a physical barrier that's fucking high, that's a wall. That's a wall. It doesn't really matter what it's made of. If it's a wall, it's a wall, and therefore it's kosher. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, I say therefore it's a mechitz. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the next two areas. Achitza will say something that is considered to be killer. In this case, chatzitza is a little bit different than you know about chatzitza. For this context, for chatzitza killer. And for pillars,
Hey, we won one.
in terms of a pillar for a dish, what's the only time that pillar is considered to be a pillar is when
Fantasy champions, kids.
you're gonna leave it there. But if it's a pillar that is being used ultimately for the safety is not something that's gonna remain, but rather it's something that's going to be moved, that's not called pillar. It's like very important distinction. So straw and stubble has a funnel to serve as a mechitza. But straw and stubble as a chatzitza, a pillar or a ditch won't work. Won't work because it's only to be moved. Now, we're going to see an exception to this rule in just a moment. So I'll just tell you this. Let's say there's a distinction when it comes to, so it sounds like over here from the Gemara that straw and stubble can never serve as a pillar for a ditch. Of course, the Shulchan Aruch now also, Shulchan points out, of course, if a person says, I'm leaving this straw inside of the ditch, what's the halacha? Then it is a chatzitza. Which means all it's saying is that stamps, right? If you fill a ditch, you don't specify anything of that. Then halacha l'maisa, that's not sort of the pillar for the, because the nature of straw is you're going to take it out. But a person says, I'm never using the straw. I'm not. I'm leaving it here on the ditch. Enough, it becomes a chatzitza, becomes a pillar. We'll see that in a little bit. But yet again, the Mishnah said that if you fill the ditch with dirt, so dirt, the pillar, the ditch buckles, and the two chatzitza must join in one common ditch. Said about you lose stomach. What's interesting? And I fill my ditch with. I don't say anything. I don't say I'm leaving dirt there. I'm not leaving dirt there. So that's called stomach. See, it sounds in the Mishnah that if you fill the ditch with dirt, even if you say nothing, you don't articulate your intentions that way. The dirt is considered pillar. Is that so? One time we learned Paisha that we have an Oxloros Ubitlo bottle. What's an interesting case? If you have a home, very quickly, if you have a home and there's a corpse in the home, there's corpse in it. Generally, tumas is contained in the house. It doesn't go ahead and go past the roof. However, if there's a corpse in the home and the home is filled from ground to ceiling, let's say with dirt or with straw or with something else, the halacha is that the Torah is ola bokas. In other words, like just if you can imagine it, if the home has space, it's contained within the walls of the structure of the home. If there's no space in the home, then the tumor is not contained in the home. The tumor goes straight up. So the Gemara says if you have a home that is filled up with heaven or straw, or dirt, or pebbles, and you're mevatel in the house, which means what? So I'm not moving straw, I'm not moving the pebbles. The home is considered to be, and the tumor therefore goes up from here. Bitlo in Tavarosi, she'll be even now. Again, we're not worried about straw, but she'll be eaten by pebbles and dirt. The only time the pebbles and dirt are considered to be the pillar of the home is when you're mevatel it. which sounds like there needs to be an active bittul in order to go ahead and consider that the dirt and the stones are there. Amravuna, man kind of all those, what's the opinion over here of all those Rabbi Yossi. It's Rabbi Yossi, what's it? Not be again, it's different thing. Rabbi Yossi, if it's something like that, Rabbi Yossi, it's Rabbi Yossi, and it's different thing. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, and then getting us to know. Sorry, it's a stand of our. Rabbi Yossi says, if you have straw, and you have no intention to remove the straw. So straw without intention to remove it is like stam offer. We'll say stam offer just means dirt. Dirt with which you have articulated or expressed no intention. It's bottle. Bottle. Offer ba'asa the also. We'll say if you have dirt and you're going to move that dirt, how do you stam heaven below bottle? And it becomes like regular straw, and therefore it's not bottle. So we'll see, if you see over here the point of Yossi, stam offer, you just have dirt, you assume that dirt is going to remain where it is. Amravasi, non-Pana Erevin, who is the opinion of our mission? Erevin, that's Rabbi Yossi. That's Rabbi Yossi. So therefore again, Rabbi Yossi is our opinion. In the Mishnah, Rabbi Yossi says, stam offer. Dirt, just stam dirt. We assume that when you place dirt somewhere, what's going to happen? It's staying there. If you put dirt in a ditch, unless you articulate otherwise, we assume that dirt is staying in it. That is different from straw. When you put straw in a ditch, assume that what? The straw is going to be moved. Unless, of course, you articulate that the straw is going to remain in place. Why are you bringing it back from Tuma onto Shabbos? Hanach is Shabbos. Oh, so here we go. This is fascinating. You see, by Shabbos, the criteria for being mevatel something, we'll say, is fundamentally different. Why? Because on Shabbos, we're mevatel things all of the time. A person goes ahead and goes, look at actually, even your wallet, keys money most, bottle sham, about Kevin the cash middleman for the hima. So when it comes to Shabbos, the person has an item that's smoked. So they leave that item in the bottle, that item all over the time. So the Shabbos now, what the submissiles are very different. So the Ashi Amar Bayis Acharitz Kalan is why you comparing the case of a home that come out to a ditch. Bishlam Acharitz L'mitnei Kai. About Bayis L'mitnei Kai. Also, here's the difference also. It's very well being that in a home. And we'll say, remember again, what did the Mishnah say about all of this? The Mishnah said that if you have a corpse in a home, and that home is filled with dirt, if you were mevakel the dirt, then ultimately again the home is considered to be filled, and the tumah ascends upwards. If you weren't mevakel the dirt, then the dirt is not considered to be a pillar for the home, and therefore the tumah is contained in the home. So the Gemara is bringing that as a contradiction to our Mishnah, because our Mishnah seems to indicate that what if you fill a ditch with dirt, even if you were not mevakel the dirt, the ditch is considered to be filled. Which Rav says you can't compare this to the skill set. When you fill a home with dirt is not really a place where people, home is not a place where people store dirt. Unless you're mevakel that dirt, the assumption is that what? The dirt is going to be removed. Mashahinkin, a ditch is a place that people normally store dirt or put dirt. And therefore, it's quite possible that when you fill the ditch with dirt, you're not explicitly mevakel the sin of that dirt. That is indeed the halacha as established. So in our class means that if you go ahead and you fill a ditch with dirt, the assumption is that dirt is there instead. It's bottom. So dirt pebbles, that fills in a ditch. Therefore, I'll say just to plug this back in. If you have a ditch that's 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide, in between two chaseros. So before that ditch is filled in, what's the halacha regarding Eruvin? What's the halacha? Two separate areas. Two separate distinct areas. Can't make a joint area. If you fill it in with dirt, I've done it before Shabbos. You fill it in with dirt before Shabbos, that totally negates the ditch. Even if you did not express any intention regarding the dirt. Because the assumption is when you fill in a ditch with dirt, that dirt is there to stay. There is no needed expression or articulation of intent. That is different than straw and stubble. Straw and stubble, because it is used for animal food, even if you put it inside of a ditch, the default assumption is you're going to be taking it out. You're going to be using it. Because that's the default assumption there for halacha l'maisa, it's not mevatel the ditch. But if you were to place straw and stubble into the ditch and what? Articulate and say, I'm leaving it here in the ditch, and the halacha is that indeed would be mevatel the ditch. Because everything you need to know about ditch is kind of Nasa of message of the ballot. One case in is you have a ditch. Now you place a board across that ditch that obviously goes across the ditch and has a minimum width of 4 tefachim. So what's that? Amarava, Losha, Elashnas, Samurakbo. That's true if you place the length of the board across the width of the ditch, which was that's how you imagine it, right? Placing the board across a plank across the ditch. However, Arco, listen to this. But if you go ahead and you place the board along, place the length of the board along the length of the ditch, the close should be none. Well, this is actually very interesting. When do you need this? You need the plank, the board, or bottom wise. That's when you need the length of the board across the width of the ditch. So you're not using the board as an entrance filter. Interesting, must be a minimum board bottom. But if you're placing the length of the board along the length of the ditch, then you force that any amount of width and it successfully bridges the gap between the like this. So why does that? This is picture 270. So we'll say so. The reason it works is because halacha l'maisa, we're talking about it has a width of 10 tefachim. Excuse me, 4 tefachim. Right, 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide. So pretty much, if you go ahead and you put a board, right, across you put a board, the length of the board across the length of this, what are you doing? You're minimizing the width of the ditch itself, or to minimize the width of the ditch. So what is that like? Going back to our wall piece, what is that the equivalent of? Minimizing the height of the wall. What happens when you minimize the height of the wall? Well, again, either create both sides do it, or if you use it on the top. So just enough halacha l'maisa. If you go ahead. So let's say, so if you go ahead and you put the board along the length of the ditch, that successfully minimizes, that successfully minimizes the area of the ditch, and then for halacha l'maisa allows you to go ahead and make one good. Incredible. The Gemara Amarava Losh Agas. The king snake was negative. Was it going to get 2 balconies opposite each other could also be could also make a plank between the 2 balconies. As long as the plank is short, the plank is and between the 2 balconies, right, so they can make one plank. Says the Gemara. Amarava. Other negative. Ain Zushalot is concerned. In Zushalot no. We'll say this is only the 2 balconies that are opposite each other. The balconies are not opposite each other, then of course this does not. Furthermore, I will say if one balcony is higher than the other, that does not work if there is a greater than a 3 differential between the two. About being the jealous as Moshe this throws at I will say again, you can see this. This is pictures 271, 272. But I will say, even though the Gemara indicates to us that the balconies must be directly opposite each other, indicates opposite and on the same level, in order to go ahead and make the same, or place a board. Sorry, 2 halachos over actually. One is that the balconies have to be opposite each other. And again, along that same logic, halacha l'maisa, they have to be on the same level as each other. All the Gemara saying over here is, even if they're not directly opposite each other, or that you're not directly on the same level as one another, as long as what? As long as there's not a greater than a 3 tefach differential between 2 of them, you're good to go. Which I will say, we understand this already. Halacha l'maisa, anything that you get 3 tefach, but they're not exactly opposite each other. They're few. As long as there was 3 spots of each other, ultimately again that allows the 2 rows to join together in a common. Beautiful. Mishnah. This one should stay here. So we go hasty. We just quoted this before, and I have 1 days. You have a haystack in between 2 Chatzeros. Gavos are talking, and the stack is 10 fucking high. What's the law? I've been trying to get my Ivan at stack to effectively act as a cluster. At least acts as a cluster, and then look at myself, hit 10 fucking high, ultimately again divide into two areas, I'm trying to get my Ivan at again, they can make two Erubins, cannot make one Erub. Kind of what's very interesting. Now in this gap, now remember, hay, straw, is on Shabbos. Why? Because it's used for animal food. It's interesting about this. So imagine this scene. You have a haystack. There's no picture on it. There's a haystack. Haystack is 10 fucking high. Haystack is used in casinos A and B. What's the lot? Haystack 10 fucking high. Two separate casinos going in one common area. Okay. So now what you says is by the way, residents of A, it's haystack, and the residents of B take from the haystack. Everyone's allowed to go ahead and feed their animals from the haystack. What happens if both is both on Shabbos? Might have heaven there starts almost right? Let's say again the haystack then is a result of everybody quote unquote from it or using it the height activity. So of course of course it's the height activity below 10 fucking and it's no longer having a feature or you can do how many areas you cannot make two separate features. Good. Says the Gemara, this is very interesting. When you have a haystack that's 10 fucking high, it acts as a pizza and divides from potatoes. So interestingly enough, the Mishnah also has a huge culture is to go ahead and take the off from the potatoes. So you now the Gemara fights. So you can go to so what can you do? Look at that. Sure you think. Yeah, so parcel. So what's interesting? So the Gemara says, actually the Tuna says that you could go ahead and allow your animal to eat from the haystack. What can't you do? You can't take hay with your hands and put it into whatever the trough or the feed bag of the animal. You can't take straw with your say you can't take it with your hands on top. Almost like what's the issue? It can't really be muktzah. Right, because animal food. Because animal food is not muktzah. Look at that. She's very interesting. So you think the adayim is so kufa. So Dilma Shakil Tuva. Oh, we'll say, what's the concern? The concern says the Puna is if you allow you to take it with your hands, what's going to happen? You're going to take too much. The Gemara says, Umamit leina asara to come out of the Chatzah Hauseres. Umachilim Bitoni Benafisim Shebehima Baba Kalas. Bahasam Lokashim. So let's listen to this. What's the concern? The concern is if I take straw with my hands, I'm going to what? Take too much straw. And if I take too much straw, then what? I diminish the height of the haystack. 10 fucking, well, let's say, so now what happens? I create a vicious cycle. I've taken too much hay, diminished the height of the partition of the haystack. Thereby making two casinos into one class, so you require one Eru. It's 30 shots. Unfortunately, 10 fucking to make two different Erubins. I'm going to take too much and thereby diminish the height of the haystack, make the chaseros into one joint area, and invalidate their individual Erubins. Therefore, Allah says that you can't take straw with your hands, you can just leave the animal there. So why isn't that a concern by animals? So let's listen to this. She says something very interesting over here. She says that animals eat slowly. Animals eat slowly. And therefore, I will say sometimes, so what can happen is when a person grabs something, they grab a lot at a time. Animals eat slowly. Therefore, what says the Shabbos, there's no concern that animals are going to finish the height of things. But if I start taking it's got to be a fascinating Muslim as well. Right? That animals, as apparently animals consume, so they consume like this. So how do human consumption? And it's like eating of it, how human consumption that sometimes we eat too much at any one particular time. Sometimes again, there's not the proper pacing oneself in the overall in the material world, and there's just too much consumption. Well, fascinating idea. In any event, Rashi says the other part. Rashi happens to advance another idea, and Rashi says over the other part of the word that because the straw was part of the Nefitza and Shabbos, therefore it is Muktzah. Therefore it's Muktzah. Therefore again, I can't take it with my hands, but I can lead my animal ultimately to go ahead and eat the Midan Shabbos. Says the Gemara, V'ha'amar Abuda, Amar Rabbi Hanina, Ma'amin Adam Esfehemto al Gabi Asavim Shabbos. Ve'im Ma'amin Adam Esfehemto al Gabi Muktzah Shabbos. The Muslim we learned also that Halach L'Maisa, a person could go ahead and Ma'amin Adam could place animals on top of grass. You know that the animals eat grass on Shabbos, but I can't go ahead and bring my animals eat something Muktzah on Shabbos. And if a consumer will say that I may come to handle the Muktzah myself, to which the Gemara says, we'll say, what's the case? The case over here in our Mishnah is where I'm directing my animal, not by going ahead and essentially standing in front of it. So I lead my animal without direct involvement with my animal. That's what we will say. The hem to Allah today left Shari. Look at him, the Mashak will be a dime to separately. Allah, come on, it's Kabaram Allah. Let's do this. So the idea over here is that there's a concern about leading your animal with your hands to a muktzah item to eat, but in return I may come to handle the muktzah. Well, that's the case, then how can I go ahead and eat my animal straw to eat? So which the Gemara says, you're right. I'm not really actively pulling my animal to eat the straw, rather I'm directing my animal by standing in its way and kind of being able to go in a particular direction. Look at that. Rashi says, I'm sorry, I skipped a lot of them. I'll say, Shari, is it permissible to go ahead and take your animal to eat from the straw on Shabbos? After all, says the Gemara, a person could go and take his animal to graze, but the lead graze from grass on Shabbos. The aim ma'amik adam Hashem b'gadai muktzah b'Shabbos. Notice that person cannot actually eat his animal to eat from muktzah item on Shabbos. What's the concern? Because grass, there's no concern I'm going to go and eat from grass. That's the right. So I'm going to eat from muktzah items that I may come to handle. The muktzah items, or the straw is muktzah for me because it is part of the meat like you said in your sentence. If that's the case, then I'm not going to leave my animal on Shabbos. To which he says, no, I'm not actively fully leading animals from the straw on Shabbos. What am I doing? Let's say you could direct me, even without touching the animal. You just stand with the animal, forcing it to go in a different direction. Situation will be, I'm allowed to steer my animal to eat from the straw, even though again apparently not permitted to actively lead my animal. Although you came yourself to pass on that. And we'll say again, remember the Gemara Mishnah said, that Allah I'm sorry, this is called the Mishnah of the Gemara, that although I can allow most to eat from the straw, I must eat from the straw and put my bag on Shabbos. That Shuvah Kanya, Bayish, Shevei, Shnei, Katzeros, what's the very interesting case? You have a home in between two Katzeros, and the home itself is filled with straw. So we'll say, this is picture 273. So you can see what you have over here is two chatzeros, two homes, both open into a chutzner. In the middle of that chutzner is a home. There's a structure that is filled with straw. So now watch this. Says the Gemara, so the two homes have the ability to go ahead and, or the two chatzeros, because there's a home that is filled with straw. That area, that essentially acts as a partition, that part of the straw acts as a partition, and therefore the two chatzeros must make two independent uses. You cannot make one joint use. Echad knows, sorry, Vein Marvin Echad. Zen knows himself Kupaso V'Yachil. Zen knows himself Kupaso V'Yachil. We'll say each of their members of their respective chatzeros have the right, however, on Shabbos to take from the straw, put it into their bags, and people say, now you see what the contrast is. Here the Bright seems to clearly indicate that on Shabbos, not going to feed your animals from the straw, but what? You can take from the straw and put it into your bag. He wants to snide, and you talk in, but if over the course of Shabbos is the height of the grain pile or straw pile goes below 10 tefachim, the pizza is no longer there, then what? Shnei Masui. Ultimately, again, both Katseros will be. I will say, it makes sense. Why both Katseros? Because before Shabbos, the height of that pile was 10 tefachim, which acted as a wall. Because it was a wall, Katser A made it, Katser B made it. If on Shabbos the height of that straw pile dipped below 10 tefachim, then suddenly halachically what happens? Those two areas are one area. Well, the problem is they have a joint eruv. If they don't have a joint eruv, then no one is allowed to carry in their respective chatzeros. So how do you save the day? Kate said, "Well, Seth." So we'll say, what could he do? Noah let's say so. The members of one of the chatzer, right? One of the guys from the chatzer could close up his home. And he goes in and does bittul rishos. Therefore, who also the chavero? So we'll say essentially, if one side of this equation, one guy chooses to go ahead and essentially close his home and yield his rights. Therefore, again, it's no longer Katseros open to two people, but the entire Chatzer is considered to be owned by one person or one entity. And therefore, Halakha Lamaisa, it allows the other one to go ahead and cash. So, for example, if the members of Chatzer A love the house, right, and yield their rights to the members of Chatzer A, then Enoch Inamir. Right, members of Chatzer close up their home, yield their rights to the members A, then Halakha Lamaisa, given the members of Chatzer A to carry the members of Chatzer A. The goat shall have 7 days to finish out. Most of the same halacha is if you have a pile of straw in between. I actually go actually points out this guy. Pit, right? If you go ahead and you have a pit in between two chatzeros, and that pit is filled ultimately again with straw. What's the halacha? It's the same halacha. So a pit filled with straw has the same halacha ultimately again as, I should say, the case between two Chumei Shabbos will be the same case as between that. A pile of straw in between two police has the same halacha as a pile of straw in between two chatzeros. So again, we're going to go through each case right from the benefit. Says the Gemara. I'm telling you, I will say, but again, let's not lose sight. What are we focusing on over here? We said, Restream said in the beginning of the Gemara, that you can allow your animal to eat from the straw pile. But what can't you do? You can't take it and put it into your bag. Yet the price that clearly indicates that Allah says in this case over here, you can't take it into your bag. So what's going on over here? I'm telling you how it's done and so and so. There's no sense of the so say, Amri Bayin, Kavan to eat the cigar, if was no, small about Lamita in this. Oh, well, so here we go. Let's go back for just a moment. Why did this want to say that you can take animal to eat from the straw pile, but you cannot take from the straw pile and put it into your bag? What was the reason? Again, the first year said Nashi. The reason for that was why I was saying, because there's a concern. Animals eat, how do they eat? A little bit at a time. Therefore, when people come and grab stuff, they grab a lot at a time. When they grab a lot at a time, there's a significant concern of diminishing the height of the pile. Don't say, watch this. In the case of the Raisa, where is the pile of straw house? Where is it? It's in a structure. So we'll say, what's the great structure? It's easy to discern the height of the pile. We'll say, when I walk in the Shabbos, the height of the pile, I see the pile relative to what? Well, to the ceiling. I will easily be able to discern if that pile dips below 10 or again, I am permitted to take the grain and put it into my bag. When that pile is outdoors, it becomes more difficult to be able to see the height diminish, height not diminish, and therefore, when it says you can allow your animal to eat from it, but you are not allowed to take it into your bag. Fascinating. This might be telling me I started talking at first. So now we're going to go through this piece of advice. We're going to spend a good part of the rest of the day focusing now on this Bryson, particular case of Bryson. So what did we say? In this slide, I started talking to Shannon. Let's remember again, this is the case, two chatzeros, home in the middle, filled with straw. So the straw pile is 10 fucking high. Each chatzer makes its own use. If the straw pile is diminished over the course of Shabbos, then what? The two chaseros become what effectively halachically one chaser because they did not join in a either on Erev Shabbos. They own individual Eruvim. Halacha l'maisa, no one's allowed to guarantee their chaseros. So the Gemara is ha'asara shari. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, so as long as the grain pile maintains the height, that's straw. As long as the straw pile maintains its height of 10 tefachim, everybody is good. It was interestingly enough, interestingly enough, even though 10 tefachim was like 10 tefachim is not a lot of height, even though again the top of the pile is far from the ceiling of the house, nevertheless, as long as the pile is 10 tefachim high, that serves as an pizza in between the two. So again, there's a significant distance between the ceiling of the home and the top of the pile. What do you see from here? That partition that do not reach to the ceiling of the structure still exists to be finished. We had this case. This was the case of a mansion that was divided up into 5 parts. And you had 5 different groups staying at and we were saying, do they have 5 tables in? Can they run water? And part of that question was what happens if you have partitions that do not reach too past the ceiling. See from here on both sides that did a great that a straw pile that is fucking high that is situated inside of a home serve as a pizza that was that even a pizza that does the ceiling is still what? Called the mechitza says I'm Rabbi but maybe not. It was about a very short house. I was at the rooftop of this house is what? Is actually 13 fucking minus a bit. 12 and 9 tenths fucking. Right? That's the amount that's the height of the roof. Therefore, let's say if you have a grain pile that measures 10 fucking, therefore what? It's lovely to the top of the roof. And everyone that if you have a mechitza that's love, that's considered to be attached. Okay, one thing I will say, don't any conclusions from this regarding the staff of the mechitza don't reach the roof. Because I could just easily set this up as a situation where the mechitza in fact does reach the roof and love is problem. We have an answer. Even be ultimately again in a home where the height ceiling is 10 tefachim on the base, the Tavan Shiva Umashu. We'll say this is fascinating. Or I can set it up like this. The case is where the height of the ceiling in the home is 10 tefachim, and the grain pile itself is only 7 tefachim a bit, and yet it'll still work, what I will say, because the pile of straw that is 7 tefachim enclosed in a home that has a ceiling height of 10 tefachim works. Why does one word? Love it. It's all about love it. So he wants to follow. So he shows like fascinating. I will say now, this is really very fascinating because you're talking about a pile of straw. You see, when we speak about lovers, we're speaking about a connection between what I guess we call more subject or solid entities. Yet interestingly enough, when we begin to think that if you have a pile of straw inside of a home that is something like a 10 tefachim, that pile of straw is considered to be lover to ceilings, thereby creating effectively. It's quite amazing. Ultimately again, somebody was of the opinion that halal that is 10 tefachim with a ceiling height that is 3 tefachim minus a bit. The price itself speaks about the height of a straw pile of tefachim. So the Gemara says, what does it mean when the price speaks about the height of the pile diminishing from 10? So we'll say it means that we're speaking about a pile that is what we'll call in the Torah Sasara. In the halachos concerning 10 tefachim. So it's interestingly enough, according to this approach, you can have a pile of straw that effectively acts as a mechitza, even though it is not 10 tefachim. How can you have that if the pile of straw is housed in a home which has a ceiling height of 10 tefachim, and the pile of straw itself is 7 tefachim minus a bit, or 7 tefachim and a bit? Now, that's love connect the pile of straw. Ultimately, again, it's extreme incredible. Let's just remember again. If, however, same case, two chatzeros, house in the middle, pile of straws 10 fucking high, that divides appears to make their own individual area. But there wasn't over the course of Shabbat, so the pile is diminished, no longer 10 fucking high. So we'll say both of the house are also. What do you see from here? It's not enough. The urine have point of a sasur. We'll say, what do you see from here? If new residents come on Shabbat, they answer the Chatzar now. So we'll say, but ultimately, again, we see it. Actually, we already made reference to this. I will say a lot of nice new people, new residents show up in the Chatzar on Shabbos. So they did not participate in the Erev on Erev Shabbos. They have the ability to answer the Erev that was made. So this is another way of saying that if new factors come into play on Shabbos, they have the ability to impact the Erev. So now, what's the Kiddush there? Because I would have thought, yes, it's called last night in our discussion on this year. So let's say generally we think that status of certain things, most notably Erev, are locked in when? Bein Hashmos, the beginning of Shabbos. Yet, interestingly enough, so far again, I would have thought, if I was structuring this off, I would have thought, when do you need the pile of straw to be 10 talking? When do you need 10 talking? When? Bein Hashmos. And as long as it's 10 talking at Bein Hashmos, it doesn't really matter what happens really quickly. You see that that's not the case. You see that halacha la'isa, if the height of the pouch over the course of Shabbos, that will restrict members of the respective Satir. So you see that developments over the course of Shabbos absolutely impact the Chatzar. But to which the Gemara maybe not dealing with the impact. We're actually talking about a case where he talks about that the height of the straw pile diminished. Maybe it actually diminished when? Maybe it diminished actually Erev Shabbos. Maybe it diminished Shabbos. Okay, good. Gates of the Wosa. You know, let's base what I do. Remember again, if the straw pile was diminished on Shabbos, again, to be clear, what's happening over here? Because it was pile of straw, how's the structure in between units, and the pile of straw was high. That's in the piece. Because when the pizza A and B are separate, they each make their respective eruvim. Now, as I will say, on Shabbos, the height of the straw pile is diminished. The status, usher. Because now I will say again, although A has its own eruv and B has its own eruv, the absence of the in between them really represents eruv. But it's our Shabbos. You can't take an eruv on Shabbos. Therefore, neither of them can carry. The only remedy I will say is that the Mishnah said it was what? So one side of this equation, right, one of the Chatzeros can choose to lock up their home, and yield their rights to the members of the other Chatzer. And if they do that, then what? Then the members who yielded cannot carry, but the members who were yielded to can carry. It says in your entirety. Why do I need to learn those? Like the Mishnah said, you have to close your home and yield your rights. Okay, so why do I have to close my home? We learned this before. What do I have to do? I have to yield. What I have to close my home and yield my rights? Oh no, it's based on the back. Oh, you're right. You don't have to do both. You either have to close off your home or yield your rights. Again, closing off your home is effectively the same, seems like the same thing as yielding your rights. So you have to do one or the other. Levi said, other guys say, no, you actually have to do both. Why? You want to keep it the Dutch. They us the Dutch. Because say this is a little bit different. In this case over here, because only again the members of one side, right? So one of the guys who's used to constantly carry, right? Also using the straw, taking from the support they're used to, which is they don't close off their home, they're going to constantly use the area. There could very well be that in this case you require both the yielding and the closing off. Who wants to have a filter? You will say again, and if you go ahead and you yield and close off your home, you yield and close off, you can't carry the others can carry. So Tzrichi, Hazar Idach Kubata Lechavos. And now what's going to happen over here? Let's see, originally closed off A. And now A is going, okay, I used it for 2 hours. Now I'm going to yield and close off my cluster. So that allows B to which the Gemara says, doesn't work. This works in one direction. So one side, one chatzar, you choose to close off and yield to the other. The gold shelf having shaving Shabbos. And I will say the same halacha would apply to a pile of straw in between two tchumen. So we'll say again, I have two tchums that overlap. We saw that pile of straw is in between them. Where's the mosquito? Okay, so why do you have to go ahead and illustrate this? Why would it be any different ultimately again than two potatoes? So the Tzirkan Rabbi Akiva, most of the Tzirkan Rabbi Akiva, the Amar Tchumen Doraisa. We also remember again Rabbi Akiva holds that the din of Tchum is a din Doraisa, as opposed to everyone else who holds that Tchum is Rabbanon. Rabbi Akiva holds that Tchum is Doraisa. Malkin, what would you have thought? Litzar Joma Asilech Rufe. So say, I'm at a front that halacha l'maisa. If you have this straw pile that halacha l'maisa is between two tchumen, I would have thought, you know what? Don't let either member of either tchum take from the straw. Why not? Maybe there's a concern that will end up happening. If I'm in tchum A and Ruben's in tchum B, if we're both taking from the same pile, I may come to carry. Certain items ultimately again from my tchum to his tchum, and according to but that is Isser D'Oraisa. So I'm at when Isser D'Oraisa comes about, you don't allow people to share a common straw pile. Kamashal that is Kamashal that is even in the case of the straw pile, even between potatoes, ultimately at both opportunities. Let's see, I should stop over here at the Mishnah. All right, we'll have a lot to do in the session tomorrow. Okay. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us give the beautiful daf of us today. Today's daf is daf Hey 80. And we are picking up in there the Mishnah on Ani Test. Almost 82 by 20 minutes. Now it's sponsors for this morning. Should thank our soda sponsors. Yola and Sar Cannon. Dedicated all the shooting instructions this month. As cars are Tequila. We thank our Tafiomi sponsors, Dr. and Mrs. Duran, for dedicating it. Share this morning memory of Dr. Duran's father, Jackson Milton, Yaakov Mayer, and Moshe Reed, from Rafah, Yoga, and American Son from Florida. The show will have enough time to have our anonymous sponsors dedicated. The shooting this week is for the pushing for Rafael Yehudis, basketball, the giving for Akisa. People do it together all day. And also with that, let us begin. So we're at the Mishnah last today. And here at we have was a Mishnah, Ayin Testament days 79. Says the Mishnah. Kids are starts in the mobile. Most interesting game. How do you make shikut involves? So how do you make a shikut? So remember again, we've seen so far here of Katzeros, woman, we'll even talk dabble a little bit today in Eruv Havshilin. So there's Hashem, and now we're speaking about how do you make a shikut in Mavuos? Right? How do you make a shikut? It says the Mishnah, Ketzah Mishtat in the Mavui. How do you go ahead and make a shikut in the Mavui? Mania, that's not obvious. So a person goes ahead and leaves aside, puts aside, as they set it down, barrel of food. Vomer, Harays of the Chobanei Mavui. And a person says, this food is hereby given over to all of the members of the Mavui. Let's say we all live in a Mavui together, or whatever. We all live in our respective chatzelos and share the same Mavui. And then what happens? I go ahead and I bring a barrel of food. And I say, here, it's my barrel. I say, this barrel of food should be for the entire chatzah, all the members of the chatzah. So it says, what's the halacha? Fine, so that work is Mavui. The halacha is that in order for that to happen, I have to somehow transfer ownership to you. So how do I transfer ownership to you? The way to do this is by using another party who can acquire it on your behalf. So the Mishnah says you can use anyone you want to go ahead and be exacted to acquire it on behalf. I did no be done. People more related to me have the ability to go ahead and use by the Abdo, which is also different. or ultimately again through your Jewish servants, and through your wife. It just needs to be something in you to acquire foods on behalf of the other. Even with that, they didn't know also you can't use your minor children. You can't use your children who are kanim. But no ID Abdo, you also can't go ahead and use your non-Jewish servants. Dipnei Shia does, Kia does. Ultimately, again, their hand is like your hand. So we'll say, so again, so look, definition tells me, so a couple of them back over here. Number one, I have the ability to go ahead and convey, I have the ability to bring a barrel of food, make it the sheet for the entire movement. What that requires, of course, of me is to somehow convey ownership of the food to the other members of the Mavui, which again I can do through a third party. And that third party can be related to me. They just have to be an adult with capacity. And they have to be Jewish. Adult is a Jewish adult with capacity, and that works. Says the Gemara. I'm ready to go. Publish stupid rules. Start by but Buddha says it's true, but in order to acquire it on behalf of the other residents of the cluster, you have to go ahead and lift it up and tap it. Okay, well, this is a general halacha in acquisitions. The logic behind it is as follows: because if the barrel of food sits on in my property, so it hasn't really been acquired on behalf of anyone else. In order for it to be acquired on behalf of another party, so ultimately, again, the acquiring party has to lift it up, at least the tefach from my rishos. Says the Amar Rava, so Rabba comes along and says, the elders of Kompavisa, they said two things. What are the two things? One is what we just said. Namely that halacha, if you're acquiring the barrel of food on behalf of the other members of the Mavui, you have to lift up the food at least a tefach, the tefach. The other halacha they said is on the Kaddish, if you go ahead and you make Kiddush, in come Mollywood Mav Yatza, if you drank a cheekful of the Kiddush wine, you're Yotze. Ve'im Lav Lo Yatza, you're not Yotze. Most now that happens to be the halacha is codified in Shulchan Aruch. It's actually very important that when making Kiddush, it's not just enough to take a sip of the wine, but one has to drink the cheekful of the wine. You should learn to find this as the low reveals. Majority of reveals. So again, reveals is like 3.5 ounces. So the majority of that, although better to just drink a reveals. So that the elders of Kompavisa also said the following halacha. Amar Rav Yehuda Amar Shmuel, Osim Medur Lachai b'Shabbos. You can make a fire for a woman who has given birth on Shabbos. Remember again, a woman who has given birth is considered to be in a state of sakanas and mashos. And if halacha, when I say she's cold, not warmed up, you can throw fire in order that she warms up. Saramina. So assume that the meaning of that is l'chai and l'kololo. That only applies to women given, it doesn't apply to a stam cold. The mosag yishamim mosag hamalon. Furthermore, it only applies during winter, but not during summer. So the Gemara says, we had interestingly enough to know that in fact that's not the law. You can go ahead and eat the fire. With together sakanas nemashes, or even suck sakanas nemashes. When even a doubt, even a possibility of danger to life, self-promise, you can make a fire at Shabbos. And the truth is, it's not a seasonal hava. In other words, that even if at the end of the day, it's the middle of the summer, and it's 90 degrees outside, the person is still cannot warm up, and you keep fire in order to go ahead and maintain their health. Allah is telling you to do. I'm sorry. Therefore, again, Sabi the Kompavisa, the elder Kompavisa said that if a person does blood letting, then it's signing. As a result, it's signing ability to relax. He becomes still. He becomes still to the point that he can't get his body temperature back up. Also, moment you go to the Shabbos, make from a bonfire Shabbos or whatever, a fire Shabbos, even if it's the middle of the sun. So here you see the Chalamais, although the halacha itself was articulated, it's to make a fire for a woman who has given birth and cannot get her body temperature up. And in the winter, the concept applies to make a city, no matter what type of holy, even if it's from bloodletting, and no matter when this occurs. There's another halacha. Oh, there's a pump of this. What is it? This is very interesting. Both say in general, how do you know? That halacha lemaisa certain trees in Ashera? Let's say obviously, I guess historically, they knew that certain trees were Ashera trees. But let's say you don't know absolute certainty that a tree is an Ashera tree, but you have your suspicions. So how would you know if a tree is an Ashera tree? So Amarav, Kol Shem Misharse Avodos Galil and Shlomo. Well, in general, if you see a tree that uh, the priests about Avodah are always watching over, that's a pretty good indication. I said, if you see that the Avodah priests are always watching over it, it's probably an idea. Top of pay. They commentate on that. Furthermore, again, if you tree, and ultimately, again, don't eat that fruit. All the Avodah are not to eat the fruit of the tree. That might also be demonstrative of the fact that it's an Asherah tree. Shmuel says, "He goes to Ani the Shita, that they mitzvah, the Shasul Levion with Hazan." Shmuel said, "What often happens when you have an Asherah tree that has dates, you'll often hear the Avodah saying, these are good dates to go ahead and send the baby to be that with the house of Avodah in order to go and beer for our day." Okay, so this was just wisdom that if you see that the old Avodah are guarding and they don't eat the fruit, they indicative of the fact that this is probably an Asherah tree. Always the Prophet Jesus said, the halacha follows. But once it's sensing right now we're jumping back for just a moment. Going back to things of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda said that halacha l'maisa. Again, let's remember again, just for easy purposes, we all use the same mother, right? We live in our respective caseros. We all utilize the same mother. I come along, I decide, I'm bringing the barrel of food, right? The shito is on me, right? I bring the barrel of food. I want to be now. I have to be exactly. I have to take ownership. So again, it's no problem. Just use a third party to acquire it on behalf of the other residents of the Mavli, and they can use anyone who is a Jewish adult with capacity. No problem. Rabbi Yehuda said that in order to do that, what has to happen? The adult with capacity has to what? Has to lift the covers, the barrel, off the ground by its hand. He said to Gemara Meisvei, is that true? Hates on Mishkatve and the Mavli. Let's say, how do you make a sheet up in the Mavli? Nevi'im, Mavis Shal Shemen, Vishal Mar, Vishal Glogos, Vishal Shemen Eperos. Let's say, what do? I bring a barrel. Of wine, or of oil, or of dates, or of dried figs. Usually we'll say the food actually doesn't matter at all, whatever it is. In Yishalom, and if the food is mine, then I will say, I have to convey ownership to everyone. Now, remember again, there are two ways you can make a sheet. If it happens that the barrel of food belongs to me, that's absolutely fine, very generous of me. I just have to go ahead and somehow convey ownership to Zakos. Then we shall ahead, but we'll say what we did is we just collected, right? Everyone contributed, then what? Then we shall start Lodia. Must be again about to Rashi start Lodia in Fates in the car. Shall not even be able to say. Now what this means is as follows. Doesn't mean that the food belongs to all of us. Let's say we happen to all own a barrel of wine in partnership. We all own a barrel of wine. Don't say nothing to do with Shito. It was a business investment, right? We came across a very expensive, unique barrel of wine. We decided to all invest in the barrel of wine together. So all of us had a favorite in that. Once had a favorite, so now we say, okay, great. Let's just use it for the Shito also. Well, you can do that, but Allah again, you have to inform, or you have to ask the other residents. In other words, like, I can't act unilaterally with partnership wine to convert that into a shita. But if we all own wine jointly, then I say, you know what? Instead of recollecting for our shitas muvot, let's just use that barrel. So actually, look at that actually once more. Say, I have to ask all of you, does everyone want to use this barrel of wine for the shitos? Now let's out why. Shema Makbid Meruba. Amar Hamakbid Aleruba Eno Eru. She'eno Tsara Ba'osapati. I'll tell you why. Because in order for Shita to work, what has to happen? We all have to be okay with each other, one another, taking a barrel of wine. Let's say, in other words, the food collected for Shita Kubos, just like the food collected for Erev Hasidus, only works at what? Everyone is allowed to take it. But you know what? We invested in a very, very unique stock of wine. What do they call it? Unique stock. What do they call it? All right, you know when they do a production. Uh, okay, production, whatever. Like so, so a unique production, right? A unique production of artists. So now halacha again. We're all so it only works if halacha lemaisa we're all okay with each other partaking of it. So therefore, again, if it's my barrel of food, I can do whatever I want. So if it's my barrel of food, I can convey ownership to each of you. But if we all own it jointly, then I must get to everyone in the sponsor in order to go ahead and use that barrel. So the Gemara says, "Magdiya min hakarka mashu." Now listen, here's the we're focusing on. And halacha l'maisa, again, the barrel. Let's again, it's my barrel. I want to convey ownership to all of you. Then someone else, a Jewish adult with capacity, the barrel up off the at least a little bit. When everyone says, "I think I should take Yehuda," you say, "How much do you have to lift up the barrel? How much? How much? A tefach." Here the Bryce says, "Mashu." Who's going to catch picture of my mashu? What's my mashu? Now we come a tefach. That's the master. It should mean the tefach. Good. So therefore, again, that indeed is halacha. That's the namely again, that when you're going ahead, if I own the barrel and I want to give it to all of you, so again, a third party, a Jewish adult with capacity, ultimately again has to lift it up on behalf of the other members of the sponsor. When we lift it up, that's not beautiful. It's marriage. So now we're going to get into this. So we're going to talk about three types of we'll call it irritations. So there's shimul, which we're talking about. So we're going to interact with zakos. Well, so this is actually very interesting. So the Rav says, in general, if I'm using my and I want to go ahead, all of you to utilize my to go ahead and make a shito, I don't have to convey ownership. Shmuel Matzarach Zakos. Still, Eruvei Kumin. Rav Matzarach Zakos. Rav says you have to convey ownership. Ushmuel Amar Inzach Zakos. So they don't have to convey ownership. So Vishlama will say, according to Shmuel, very simple. According to Shmuel, will say this is not really a din in Svara. This is a din in Mishnayos. Hachatinan, Vachalotinan. We'll say it's very simple. According to Shmuel, the Mishnah says by Shituf Mugos that you have to convey ownership. The Mishnah does not say by Eruv Kumin that I have to convey ownership. It just never says it. But I will say just to be clear, what does it mean to convey ownership for Eruv Kumin? Let's see what this can mean is if I'm making an Eruv Kumin on behalf of someone else. Let's say you ask me, you're running late on Erev Shabbos. You ask me to extend your quote by making Eruv Kumin. I say no problem. I realize I don't have any of your food. I just put my own food and I make an eruv for you. So in order for by the way, and we know that's not funny. You make an eruv on behalf of someone else. The shayla is if I make an eruv on behalf of someone else and I use my food, do I have to convey ownership of my food to that other individual? So Shmuel says, no, it's interesting enough, Shmuel says, you have ownership of food you use. But you don't have to. So what you learn is don't get caught up in the Torah. Shmuel is just learning the science. The Mishnah by Shito said you have to convey ownership. The Mishnah by Yirkumin didn't say you have to convey ownership. Therefore, something that you don't have to. Al-Marav, my timer. Those like according to Rav, Rashi says you have to say. Rashi by Shito, you don't have to convey ownership. Yet by Yirkumin, you have to convey ownership. What's the style? Al-Rav, my timer. Can I do? Rav will say, listen, it's not supposed to say anything. So I'm going to do Rav. Nice to be color to study okay, so I'll be kind of hard. Something very interesting. One time, she brought him over, she went back out. Is this your place? No. She must have lost the jacket. She must have lost the jacket. You hungry? And what happened? When
think a little bit right for it. Thank you.
Her
Sure.
intention was
That's my protege.
go to the back outside to get home before traffic. Somehow trying to get away from her. Started, and she was outside. What's the problem? She wants to come home for traffic. So what happened? The earbilla comes up, and her in-law made it either. Or the one made it either. Obama took his name. That the Kia, so her mother-in-law made it either. On her behalf. Her mother-in-law, I'm going to say, or shouted to her, but her daughter-in-law wasn't that. Realizes that the member to that house outside of this room, an 8 for the daughter-in-law to come back. What happened? She bought my sister that the Kia, they ever took him before, the Kia for us, and the Kia said, sorry, it doesn't work, the Kia doesn't work. Over on the side of the OC, Bob Lloyd. God, I'm so happy that you didn't. Why are you so happy with everything? On one hand, that sometimes us who have music will be very beneficial. They made it more intense. Then it's all right. Let sometimes we say much to say to that one, and therefore it can be really naked. So he's talking about irritant. What do you do? What do you do? Naked. We buy those. Then we ask about, let's analyze this. Why should that be a video of this? What was the problem? We buy those. Mostly of not we do those. Because the girl's mother maybe with her own food. And maybe she never conveyed ownership of the food to his mother. And that's because she was bothered by. She has been, to begin to make it clear, irritated for someone with your food, you must convey ownership of the food to the other person. And that's what we're calling here. Oh, Duma, we shall not hear about law, and we can go to the diet. Maybe, but he thought it didn't work because maybe the mother-in-law really used the daughter-in-law's food. Maybe the reason it didn't work is because she used it without the daughter-in-law. I'm sorry. Oh, so listen to this. This is quite fascinating. Remember, you say Jock Morgan some other product, right? That is true. Sales is true like two broken bottles. See, you can't do it for someone like that. Why? Because let's remember again, if you mobility in one direction. Remember, as we've seen with every one direction, you lose in a different direction. So therefore, not that was now. You can make the argument for it. The girl wants to get home. Those are the supposed to in general idea in halacha. Halacha has to work. Halacha has to work in a framework. And a framework says that sometimes you do not look at every single individual case, own individual aspect. And look at a situation with fallacy, an originalist interpretation. Right? You have to go ahead and focus on how was the halacha structure, right? Well, how was the halacha structure? What's the meaning of halacha? So the meaning of halacha is Erev Tchumen is not an objective source. It's not as it is in this case. It's not. So you look at every single case. Look at the concept. So I'll say so that's the tension over here. We're going to get into this also a lot. We'll touch on it a bit. I'm sorry. Maybe it didn't work because Rabbi did it without a consent. Rabbi Yaakov Shnei. One of them said, one of them is named Rabbi Yaakov. The Dimi partially named Rabbi Yochanan. I heard from Rabbi Yochanan that what happened in this story was as follows: Mishal Chamos Sakirva, ultimately again it produced her own fruits. I'm sorry, Umshundolo Zichsalas. And Rabbi Chia said the Elam wasn't good. Why? Mother-in-law never conveyed ownership of the food to her daughter-in-law. That's why it didn't work. Because in order for Erev to work, the person over whom the Erev is being made the owner of the food, the mother-in-law never conveyed ownership. And therefore, that's why it did not work. I wonder if the dear Rabbi Yaakov, is fascinating. So the Dera said to Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov, great Rabbi Yaakov, literally again, the son, or actually take out the grave. The Bas Yaakov looks at why is Rabbi Yaakov known by his father's name? What's the Luki Rashi? Great the Bas Yaakov. His father wasn't a good customer, his kid. For again, does not mention they'll say, what's an incredible Muslim? Make sure that start to live a life. There's not chance never be embarrassed to be known as our son. Right? Children will never be embarrassed to be offend you. Right? It's an incredible Muslim. Someone says, Timatis Hassan, that's the Gemara says, when I got there, I'll get the zeal, the summa, let's listen to this. So now, about what happened in the spirit. Right? So here you have Rabbi Chia saying that Erev
Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai, Yahweh.
Is it because the mother-in-law never conveyed ownership to her daughter, or because she made the Erev without her daughter-in-law's knowledge? And you can Erev on behalf of someone without your knowledge. So watch this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov, Bas Yaakov. So Rabbi Dera said, Rabbi Yaakov, Kimatis Hasa, when you go there, up it to the shore. Go make a detour in the store. Someone throws a place. Go ask Rabbi Yaakov Bar about this story. Ask him why on the Aleph 88 seconds wide long. So the Gemara says, so Shalot Irvan Mishum Shaita, what's this happen? And he goes ahead and he finds Rabbi Yaakov Bar and he says, Rabbi, what happened in this story? Is it because the mother-in-law made the Erev with her own food, never conveyed ownership to the daughter-in-law? Or is it because she never informed her of her intention?
What's up, babies? All right. What day is it? It's like the 12th day. On the 12th day, Kabbalah, my rabbi gave to me
and she never conveyed ownership.
A bunch of reasons why. To the biggest pimp. My history doesn't have to run.
Whether you make an Erev Tumen.
No way, dog! I sneezed so fucking far. No way, fucking sneezed so far. Whoa, dog! I sneezed so far. That's gotta be like 10 feet? Dog, I sneezed so hard that was fucking incredible. My saliva and opened an app, and I saw the saliva slide down. That was the most baller sneeze of all time, and one perhaps one of the most famous. Really, Ed Dude is perhaps the most famous. All right, that was fucking unbelievable, dog. Like this, that bitch. I'm like, why am I moving? And then I see my sneeze. My sneeze actually opened an app. It opened the fucking browser, fucking phone, dog. That was fucking unreal. All right, dog. I've been wanting to talk about this for hours. I can't believe I talked for an hour 2 days ago and 2 hours today. What is this? Day 12 of Kabbalistic study. On the 12th day of my rabbi gave to me.
It's a pretty explicit thing. Yes, Erev Tafshlim, you have the ownership. If you want to make an Erev Tafshlim, have others, you must convey ownership on
Shit
by
that
Shita Deloshmir.
pertains to me.
Because if you are
Really? Dog, I'm still in shock over this fucking sneeze. We're about to know it's going to be like Big Dog. Are you? Are you? I'd be like, you ever see that? Ever hear that song by The Who? Who are you? Whoever you want. Yeah, dog, I have to say, that was one of the amazing fucking sneezes ever. I didn't. So, I was so excited to talk about how I'm tired. And I've been up all night. That sneeze was so phenomenal. Unbelievable. All right, well, let me say this. I got a lot of problems with you people, and you're going to hear about them. Like what? I hate nebbishness. I hate it so much. I want Jews to be strong, confident, and nebbishness. It pisses me off more than anything. It makes me not want to be Jewish. Why? It's just like, why do I be around a bunch of weak, strong motherfuckers? And then we've got Israel, who are like the Sabra, and frankly, just quite rude to many people, and very mean to many. And it's like, oh, but once you get to know us, we're nice. Oh, nobody wants to get to know you, though. So there's that. I cannot believe that sneeze. Unbelievable. All right. I've got a bunch of shit to read. So what are we learning in Kabbalah today, Rabbi? I'm frankly stuck, like really sad, with Moses De Leon. I'm like, stuck a little bit. Really? No, I'm still stuck. Some rabbits say, are you, Rabbi? I'm gonna be like, baby, bitches are giving me head. I lose track of 42. Oh, bitches are giving me head. They'd be like, huh? Just calm down. Perhaps I'm just being funny. Or perhaps I'm telling the 42. Who knows? Two bitches are giving me head. I'm like, fuck that. I can't keep track of the 40. I lose track of 42. Let me start keeping track of the beach situation. Anyway. So they would have an armory city. Everything sucks. I'm just sad. Really motivated to learn Kabbalah, like better than anybody. Like by day 10, I figured it all out. I've disproven Maimonides with his negative theology and this whole is De Leon. I mean, we did it yesterday. There's a 1% chance any of that shit is true. But his wife is a more beautiful person. So here's the thing. I was doing some research, but it's like, hey, hi. It's like, it's not my friend, but it's like, it's a tool that I use. And I was looking at it, and this thing's gonna like restart like 1,000 times, but I find it interesting that ChatGPT and Chabad.org, like the two websites. Not that I follow them, go to the most. ESPN is a huge one, but they're both CHA. All right. So should not in any way impact so why is it gonna have to release this topic? I want to say I don't like that religion isn't perfect. I wish it were perfect. I wish there were like these laws that were easily followable and they had a perfect source and all kinds of stuff. So
So again, even if he's not agreeable,
I asked,
disagreeable, that's enough.
I don't know. I mean, I've been a member of
the guy in charge of the
Hasidic dynasties, or and modern Orthodox, and certainly academia, and we at least contemplate some secular ideas, and slung a lot of dick. What do you want me to do about it? No confidence, but it's sexy still. Anyway,
yes,
um,
a man's wife is permitted to hear of arrangement out his
some rabbis are gonna be like, Rabbi, I got a question. I'm gonna go, babe. She'd be like, Big Dog, think that you're actually gonna go like, baby, in Grand Canyon, drop of water started all that. And she'd be like, yeah, but it took like thousands of years. Like, and I'd be like, yeah, I got time, baby. And so long as I keep doing this,
now you're telling me that what's happening.
unless YouTube goes away today or in the future, but I meant even parts of it would be archived to some extent. But I mean, I've seen social media sites, they go down and all of your shit's gone. And so that could happen, but Google's a big company. I don't think it's going anywhere right now. So with that being said, if I do this for long enough, are you fucking serious? Why is this fucking shit not recorded? Okay. Anyway, there's a chance that this goes viral, and if it goes viral, people are gonna look to me as a leader in a lot of different ways. And I'm okay with that. I don't really want it. I could have it my way. I would have liked to have a comfortable position, had a great company, worked there for 30 years, had a wife, perhaps children, and live comfortably, and just never have to worry about anything. And really, just be a funny, nice, funny person, and live my life. But let's just say I still can't do that. But I'm streaming my life. Anyway, what are we learning about Kabbalah today, Rabbi? I'm really saddened by it because anything I really want to get in, I know it's like the fruit of the poison tree. I have a major issue with Moshe DeLeon. Major issue. And in my own way, I have an issue with Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and the Lubavitcher Rebbe and a lot of the Hasidic world, because we want to, they put a lot of emphasis on Kabbalah. And it's like, dog, it's fixed. And then it all goes back to this one guy. There's 1% chance that he didn't forge all this shit. Well, that's sad. It really hurts my heart. Like I thought I was gonna like learn mystery schools and shit. And that isn't to say it didn't exist before Moses did it. It's like, and I have to pretend like I have Rebbe's here, and I would literally say to the Lucha Rebbe, if he were right here, I'd be like, dog, you had such a vision for the world. I admire it so much. And I like people who do. But I think some of your teachings may have an opportunity to be fun, but I don't blame you. You didn't have the internet, dog. I mean, it just went about when you died. And so I cannot blame you. And Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, you certainly didn't have it. and I love you, and I love people who I would give my whole life to you. I mean, I do to both of them, and Rabbi Avigdor Miller and Rabbi Soloveitchik, and I very empathize with Rabbi Shimon Bar in that cave.
So interesting enough, maybe force someone to participate in a
And I don't know, there's this lady
the Mavoi is open as unsecure. The Lechi and the Kola closed.
who I saw one time on Instagram from the 1980s, and I've made fun of her, but she had like yellow dishwashing gloves on, basically. I don't know, I call them bitches. They're like cannery gloves. But I've never heard anybody say that they want to start their own religion. And she said it. Now we kind of make fun of her. I don't want to start my own religion. I'm Jewish as any Jew has ever been. And I say to Chabad and the breast lovers and the Chernobyl lists and
I just want to point out that halacha l'maisa, this
Satmars and everybody else.
A person's wife participates in the era.
I'm waiting.
It goes without saying that a wife can participate in the era of not to learn her husband's life.
And I want Mashiach. I yearn for Mashiach.
The woman of the house has the ability.
I want somebody to make this world right. I want somebody to align the world, especially spiritually, but also politically, legally, and all the other things. And I would say to them,
so again,
with going into like my whole life, I would look any of them in the eye and I would say to them, I feel that I love Judaism more than you do. And they could be like, well, I don't think that's true. And that's cool. But I will say to them that I feel I have sacrificed more for Judaism, some specific tenets of Judaism, than they ever will. And some people may consider me a religious fundamentalist. And I would say to the fucking kids in Brooklyn with just a little bit of a mustache here that the guys in Crown Heights who are fucking wearing tefillin all day, that my own way, I love Judaism.
On the other hand, must be at least a hepan with, and remember
as much as I love my life. And if they really heard my story, if they recognize how much I hate the disorientation of Judaism and how much I yearn for unification, I would hope to listen to me. I would say to them, I don't know other people who have had to sacrifice their lives as I have for Jewish law, for the mitzvot, the
right? Why? Because lulav has a specific shears, side that it has to leave. And I love anything coming from a Vodazara is assumed
pronouncements.
Interestingly enough,
for how impassioned I am about Jews marrying Jews, and my absolute just flat up hatred of intermarriage. And
same idea. So now, Baruch Hashem, we all join in the sheep, right? So we're all part of the same love. We're one big happy lovely family. We have our sheep of balls.
And
the food that we
I would say to kids in Crown Heights and everywhere else,
all of you. So what's the halacha? Ismai ha'ochel. So now what happens? Let's say
I'm someone who you only read about books, meaning like you read about a Rebbe who sacrifices everything in Eastern for some
now we don't know what
some shtetl, and
I can add
I've done that in my own way.
and I can convey ownership of that food to everyone else in the world. I will say there is no need for me to.
I don't know what's going to happen with my life.
It's very interesting. So
I'm going to do everything I can to not
we
stream.
all joined in a sheep.
Most important thing.
I already have. We're all part of the same sheep.
And one day,
the food diminished.
I'd love to
I want to add on more food.
have my
So
story
that
brought
mission
to
says I
life.
can add more food.
There are innocent parts of my life,
and there's no need
but
for
there are
disclosure.
really courageous,
Why is there no
amazing
need for
aspects of
disclosure?
life as well. I'm human.
Because we already talked about it. Or what am I disclosing?
And
who cares? Who cares? As long as I'm willing to do it, care of it, convey ownership. Now, we already agreed. What happened?
I don't know. The youth of Judaism is really important to me, as it was to the Rebbe, and specifically Chabad. I mean, I was in a Chabad. I restored a Chabad shul, and I've davened in Chabad more times than I can count, and more than I can recall. And I remember this one time, this person who will become a rabbi, they're probably already a rabbi, but they're of this rabbinic dynasty, and I love their father in a lot of ways. Like I owe a major part of my life to some Chabadis. I call him a kid, but there's
not a lot of people, very some of our residents, then what? All you need is the amount of a dry pig for every individual.
this person. He was
whether it's a lot of
it was after shul, after chakras, and this kid.
So the thing when you are first making the Erev. About the Shiori Erev, I will say once the Erev has been made, you do not need to start interesting. Once the Erev has been made, you don't have to keep up
Putting
that
tefillin
level of
away.
food at all
And
times. Rather, again, the Shiori culture, as long as once you make it, then even if
at the time he didn't know who I was, he still doesn't know who I am really. But
you are good to go.
in my own, I was a new person to him. And
technically speaking, once you have a sheet of
he was
muvos,
putting tefillin,
the sheet of technic covers,
and
that's one of the areas of it. Yet even
as
if you have
he had it like up
you
on
still
a
have to do it
like a
in
railing,
in
and
order that the
he
not be forgotten.
basically zips the bag.
And therefore, if they never don't forget about what Erev is.
I don't think I was talking to him. I was talking to somebody else, and this tefillin and it did. It just bombed, and I grabbed it and in the eye and gave it to her, and it was like, I mean, it was a purely human thing, but it was like, it was very athletic. I've got to say that. But it was like he dropped something, and I caught it and gave it back to him. And
It was not set up as a case of where the sheet of diminish.
I've just never figured it out.
Left of the old sheet.
Anyway,
I could add on. I could add on totally.
I feel like in my own way, I can do that for all Chabad, all the Hasidic world. That basically,
even if I want to add on a second sentence, we're now introducing the new food sheet. There's still an option of disclosure.
I just feel like I can help them. And I can help modern orthodoxy. Now, to anything outside of that, you need to become orthodox. It's as simple as that. There will not be, I would say this, and I think this would be, people would like celebrate in the streets if they heard this in Crown Heights. It is my goal in 100 years that there will be no reform and no conservative. And if you want to consider this an active war on them, it's a peaceful absorption, not of their philosophies, but of their people. And I would say 300 years ago, things didn't exist. 200 years ago, they barely, one barely. So it's not like they've been going that long.
There's no more food.
Anyway.
That even if there's
The
no
thing
more
is, I know
food,
if I could
as long
unite
as I'm replenishing with
the
the same
Hasidic
type of
world, I
food,
could unite
it's
all
not
of
disclosure.
Judaism.
By saying that possibility is
And
and Allah again, I'm going ahead and adding on a second type of food and color shiny. And I will say Allah when there's no more food, Allah
and they can reject me too.
no more food,
And that's fine. If they do, I'll just have like years of my life talking to them and wanting the best for them. They don't have to accept what I say. But I do want them to know I love them. I love everything about them.
When you're replenishing with a different type of
I wish they treated their women better. Deep down, they wish they treated their women better as well.
And I'm just both doing it with new food, then there is no obligation of this.
And
Pick up the marriage
I was saying, I didn't write it. I asked AI a question. So we'll get into Kabbalah. We're going to learn today about Isaac Luria. But before we do so, I asked what I thought was a really great question. I feel like the Hasidic world, I've seen your eyes close doors. They laugh, they cry, they use the restroom. They're not divine. They're human. I don't fear them. I love them. And in the Orthodox world, I love them too. But I've heard it myself. What do we do? What do we do in a situation like this? And this happens. And it'd be great pain. Like, I want to go through with this letter and destroy anybody who put into place this type of thing. But where you have someone who, to be extremely devout, pious, righteous, and for whatever reason, they're not able to make Aliyah. For whatever reason. Whether they can't afford it, or whether they get rejected for it, whatever. And then you have a situation where you have some schmuck in Israel, some who moves to the United States, finds some shiksa, they have children, and their child has Israeli rights. But under halakha, they're not Jewish, and I don't consider them Jewish. And I would say to Benjamin Netanyahu and any other prick in that fucking country that you need alignment. And I speak very critically of Israel on some policies. Somebody needs to. And one of the major policies is the religiosity. It's a secular country under the guise of a religious veil. And I know that I've met Israelis. I get it. There's a yearning that Israelis have to want to be religious, but they just don't want some of the bullshit. And I get that. And I'm going to cut off the bullshit. It's very difficult to be religious. And I understand that. And I feel like we can find a happy medium. We can align with modern orthodoxy and the Hasidic world and the secular world of Israel. And also, that person who's a child of Israeli need to convert, even though Israel may see them as an citizen. That's cool. They may see them. I don't. Not until them keeping. We're going to consider the bare minimum mitzvot and Jewish life. I'm not saying that they have to go hog wild or whatever the phrase is, pardon my poor idiom, whatever. But you can't throw out thousands of years of tradition because some guy, some schmuck, saw some ship sell, and now they have a Shonda. So what do? We just have to make sure it just like they just have to become religious. I'm not saying that they have to become radical, but they have to become religious to some extent. And it's really fun to be religious. You ask any religious person, it's really fun to be religious when you, in some ways, some elements are terrible, and I want to get rid of those. But we cannot have a society where there is not any alignment on what is a Jew. It needs to be clear, and I'm going to ensure it. And I mean, it's you can follow your lineage back to the Bible through your mother, her mother, matrilineally, or you had a kosher conversion. And many of the conversions I've seen, sure, even the gold standard ones are not. They're very political. And I know the base standards that have done them. And I've looked at these, and I even think those people need conversions again. Because I've seen the gold standard conversion, and if the gold standard conversion, the way that it's portrayed, the way that I know that it takes place, it's not good enough. So maybe we need something better with a diamond conversion, rather. All right, so what are we saying here? Well, I'm tired, and so I'm just talking. But people would want to know, okay, what do we have to convert to? Somebody in Israel is going to be like, okay, this asshole who's sitting on camera and filling, who is saying that we have to do all the mitzvot and stuff, is just doing the absolute bare minimum of anything that we've ever seen. And they could be living a much more kosher life, and here they're over here saying that they've done this and this and this. That's not righteous. I would say, under the circumstances in which I have been exposed, this is as righteous as I can. And if we switch spots, you wouldn't be. I would hope that you do your best, but I don't bet you would be doing what
previous Mishnah we ended up discussing how much food. Now we're speaking about what
maybe
type
you would
of
be,
food.
but
When it came to
it didn't mean
Erev
about streaming my
Shabbos,
life.
it was food.
What the streams are going to do, it's going to give me a lot of
Says the Gemara back home,
variety,
you can make an
and it'll
Erev
give
with
me
anything from
the
Mishracha.
platform to be
Then a
like,
mayim
if
u'me'ad
the
Rebbe
streams,
That's for insult. Water and
I'd still feel this way before the stream.
The Rebbe Rabbi Shua says, Kikar Eruv Akilu Masa'ah.
And
I'm sorry, Kikar Eruv.
it's not just Jews. All of them need a shepherd, someone to. I mean, I say shepherd. Have you ever seen? I've done it before, and I've shown it before.
Even if you have a loaf that is very
But,
large, the size of a saw, but back she says over here, Matt says
Jerome, shepherd.
and it's incomplete, you can go ahead and use that for the aid. However, if you have a very small, it is whole, then you can go ahead and
we need like someone to guide us, and I'm doing everything I can. And if you don't want to listen to what I say, that's cool. When Mashiach's here, I'll let him judge me, or if they want. And I can tell you this: I have in my writings published to other rabbis that I want my grandson to be Mashiach. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? I think that'd be really cool. I think it's a riddle, and I've talked about this previously. But without getting into all that right now, so I asked, like, I know that if I can 770 Eastern Parkway, what I have to say, that what I have to say is good for this world. Everything else is cake by the ocean, which will be an Israeli tradition. Like, I got so much to spread, but I know if I don't have 770 behind me, I could give a shit about whatever street the Begash is going to be on, and whatever, I mean, King's Highway, I could give a shit about Shell Boulevard and Tel Aviv. None of that matters. The only thing that matters to me is 770 Eastern Parkway. And
so for a Shikos Muvos, you can go ahead and
if I don't have 770 Eastern Parkway,
and you can go ahead and use whatever you want. Again, for the chutzner, you have to go ahead and use bread. So the Gemara says, "Man shama le'damar pas in midiachrin alone."
my life.
Who is the opinion who says you can only use bread and nothing else? That's Rabbi Yeshua. Right? That's Rabbi Yeshua spouts in our Mishnah. The kahani bakol, and yet it says bakol.
Not be complete.
Can you make an eruv with anything, or is it eruv only used with bread?
All right. So, a question that I had: how could you make Judaism into a religion that pleases both the Hasidic world and the modern Orthodox world and academics? Like, how could you have respect for things from a spiritual standpoint, but also want it to be historically accurate? Right? Is it not? Now, I know, like, that, whatever your feelings are on the Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and any academic of ever, Jews want an answer to that question. How could you combine at least Orthodox? The other stuff stuff, they can come in, but they're going to have to convert to our ways. And I don't understand why it's not considered. I get it, it's a political move, but for other religions, it would be considered a conversion. So I don't understand why we don't consider we call it ball to shoot. But my opinion,
Everyone's contributing bread.
and everybody's gonna have to convert. And if you are Shomer Shabbat and Shomer Nagia and live a kosher life, you don't have to change anything. I just want people to be you, and that should be what 770 wants to hear. Then you're wrong. So my question, I think it's good, and AI, who knows, but it says it's a great question. This is actually the tension at the heart of modern Jewish life. You're basically asking, can Judaism be spiritually serious and intellectually honest without either side feeling betrayed? I think the answer is yes, but only if you redesign the framework, not the beliefs themselves. And I think, okay, everybody should be open to this. And with that said, the core move, meaning separate, meaning the core move, separate meaning from mechanism. Most fights in Judaism come from confusing two different questions. What does this mean? Spiritual, existential, moral truth. How did this happen historically? Who wrote it? When? Under what conditions? You can respect both without them to agree. Sidot often treats meaning as proof of mechanism.
What happens if you have a loaf? Okay, so you don't have.
I don't know if it's a browser thing that I have, but I'm gonna maybe explore a different browser because this thing doesn't load the way that I want. I think it. I don't want to blame anybody erroneously, but
what happens if you take a loaf? You forgot to remove your color from the dough. So what do you do?
I'm very tired.
Still take it. You just take it off the loaf. Now I had a loaf that was whole, and then I took off the color. By the way, how much do you have to remove the color? Very small amount. Very small amount. So let's say I have a loaf that was whole, but I removed the amount for color, or I removed.
So the core move, separate meaning from mechanism. Most fights in Judaism come from confusing two different questions. What does this mean? Spiritual, existential, moral truth. How did this happen historically? Who wrote it? When? Under what conditions? You can respect without forcing them to agree. Sidot often treats meaning as proof of mechanism. Academics treat mechanism as replacing meaning. Modern orthodoxy gets stuck trying to fuse them. The solution, they don't have to fuse. Principle 1, Torah is in meaning, not dictation. Instead of God literally dictated every word at Sinai, you shift to God is the ultimate source of meaning, obligation, and sacred direction, mediated through human history. This does a few things. Hasidim keep Kedusha, mystical depth. Academics can thus text develop redactions. Modern Orthodox Jews don't have college classes. This already exists implicitly in Rambam, negative theology, Rav Kook, historical and fine will, Hasidic ideas of Torah emerging through Zadok. You're not inventing something, you're making it explicit. Principle 2, revelation is an event, not a transcript. Sinai becomes a collect encounter with a founding trial moment, the birth of obligation and covenant, not a stenographer moment. Hasidim get cog significance, souls hearing according to their level. Academics get no need linguistics. Modern Orthodox gets a covenant that still binds, even if the text crystallized over time. Think Sinai, the moment Israel became commanded. Torah is the ongoing record of how that command was understood. Principle 3, Halakha is binding of commitment. Now, instead of saying Halakha is binding in year Y, You say halakha is binding because the Jewish people accepted it and lived it as divine. This is huge. Hasidim already live this emotionally. And I've lived amongst you. You do. Academics understand legal evolution. We do. Modern Orthodox Jews stop needing apologetics gymnastics, and it's true. I've lived in all of these worlds, and I still do. It's similar to common law, constitutional interpretation, Rav Soloveitchik's covenantal community. Authority comes from lived reality, not archaeology. Principle 4, myth is not a lie. This is critical. You teach openly myth is a sacred narrative that shapes reality. It's not fake, it's not childish, it's not journalism. Creation, Exodus, even parts of Genesis are true in what they teach about God, power, justice, freedom, not required to be history textbooks. The Siddur already reads Torah symbolically. Academia already reads it as literature. You just stop pretending one side is here. Principle Kabbalah as phenomena, not physics. Instead of claiming these are literal of the universe, you frame Kabbalah as a map of human divine experience, a symbolic consciousness, ethics, and law. Hasidim keep avot emotional depth, sacred imagination. Academics keep comparative mysticism, historical development. He has to pretend Sephirot are subatomic particles. Principle Sphirot are subatomic particles. Principle 6, truth has layer on axis. You teach kids and adults that Judaism has multiple truth registers: historical truth, legal, psychological truth, mystical truth, moral truth. A thing can be false on one register and profoundly true on another. This is the biggest missing educational piece right now. What this religion would look like practically. So study halls at Yeshiva, Rashi next to source criticism, Zohar next to Geroshim Skolam, Rambam next to neuroscience, no panic, no harem energy. Shul life. Halakha is still observed. And that's why that's very important. Davening is still intense. No sermons pretending archaeology doesn't exist. God language. Less God said X, more God calls, demands, draws, obligates. Very Hasidic, very Rambam, very honest. Look, I've lived in the Hasidic world, and I think this would fly. Those who say it wouldn't, you're not as fundamental as I am. And I can give you real, actual, not how much you daven or what your I can give you real ways that I have been more fundamental in my Jewish beliefs than you have. It's as simple as that. And unless you can match me, and you have the same record that I do, then you need to recognize that there are some people out there who are more fundamental than you are. And if you want to call me whatever you want to call me, a fundamentalist, fine. But you will find no more Jewish fundamentalists than you will find than I am. Who would hate this? Let's be real. Fundamentalists, because certainly feel safer. I'm a fundamentalist, and I feel safe in this. And anyone who doesn't, you're lying to yourself. Some academics, because obligation scares them. It's fun. It is. It is nice if you have a place to go on Shabbat and you have families that are growing and you have the spiritual life and not so much the obsessive compulsive disorder like world that can occur will become extremely devout, but a very relaxing, comfortable learning community. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I would tell the fundamentalist, I'm more fundamental than you are. and I have the record to show it. You show me your record you show me your record, mine, and we'll let the jury, and I will win 100 times out of 100 times. And for the academics, you're not having this discussion publicly. I don't see you having it. I don't see you trying to not just speak to those in a classroom, but to try to speak to the entire Jewish community. I don't see you doing that. So in my own way, I'm a fundamentalist academic, and I think that two worlds, I think what we just read can be, will be welcome. And for anyone who says they don't want it, that's fine. You will die out. It's as simple as that. No one will want to be a part of whatever you're creating.
Do you have shleimin or lechem mishnah? So Shlomo Zalman Paskin says a very simple thing. He said,
and I don't think I think that fundamentalists. If I went to 770 right now and I said, look,
but if you lift it up, and what happens?
We are going to respect Shabbat. We're going to make the world. We're going to make it so that you could go to McDonald's and make every kosher. We'll have kosher McDonald's in the United States, and you don't have to look at a hechsher. You're going to be able to trust all the food that you have, and we're going to make it. Perhaps we'll genetically modify things so that they become kosher, and you'll be able to have kosher bacon, not just beef bacon, but kosher bacon, because we can genetically modify an organism to be able to chew its cud and have split hooves. We're going to use science to make the world more religious. I think that people will with open ears, and those that don't. Well, not everybody's going to think this is cool as fuck.
Use rice bread, but you can't use millet bread. Apparently, millet bread was considered very inferior. So you can't go ahead and
those in 770. When I say 770, I Hasidic world.
Lentil bread. You even use lentil bread.
You will have.
Is that so? If you can use lentil bread,
be rewarded for your righteousness.
Listen, there was this lentil bread that they had in time of Marshall.
And
they threw it to the dogs.
For those of you who are modern Orthodox and trying to balance those two words, you will be rewarded as well. You will be seen as people who were living toward true life before it became cool. Again, now, just one moment, because this device keeps shutting off on me.
A multi-grain, look here actually just a moment. Meaning harbe hayu robin boss that he's bad I love has said Gabi Yecheskel but at the car for eating the sid lechem anoshim osofa. I'm not love lechem. So it's actually very interesting. The bread that apparently is eating the dog and kind of swung, the dog didn't eat.
And
bread that was made of multiple grains. So apparently again the act of making bread.
And for those of you who are like, would you believe what that guy's saying? Yeah, most of it. And I think he believes most of it too. But I can also say to him, look, I have lived in I mean, I would say to 770, just how many of you have lived in multiple Jewish communities? No, like you're born in Crown Heights, you die in Crown Heights. Maybe you visit some, but have you paid dues in multiple? Have you gotten to know the rabbi? Have you eaten at their houses? Have you seen them perform? Have you been to their classes, their drasha? Have you done that? If you have, great, but not all. Some of you live in an area and you've just, that's all you know. And I'm telling you, if you travel enough, even a few less than a mile, go to one shul that is Orthodox, and they will tell you one thing. You go to another shul that is Orthodox, and they will tell you another thing. It's very confusing. And then they say, don't shul shop. What do you expect me to do?
Not real grain.
I'm going to go to the one that fits my needs. I envision a world where everybody says the same thing.
But once you begin to mix in other types of grains, that's the moment that the quality of the bread is fundamentally compromised. So the Gemara says, Papa Omar,
so with that being said,
not only that, but Yechezkel went ahead and
shul life halakha is still observed, davening still intense, no sermons, archaeology doesn't exist. God language, God less God said X, more God calls to manage jobs obligation. Very Hasidic, very Rambam, very honest. Who would hate this? Let's be real. Fundamentalists. Nobody's a bigger fundamentalist than I am. Look at my record. Look at my record in defending Judaism. Because certainty feels safer. Some academics, because obligation scares them. What's having dinner with your family? What's so bad about ensuring that you're helping to create a people, a diverse people that thrive in society? What's wrong with that? But most Jews, now this, when I read this, I was like, I had to talk on this. But most Jews are exhausted from pretending. And I know that goes everything from 770 to Harvard Yard. And all right, one sentence summary of this. Judaism survives when it treats spiritual meaning as sacred, his honesty as non-threatening, refuses to confuse the two. And I would say
also spoke to the beauty of the shape. The beauty of the shape. So apparently barley bread, which was an inferior loaf, was
look,
also
and I've said this
a more inferior shape.
At Jewish tables, at Shabbat tables.
So we know already that
I am a
certainly again
Rambam Homer, even though I have to check.
Definitely the idea of using bread. And if you're going to use bread, then halacha l'maisa in the ideal sense.
Even though we were able to recently be able to use logic to be able to prove that Rambam not agree with the statement God exists. That's fine. I know I'm still an advocate in many of the things Rambam stated. And I'm here. I'm just waiting for this computer to restart. And I've had these better than some shuls, and as I've said previously, I have forgotten more about Judaism than I perhaps even remember.
Again, it doesn't matter if the sheep of the
but the 13 principles, belief in God's existence, that there exists a creator who brings all into being and sustains it. God's absolute unity. God is one in a non-physical, non-composite way. God's incorporeality. God has no body, no physical form. God's eternity. God has no beginning or end. God alone is to be worshipped. No intermediaries, forces are to be worshipped. Truth of prophecy. Human beings can receive true divine communication. Now, what about that one? Who knows how to communicate with people? And anybody that they know, I would be very cautious of them.
So chances are the rest of the chevra is going to come to you barrel of wine for a barrel of wine.
Like, for instance,
Here's $10.
there's a tradition. Judaism does not believe that the age of the prophets continued after the fall of Mikdash in 70 CE. That's a tradition. But yet, we think that, under traditional orthodoxy, we think that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai was spoken to by God, leave in the 12th year. So how does that work? That was after fall of the temple. Well, I have ideas of how that could have worked, but I don't know, and I don't think anybody really truthfully knows. And anybody who says that they do, again, I would be cautious of them.
So what happens? What's the issue over here? So now watch this. I go ahead, I go to Ruben. I mean proactive. I start to be proactive. Go to Ruben. I say, Ruben, I know the camera's going to come to you. They're going to buy a barrel of wine for the sheep. Here's my $10 for the sheep. Sure enough,
and
Ruben brings his barrel of wine and makes the sheep for balls. What's going to be so beforehand? So again, let's say Ruben decides.
Anyone who feels that they know anything about God, I would be cautious of them as well. We're gonna look this one up though. Truth of prophecy: human beings can receive true divine communication. What does that mean? We'll talk about it. Prophecy of Moses is unique. Moshe's prophecy surpasses all others in clarity and authority. Wouldn't that be okay? I can look at that. Fine. Divine origin of the Torah. The Torah we have is from God. Torah min Hashemayim. We can play with that. Immutability of the Torah. The Torah will not be changed or erased. I'm okay with that. We can play with them. There are word games you can play. That's what any rabbi can do. That's what any lawyer can do. We can play some games with that. There are opportunities for interpretation. Divine knowledge of human actions. God knows human deeds and thoughts. Reward and punishment. God rewards obedience and punishes transgression. Okay. Coming of Mashiach. Belief in the eventual arrival of Mashiach, even if delayed. I'm waiting just as much as anybody else is. Resurrection of the dead. The dead will ultimately be resurrected. And I'm cool with that. I look forward to that. I call it revivification of the dead. This list is Rambam's invention. Earlier Judaism did not have a fixed creed. Many great rabbis disagreed with parts or the idea of creeds entirely. Rambam, the Hasdai, Preskas, Rabbi Yosef Albo. The poetic versions, Ani, Mamim, Yigdal, are much later and more literal than Rambam's own philosophical intent. One key tension relevant to the earlier question. Rambam defined these philosophically, stripped mythology, meant them minimally. Popular Judaism reads early and mythically. The gap is why people feel cognitive dissonance today. The one-sentence summary, the 13 principles of Rambam's attempt to stabilize Jewish belief, influential but not the original or only way Judaism understood faith. Okay. But I'm saying that, like, I believe this.
If I give money to my friend who's not the
this is the Judaism that I believe.
He's not the baker. I say, here's $10, get me a portion of the Eruv. That works fine.
And in my own way, if you believe something else, I don't know if that's Judaism. It might be, but I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Okay. But the key phrase that I said, if you remember anything from this, bitch and moan session, or whatever you want to consider this, is
so again, we'll
most Jews are exhausted from pretending. Start.
When I go
Like, what is this shit?
Here's $10. Here's $10. Well, so what am I doing? I'm looking to purchase.
Is this shit working?
What am I not?
This is the worst.
I'm not relying on the
Come on.
The relationship I'm entering into with the shopkeeper.
Is this shit working?
Commercial relationship. Is it transactional?
All right, here we go. So then I asked.
Ask me to sell me something.
Well, I had some questions about the Shabbat bride. Does anything about the Sabbath bride come into play before Moshe Dayan? Short answer is yes, but not in the fully personified erotic Sabbath bride form you get after Moshe Dayan, the Zohar. Before him, you see clear proto-ideas that later become the Shabbat. Here's a clean historical layering. Shabbat is sanctified, not feminine. In the Bible, Shabbat is holy. Exodus 31. Shabbat is covenantal, ot high. Shabbat is, but not a bride, not a queen, no romance imagery. So the raw holiness is there, but zero personification. Rabbinic period, Talmud, Shabbat is a person, barely. This is where things start moving. Shabbat as a presence. Shabbat is treated like an honored guest. You welcome it, you prepare for it. Key text, Shabbat 119.8. Rabbis dress specifically clean and go out to greet Shabbat. Rabbi Hanina would say, come, let us go out and greet Shabbat the queen. Important. Queen, not bride. Honorific, not erotic. No sphero, no sexual union. Still, this is the first crack in the door. Midrash, Shabbat wants a partner. This is huge. Genesis, Rabbah 11:8. Shabbat complains, every day has a partner. I have none. God replies, Israel will be your partner. This is proto-marital language. Shabbat as feminine, Israel as counterpart, covenant framed relationally. But again, symbolic, national, not mystical. This is the seed, not the tree. Early Pio, pre-Zohar, emotional, still not erotic. Some early liturgical hints at Shabbat as beloved, Shabbat is joy, Shabbat is radiant. But no Shekinah, Tiferet, no cosmic repair via sex, no divine eroticism. So emotionally rich, but still pre-Kabbalah. Well, Moshe Leon, the Zohar, the real shift. This is the revolution. The Zohar introduces Shabbat is Shekinah. She is feminine, exiled yearning, Friday night, sexual reunion, mitzvot plus marital sex, katukun, Israel that arouses union. This is not just poetry, it's a metaphysical system. Nothing like this exists exclusively before the Zohar. V'chad Dodi is later affirms this. Just to be clear, V'chad Dodi is 16th century spot, based fully on Zoharic Kabbalah, popularizes the bride imagery for the mass. So if someone claims that Shabbat bride is ancient straight from Sinai, no, conceptually grows organically but late. Bottom line, very precise. For Moshe de Leon, Shabbat is holy, Shabbat is queen, I guess, feminine hymns, no erotic mysticism, cosmic sexual union. With the Zohar, Shabbat becomes a bride in a full metaphysical sexual cosmic sense. One sentence verdict. The Shabbat bride is not an ancient doctrine, but a medieval mystical crystallization of rabbinic metaphors.
Let's go back for just a moment.
Okay, so then I have questions about Mashiach. I think we all do.
How do I acquire anything? I never did
so
they both say again. Commerce 101.
What is Mashiach supposed to do when he gets here? Good question, and I'll answer this clearly historically and without hype, because what Mashiach does gets widely over. There are overlapping models in Judaism: classic rabbinic, philosophical, Rambam, and mystical, Kabbalistic. If you don't separate them, everything fused. The classical job description. Midrash. At a minimum, Mashiach is expected to be a human from the line of David. Check. Not divine, not supernatural by default. Definite check. Restore Jewish political sovereignty. Check. A functioning Jewish self-rule in the law of Israel. Check. Temple. Check. Or at least restore sacrificial worship. Check. Details debated. Gather the exiles. Check. Jews return to Israel. Ends the long Galatian. Check. Restore Torah observance. Check. Courts and Hedron and halakhic clarity. Key source: Sanhedrin 97 and 99, Barako. No miracles required, no end of nature, no instant you do. Rambam model, most important for historically Judaism. Rambam deliberately strips Mashiach of matter. According to Rambam, Mishnah Torah Code Malakim 11:12, Mashiach will fight the wars of God, meaning political, legal, defensive wars, no cosmic battles, restore Jewish law, bring peace, and say to anybody who has been claimed as a perhaps Lubavitch Rebbe, so perhaps Jacob Frank, perhaps Shabbatai, anybody. Build the Beit Mikdash. Did you rebuild the Beit Mikdash? But be a Mashiach for your age. Like you could be a really important person for your age. Some of those ones, and other ones might be just garbage. Who knows? But the person who's Mashiach is a person who rebuilds the Beit Mikdash. That's a big thing. I don't know who that is. But I'm waiting for him. And if he wants to hear my plan, I'll give it to him. You can have a plan for it. Nobody's saying that you can't. All right. Mashiach will fight the wars of God, meaning political, legal, defensive wars, not cosmic battles. Build the Beit Mikdash, restore Jewish law, bring peace and stability. What Rambam explicitly denies: Mashiach performing miracles, changing nature, future being semi-divine. I think the Messianic era will involve. This is huge and often ignored. What changes after Mashiach arrives? According to Rambam, the world runs normally, still work, eat, die. The difference is political freedom and peace. Jews can finally focus on Torah without persecution. The only difference between now and the days of Mashiach is subjugation to kingdoms. Mystical Kabbalistic later development. This is where things get cosmic. It is said to unite male and female aspects of the dome, heal the Shekhinah, complete tikkun, trigger resurrection and transformation of reality. Historically, late Zoharic and Sfat Kabbalah, symbolic, not halakhic requirements, not binding beliefs. Important. Hasidic treats this existentially, academics treat it mythically. Rambam ignores it entirely. What Mashiach is not supposed to do, despite popular belief, Mashiach does not have to, and free will, make everyone religious instantly, judge souls, abolish science, be recognized immediately, bring heaven to earth overnight. Although at least in my teaching, I'll just say this. There's something like when Mashiach comes, everybody in the world will know. There won't be like, is this? It'll be like, if this ain't him, then this motherfucker's not coming. So we're all waiting. Bring heaven to earth overnight. Judaism is extremely conservative here. Practical checklist. Rambam's test. Rambam gives a test. If a Davidic king starts restoring Torah, sovereignty, and the temple, it's a presumed Mashiach. If he completes it, he's confirmed Mashiach. If he fails, not Mashiach, just a righteous king. No apocalypse, no embarrassment. What would you say about the Rebbe? For those who are messianics. Look, I've asked your rabbis bluntly, was the Rebbe Mashiach, and they said they don't know. Now, many will say yes, he was behind closed doors, and I've had those things as well. Others will not. Others will say that's fundamentalism. I think that the Rebbe could have been Mashiach in his day. Like, that's okay. Maybe not seen as the Mashiach, but a Mashiach. Unless the Rebbe rebuilds the Beit Mikdash, we're still waiting. But that doesn't mean that you're wrong. Messianics, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I mean, in my own way, I've wanted to be a Messianic. But until the big Mikdash is rebuilt. And I would love if we could like revivify the Rebbe and we want to make him Mashiach, that's cool. But the person who revivifies him is going to be really powerful too. All right. So when is Mashiach first discussed? Short answer, earlier than most people think, and stages. There's no single Mashiach chapter early on. The idea emerges, then crystallizes, then explodes. Here's the clean historical timeline. Torah, five books, no Mashiach figure. This surprises people. The Torah never mentioned Mashiach as an end-time redeemer, a future Davidic savior, a messianic age led by a specific person. What does exist? Promises of national return, blessing, curse, exile, restoration. God acting directly, not via a messianic king. Even Deuteronomy 30 talk about return and renewal. No human redeemer figure. No Mashiach yet. Elderly prophets, 8th to 7th century before Common Era. Davidic hope appears. This is the first real stage. Key text: Isaiah 11, a shoot from the stump of Jesse. 5, ruler from Bethlehem. 23, righteous David. Important. These are political kings written during monarchy crisis. Not end of time apocalyptic years. No resurrection. No cosmic. Mashiach here is an ideal through exilic and post prophets expectation intensifies. After the destruction, Ezekiel 34:37, my servant David. Second Isaiah, redemption without a named king. Zechariah, hints of priest king imagery. Now restoration becomes more dramatic. Hope becomes looking. Still no technical term Mashiach. Second Temple period, 5th century BCE to 1st century. Messianism dies. This is where things get. King Mashiach, priest Mashiach, Mashiach. Sometimes Mashiach's Qumran, Sortic literature, Daniel, Enoch. Important, not unified, optical, and cosmic, responding rule. This is when Mashiach becomes a category, not a single idea. Rabbinic Judaism, 1st through 6th Common Era, Mashiach becomes central. Now it stabilizes. Talmud discusses lineage, science, timing, and warns against calculating it. Failures and false messiahs. Still, no dogma no dogma yet. Plenty of disagreement. Mashiach is human, not divine. Rambam, 12th century Mashiach is codified. This is a turning point. Rambam defines Mashiach legally, removes supernaturalism, makes belief in Mashiach a principle of faith, frames it politically and halakhically. From here on, Mashiach is standardized. Kabbalah, 13th to 16th century, Mashiach becomes cosmic. Later additions: Tikkun, Shekinah, sexual cosmic repair, medical physical drama, metaphysical drama, powerful but historically late. Bottom line, very precise. No Mashiach in the Torah. First clear messianic king, early prophets, Isaiah and Micah. Full messianism, Second Temple period, codified Mashiach, Rambam, mythical Mashiach, Kabbalah. One sentence summary. Mashiach begins as political hope in the prophets and only later becomes the cosmic redeemer people imagine. And then we went through the principles of faith. Shalosha, Asar, Ikar. All right. Now let's learn about Isaac Luria. Who is he? Some douche. All right, here we go. Isaac Ashkenazi Luria. He around 1534 to July 25th, 1527, as in the last or whatever, generally like a date, a second date of a death, July 20, 1570. Commonly known in Jewish religious circles as Ha'ari HaKadosh, or Arizal, was a leading rabbi and Jewish mystic in the community of Sfat in the Galilee region of Ottoman Syria, now Israel. He is considered the father of contemporary Kabbalah, his teachings being referred to as Luriatic Kabbalah. So we're going to read this. Okay, so Luriatic Kabbalah is a school of Kabbalah named after Isaac Luria, 1534 to 1572, the Jewish rabbi who developed it. Lurianic Kabbalah gave a seminal new account of Kabbalistic thought and its followers synthesized with and read into the earlier Kabbalah of the Zohar and had disseminated in medieval circles. Lurianic Kabbalah describes new doctrines of the origins of creation and the concepts of Olam HaTohu, the world of Tohu, the Olam HaTikun, the world of Tikkun rectification, which represents two archetypal spiritual states of being and consciousness. These concepts derive from Isaac Luria's interpretation of the mythical speculations on references in the Zohar. The main popularizer of Luria's ideas was Rabbi Chaim ben Joseph Vital of Calabria, who claimed to be the official interpreter of the Lurianic system, though some disputed this claim. Together, the compiled teachings by Luria's scroll after his death are metaphorically called Kitvei Ari, writings of the Ari, all differed on some core interpretations in the early generations. Previous interpretations of the Zohar had culminated in the rationally influenced scheme of Moses ben Jacob Cordovero in Tzvat immediately before Luria's arrival. Both Cordovero's and Luria's systems gave Kabbalah a theological systemization of rival and earlier elements of medieval Jewish philosophy. Under the aim of the mystical Renaissance in 16th century Tzvat, Lurianism became the near universal mainstream Jewish theology in the early modern era, both in scholarly circles and in the popular imagination. The Lurianic scheme regarded its followers as harmonious with and successfully more advanced than Cordoverian, mostly displaced it, becoming the foundation of subsequent developments in Jari. The Zohar was interpreted in terms, and later as esoteric Kabbalists expanded mystical theory within the Lurianic system. The late Hasidic and Mennonite movements diverged over implications of Lurianic and its social role in popular mysticism. The Sabbatean mystical tradition would also derive its source from Lurianic messianism, but had a different understanding of the Kabbalistic interdependence of mysticism with Halakha Jewish observance. Where the messianic aim remained only peripheral in the Luria scheme of Cordovero, the more comprehensive theoretical scheme and mid-practices of Luria explain messianism as its central dynamic, incorporating the full diversity of previous Kabbalistic concepts as outcomes of its processes. Luria conceptualized the inner dimension of divine exile and redemption. The Lurianic mythos brought deeper Kabbalistic notions to the fore. Theodicy, primordial origin of evil, and exile of the Shekinah, divine presence, eschatological redemption, the cosmic role of each individual, and the historical affairs of Israel, symbolism of sexuality and the supernal divine manifestations and the unconscious dynamics of the soul. Luria gave esoteric theosophical articulations to the most fundamental and theologically daring questions of existence. Kabbalist views. Religious Kabbalists see the deeper comprehensiveness of Lurianic theory being due to the description and exploration of aspects of divinity rooted in the Ein Sof that transcended the revealed, rationally apprehended mysticism described by Cordovero. The system of medieval Kabbalah becomes incorporated as part of the wider dynamic, where Cordovero described the spheral divine attributes and the four spiritual realms preceded by Kadmon, unfolding sequentially out of the Ein Sof. Luria probed the rational origin of these five worlds within the infinite. This revealed new doctrines of primordialism, contraction, and severa, shattering and reconfiguration of the Sifro. In Kabbalah, what proceeded or more deeply in order is also reflected within the inner dimensions of subsequent creation, so that Luria was able to explain messianism divine aspects, and reincarnation. Kabbalistic beliefs that remain unsystematized beforehand. Cordovero and medieval attempts at Kabbalistic systemization. Approach medieval Jewish philosophy. Approach Kabbalistic theory through the rationally conceived paradigm of Ishtal-Shelu, essential evolution of spiritual levels between the infinite and finite, the vessels and frames of each spiritual world. Luria's Kabbalah as dynamic process of Hitabshut, movement of higher souls, lower vessels, the inner sections of each spiritual world, within any level whose origin trans level in which they are enclosed. The spiritual paradigm of creation is transformed into dynamical, interactional process in divinity. Divine manifestations enclosed within each other and are subject to exile and redemption. The concept of Hidlabshut, enclosement, implies a radical shift of focus in considering the nature of creation. According to this perspective, the chief dynamic of creation is not evolutionary, but rather interactional. Higher strata of reality are enclosing themselves within strata, like the soul within a body, thereby using every element of creation with an inner force sends its own position within the universal hierarchy. Labshut is very much a biological dynamic, accounting for the life force which resides within creation. Hishtal-Shelu, on the other hand, is a physical one concerned with the condensed energy of matter, spiritual vessels, rather than life force of the soul. Due to its deeper moral internal paradigm, the new doctrines Luria introduce explain Kabbalistic teachings and passages in the Zohar that remain superficially understood and externally described before. Seemingly unrelated concepts become unified as part of a comprehensive deeper picture. Kabbalistic systemizers before Luria, culminating with Cordero, were influenced by Rambam's philosophical guide in their quest to decipher the Zohar intellectually and unify Eastern wisdom with Jewish philosophy. In Kabbalah embodies the neshama, understanding mental level of the soul. The teachings of learning to the soul that go beyond mental limitations. Though in intellectual terms, it remains a revealed supra-rational doctrine, giving a sense of being beyond intellectual gravity. This corresponds to the soul level of Haya, described as touching, not touching apprehension. Academic view. In the academic study of Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem fully expressed mythologizing of Judaism and a uniquely paradoxically messianic mysticism. As mysticism phenomenologically usually involves withdrawal from community. In more recent academia, Idol has challenged Slolem's historical influence in Lurianism, seeing it as an evolving development within the inherent factors of Jewish mysticism by itself. In his monograph, Position of the Soul, Healer of the Cosmos, Isaac Luria and his Kabbalistic Fellowship, Stanford University Press, 2003, Lawrence Fine explores the world of Isaac Luria from the point of view of lived experience of Luria and his disciples. Influence Sabbatean mystical heresies. Lurianic Kabbalah has been accused by some of being the cause of the spread of Sabbatean Messiah Shabbatai Z 1626 to 1676 and Jacob Frank 1726 to 1791 and their Kabbalistically based heresies. The 16th century mystical renaissance of Sfat, led by Moshe Cordovero, Joseph Caro, and Isaac Luria, made Kabbalistic study a popular goal of Jewish students, to some extent competing for attention with Talmudic study, while also capturing the hold of public imagination. Shabbateanism emerged in this atmosphere, coupled with oppressions of exile, alongside genuine traditional mystic circles. Where Isaac Luria's scheme emphasized the democratic role of every person in redeeming the fallen sparks of holiness, allocating the Messiah only a conclusive arrival in the process. Shabbatai's prophet Nathan of Gaza interpreted the messianic role as pivotal in reclaiming those sparks lost in impurity. And after he apostatized to Islam, became necessary, as well as faith in his antinomian actions. Jacob Frank claimed to be a reincarnation of Shazvi, sent to reclaim sparks through the most anarchist actions of his followers, claiming the break Torah is claiming the breaking of the in his emerged messianic era was now its fulfillment. The opposite of the messianic necessity of halakhic devotion by Luria and the Kabbalists. Instead of the elite 16th century fought expulsion from Spain, they sensed a personal national identity expressed through their mystical renaissance, ascetic, structured, devoted brotherhood, close adherence to normative practice, influence ritual practice and prayer meditation. Kabbalistic art of divine names in Ari synagogue. They just look at the picture. Traditional Lurianic prayer method involved esoteric Kavanot meditations on specific divine letter permutations related to each prayer.
But there's a difference between paying for something that you're obligated to pay because you got something in return versus going ahead and paying some type of premium. So it's like interest, I will say, is I'm paying for
Lurianic Kabbalah remained the leading school of mysticism in Judaism and is an important influence on Hasidism and Sephardic Kabbalists. In fact, only a minority of today's Jewish mystics belong to other branches of thought in Zoharic mysticism. Some Jewish Kabbalists have said that the followers of Shabbatai Zvi strongly avoided teachings of Lurianic Kabbalah because his system disproved their notions. On the other hand, the Shabbatians did use Lurianic concepts of sparks trapped in impurity and pure souls being mixed with the impure to justify some of the antinomian actions. Luria introduced his mystic system into religious observance. Every commandment had a particular mystic meaning. The Shabbat, with all its ceremonies, looked upon as the embodiment of the divinity in temporal life, but every ceremony performed on that day was considered to have an influence on the superior world. Every word and syllable of the prescribed prayers contained hidden names of God upon which one should meditate devoutly while reciting. New mystical ceremonies were ordained and codified under the name Shulchan Aruch Hari, the code of law of the Ari. In addition, one of the few writings of Luria himself comprises 3 Shabbat table hymns and mystical allusions. From the third meal's hymn, your princes of the palace who yearn to behold the splendor of Zer Anpin, be present at this meal at which the king leaves his print. Exult, rejoice in this gathering together with the angels and all the supernal beings. Now, at this most propitious time, when there is no sadness, I herewith invite the Ancient of Days at this and impurity will be utterly removed. Keeping with the custom of engaging in all-night Torah study on the festival of Shavuot, Luria arranged a special service for the night vigil of Shavuot, the Tikkun Leil Shavuot, rectification for Shavuot night. It is commonly recited in synagogue with Kaddish if the Tikkun is studied in a group of 10. Afterwards, Hasidim immerse in a mikveh before dawn. Modern Jewish spirituality and descending wide recognition among Jews today. Orthodox as well as Reform, Reconstructionists, and members of other Jewish groups frequently acknowledge the moral obligation to repair the world. Tikkun Olam. Upon Luria's teaching that sharp divinity remain contained in flawed materialization and that ritual ethics deeds by the righteous help to release this energy. The mystical theology of the Ari does not exercise the same level of everywhere. However, communities where Luria Luria's thoughts hold many German and modern Orthodox groups carrying forward Spanish and Portuguese. A sizable segment of Balaldi Yemenite Jews see Dor Daim and other groups that follow a form of Torah based more on classical authorities like Maimonides, Rambam, and the Geonic. With its rationalist 19th century Haskalah movement and the critical study of Judaism dismissed Kabbalah. In the 20th century, Gershom Scholem initiated the academic study of Jewish mysticism, utilizing historical methodology, but reacting against what he saw as its exclusively rationalist dogma. Rather, he identified Jewish mysticism as the vital undercurrent of Jewish thought, periodically renewing Judaism with new mystical or messianic impetus. The 20th century academic respect of Kabbalah, as well as wider interest in spirituality, bolster a renewed Kabbalistic interest from non-Orthodox Jewish denominations in the 20th century. This is often expressed through the form of Hasidic incorporation of Kabbalah, embodied in Neo-Hasidism and Jewish renewal. Contemporary traditional Lurianism. And then they show a mikvah of Isaiah on the hillside below, in the Galilee, led by a cold spring.
And Shimon says, ladies, not as than I am a mess. Whatever, that's the case. So what's that look? Neither of them are Nazir.
Study of the Kitvei writings of Isaac Luria's disciples continues mostly today among traditional form Kabbalistic circles and in sections of the Hasidic movement. Mekubalim, Oriental Sephardic Kabbalists, follow the tradition of Chabad and the mystical legacy of the Rashash, 1720 to 1776, considered by Kabbalists to the reincarnation of the Ari, see themselves as direct heirs to and the continuity with Luria's teachings and meditative scheme. Both sides of the Hasidic Mitnagdic schism from the 18th century upheld the theological worldview of Lurianic Kabbalah. It is a misconception to see the rabbinic opposition of Hasidic Judaism, at least in its formative origin, as deriving from adherence to rational medieval Jewish philosophical method. The leader of the rabbinic Mitnagdic opposition, mystical Hasidic revival, the Vilna Gaon, 1720 to 1797, was intimately involved in Kabbalah, following Lurianic theory, and produced Kabbalistically focused writing himself, while criticizing medieval Jewish rationalism. His disciple Chaim Volozhin, the main theoretician of Mitnagdic Judaism, differed from Hasidism over practical interpretation of the Lurianic system. For all intents, Mitnagdic Judaism followed a transcendent stress in Tzimtzum, while Hasidism stressed the immanence of God. This theoretical difference led Hasidism to popular mystical focus beyond elitist restrictions, while it underpinned the Mitnagdic focus on Talmudic non-mystical for all but the elite, with a new theoretical emphasis on Talmudic Torah study in the Lithuanian Yeshiva movement. The largest scale Jewish development based on Lurianic teaching was Hasidism, though it adapted Kabbalah to its own thought. Joseph Don described the Hasidic Mitnagdic schism as a battle between two conceptions of Lurianic Kabbalah. Elite Kabbalah was essentially loyal to Lurianic teaching and practice, while Hasidism introduced new popularized ideas such as the centrality of divine immanence and devekut to all Jewish activity, and the social mystical role of Tzaddik Hasidic. Literal and non-literal interpretation of Tzimtzum. In the decades after Luria and in the early 18th century, different opinions formed among Kabbalists over the meaning of Zimzum, the divine self-withdrawal, should it be taken literally or symbolically. Emmanuel Harichi, Yosha Lavav, 1737, took Zimzum literally, while Joseph Ergas, Shomer Amunum, 1736, and Abraham Herrera held Zimzum was to be understood metaphorically. Hasidic and Mitnagdic views of Zimzum. The issue of the Zimzum underpinned the new publication of mysticism embodied in 18th century Hasidism. Its central doctrine of almost panentheistic divine immanence, shaping daily fervor, emphasized the most non-literal stress of Zimzum. The systematic articulation of this Hasidic approach by Schneur Zalman of Leidi, in the second section of Tanya, outlines a monistic solutionism of creation from the upper divine unity perspective. Schneur Zalman, Zimzum only affected a parent of the Or Ein Sof, the Ein Sof present, and the world nullified into its source. Only from the lowerly divine unity perspective, Zimzum gives the illusion of withdrawal. In truth, I have not changed. Malachi 3:6. As interpreting the Zimzum with any literal tendency, would be ascribing false corporeality to God. Norman Lamb describes Gnostic interpretations of this. To Chaim Volson, the theoretician of the Mitnagdic opposition to Hasidism, the illusion of creation is true, but does not lead to panentheism, as Mitnagdic theology emphasized. Divine transcendence, where Hasidism emphasized immanence. As it is, the initial general impression of Lurianic Kabbalah is one of transcendence, implied by the notion of Zimzum. Rather, to Hasidic thought, especially in its Chabad systemization, and the divine essence is expressed only in finitude, emphasizing Hasidic immanence. Norman Lamb sees both thinkers as subtle and sophisticated. The Mitnagdim disagreed with panentheism in the early opposition of the Mitnagdic leader, the Vilna Gaon, seen as heretical. Chaim Volson, the leading pupil of the Vilna Gaon, was at the same time both more moderate, seeking to end the conflict, and most theologically principled in his opposition to the Hasidic interpretation. He opposed panentheism as both theology and practice, as its mystical spiritualization of Judaism displaced traditional Talmudic learning, as was liable to inspire Nomian blurring of Halakha Jewish observance structures in quest mysticism for the context. As Norman Lamb summarizes to Schneur Zalman of Hasidism, God relates as a reality through his divine immanence. The human perspective is pluralistic, allowing mystical popularization in the real world while safeguarding God. Divine transcendence, divine perspective, monistic, nullifying creation into illusion. To Chaim Volson, the Mitnagdism, God creates. To Chaim Volson and Mitnagdism, God relates to the world as it is through his transcendence. Divine immanence, the way God looks at physical creation, is monistic, nullifying it into illusion. Divine transcendence, the way man perceives and relates to divinity, is pluralistic, allowing creation to exist on its own terms. In this way, both thinkers and spiritual paths affirm a non-literal interpretation of the Zimzum, but Hasidic spirituality focuses on the nearness of God with Mitnagdic spirituality, while Mitnagdic spirituality focuses on the remoteness of God. They then configure their religious practice around the theological difference. Hasidism placing devotedly fervor as its central practice. Mitnagdism further an intellectual Talmudic Torah study as its supreme religious activity. Fuck! If you ask me, why did you just read? I have no fucking clue. Don't ask me. I have no fucking clue. Let's just get this fucking guy. Okay, here we go. So Isaac Luria, we read about this fuck. Anyway, so his title, Ha'ari Hakadosh Arizal. He was born in 1534, Jerusalem, Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Syria, Ottoman Empire. He died July 25th, 1572, age 37 to 38. So pretty young. 5th of Av, 5332. Anno Mundi, Livia Ha'ol, in the year of our Lord. Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Syria, Ottoman Empire. Oh, he died in Sfat. So he was born in Jerusalem, died in Sfat. He's buried at Old Cemetery of Sfat. While his direct literary contribution to the Kabbalistic school was extremely minute, he only wrote a few poems. His spiritual fame led to their veneration and the acceptance of his authority. The works of the disciples compiled his oral teachings into writing. Every custom of Luria was scrutinized, and many were accepted even against previous practice. Luria died at Sfat on July 25th, 1572, and is buried at the Sfat Old Jewish Cemetery. The Ari Ashkenazi Synagogue, also located in Sfat, was built in memory of Luria during the late 16th century. Early life. Luria was born in 1532 in Jerusalem, in what is now the old youth courtyard to an Ashkenazi father and Solomon, to an Ashkenazi father Solomon and a Sephardic mother. Oh, inner. Do you consider that inner something? All right, marriage. Yeah, some ways. While still a child, Luria lost his father. It's at least mixed traditions. While still a child, Luria lost his father and was raised by an uncle, Mordecai Francis Multizam, tax farmer from Cairo in Ottoman Egypt. His uncle placed him under the best Jewish teachers, including the leading rabbi scholar David ben Solomon ibn Abi Zimra. Luria showed himself a diligent student of rabbinical literature, and under the guidance of another uncle, Batzalzel Ashkenazi, best known as the author of the Gathered Method, he became proficient in that branch of Jewish learning. At the age of 15, he married a cousin, the daughter of Mordecai Francis, and being amply provided for financially, he was able to continue his studies. Around the age of 22, he became engrossed in the study of the Zohar, a significant work of the Kabbalah that had recently been printed for the first time, and adopted the life of a recluse. Retreating from the banks of the Nile for 7 years, he secluded himself in an isolated cottage, giving himself up entirely to meditation. He visited his family only on Shabbat, but even at home, he would not utter a word, even to his wife. Teachings. In 1569, Luria moved back to Jerusalem, Sanjak, and after a short sojourn there, where his new Kabbalistic system seemed to have met with little success, he settled in the Sfat Sanjak. Sfat in the Galilee had become a center of Kabbalistic studies over the previous decades by Moshe ben Jacob Cordovero. There's evidence that Luria also regarded Cordovero as a teacher. Joseph Sambari, an Egyptian chronicler, testified that Cordovero was the Ari's teacher for a short time. Luria probably arrived in early 1570, and Cordovero died on June 27th that year, the 23rd day of Tammuz. Bereft of their most prominent authority and teacher, the community looked for new guidance, and Luria helped fill Cordovero's former role. Soon, classes of disciples, not to whom he expounded elementary Kabbalah, and initiates who became the repositories of secret teaching and intentions of prayer. The most renowned of these initiates was Chaim ben Joseph, who, according to his masters, possessed a soul that Adam's sin had not. With him, Luria visited the grave of Shimon Yochai and those of other eminent teachers. It is said that these graves were unmarked, even though the mystical guidance, even through the mystical guidance given by Elijah, each grave was recognized. But through the mystical guidance given by Elijah, each grave was recognized. Lurie's Kabbalistic circle gradually widened and became a separate congregation, which the mystic doctrines were supreme, influencing all religious ceremonies. On Shabbat, Lurie dressed himself in white and wore a foretold garment, letters of the Tetragrammaton. Many Jews who had been exiled from Spain, following the expulsion of Jews from Spain, believed were in the time of trial. They were in the time of trial would precede the appearance of Yahweh in Galilee. Those who moved to Damascus Islet in anticipation of this event found a deal of comfort in Luria's teachings due to the theme of exile. Although he did not write down his teachings, they were published by followers, and by 1650, his ideas were known to Jews throughout Europe. Luria delivered his legacy without ever writing down his, with a few exceptions, including Kabbalistic poems and rabbinical Aramaic or the Shabbat table. The foremost advocate of his Kabbalistic system was Vital, who collected all the disciples. Numerous works produced from these notes, the important of which was the Etz Chaim, Tree of Life, in 8 volumes below. Originally, it circulated only in manuscript copies. Each of Luria's had to pledge under pain of excommunication not to allow any copy to be made for a foreign country, so that for a time all the manuscripts remained in Ottoman Syria. Eventually, one was brought to Europe and was published at Zoikev in 1772 by Isaac Satnow. In this work, both the theoretical and the devotional meditative teachings of Lurianic Kabbalah based on the Zohar are elaborated upon. Zimzum was one of Luria's most important ideas and stressed in his lectures. His disciples, some of them were Chaim ben Joseph Vital, Israel Sarug, Samuel ben Isaac de Geda, Joseph ibn Tabu. This shit sucks. Alright, are you done? We'll learn about Cardinal, whatever the fuck's name. Yo, dog, didn't the rabbis say that, like, prophecy ended at the fall of the Second Temple? But then how did Mon Bar Yochai talk to God when God told him to leave the cave? Like, isn't that a contradiction? A good question, and you're not wild. This does look like a contradiction on the surface. The key is that Judaism makes sharp distinctions between different kinds of God creation. Once you separate those, I'll break it down. I'll break it cleanly and historically. What does prophecy end in position? Formal prophecy, the kind Moshe, Isaiah, Jeremiah had, ended either with the last prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, Persian period, or at least at the latest by the early Second Temple, long before the destruction, 70 CE. This is stated explicitly in the Talmud, Yoma 9b, Sanhedrin 11a. Fuck this shit. This is stated explicitly in the Talmud. Okay. So when rabbis say prophecy ended, they mean no more prophets, no more prophet of the Jewish people, no more new Torah or Bible revelation. That's the claim. Then how did Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, the Rashbi, here's the critical distinction. No prophecy, not prophecy does not mean no divine communication at all. Judaism recognizes several lower tiers of divine interaction after prophecy ended. The main categories: Ruach HaKodesh, holy inspiration, not prophecy, no national message, personal or mystical insight, can include visions, inner voices, symbolic communication, Talmudic and medieval consensus. Ruach HaKodesh continued after prophecy ended. This is explicitly stated in multiple sources. Bat Kol, heavenly voice, a non-prophetic voice, often appears in the Talmud, famously not halakhically authoritative. Lo Bashamayim. bought cold communication but intentionally downgraded. Mystical experience what Rashbi has. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is not portrayed as a prophet in the biblical sense. What he experiences in the cave is described as extreme asceticism, Torah immersion, mystical union, Ruach HaKodesh level awareness. So when tradition, God told him to leave the cave, that does not mean a prophetic command like Moshe, a new revelation, a public message. It means something closer to an inner divine prompting, a mystical signal, a spiritual awareness that decree ended. Think intuition on steroids. It's not prophecy. What this is, why this is not a contradiction rabbinically, because the rabbis are consistent on the point. Nevuah, prophecy, had ended. Ruach HaKodesh continued. Bat Kol continued. Mystical experience continued. The law had ended. Rashbi stays firmly below the prophetic. How academics read this important. From a historical critical perspective, Rashbi's stories were developed later, especially in Zoharic mystical circles. God told them is literary language, not a transcript. Even alchemists who think the Zohar is medieval will say this reflects how later mystics imagined divine intimacy without breaking the rabbinic rule that prophecy ended. So even historically, it was internally consistent. Bottom line, tight answer: no contradiction. Judaism says prophecy ended, but divine inspiration did not. Rashbi was a mystic, not a prophet. His experience is not the same as Moshe at Sinai. If Rashbi had said, "Thus says God, here's a new commandment," that would be a contradiction. He never does.
And everyone likes her. Who's everyone like her? Any adult with capacity has the ability to make their own food and cannot be included in of a husband master. I mean, the husband for the wife, right? Or master again for the servant.
Okay, we're gonna read this and we're done.
Their consent.
This sucks. Moshe ben Cordovero. Moshe Jacob Cordovero. Ben Jacob Cordovero. 1522 to 1570, was a central figure in the historical domain of Kabbalah, leader of a mystical Ottoman Empire in 16th century, located in the modern state of Israel. He by the acronym Moses ben Jacob Cordovero. He was born 1522. He died in 70, so he's about 838. Spot Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Empire. This is where the other guy, Luria, he was died as well because he was born in Jerusalem. Ottoman Jew of Solomon, the sister of Solomon. His children Gedaliah. Notable works: Partis Ramonium or Yikar, Tomar or Nirab, Elima, Rabadi, patient Rabbi Kabbalist. I would love somebody to be like, hey, what do you do for a living? I'm a Kabbalist, a Kabbalist. What the fuck are you doing today? Like, you're a plumber? Or, like, after the medieval flourishing of Kabbalah, centered on the Zohar, attempts were made to give complete intellectual system to its theology, such as by Meir ben Ezekiel ibn Gabbai, influenced by the earlier success of Jewish philosophy in articulating a rational study of Jewish thought. Cordovero produced the first full integration of the previous different schools of Kabbalistic interpretation. While he was mystic inspired by the imagery of the Zohar, Cordoverian Kabbalah applies the conceptual framework of emanating cause and effect from infinite and the finite in systematizing Kabbalah, and the method of philosophical style discourse he held most effective in describing a process that reflects sequential logic and coherence. His encyclopedic became a central stage in the development of Kabbalah. Immediately after him in Tzfat, Isaac Luria articulated a subsequent system of Kabbalistic theology, with new supra-rational doctrines recasting previous Kabbalistic thought. While Lurianism displaced the Cordoverian scheme and became predominant in Judaism, its followers read Cordoverian works in harmony with their teachings, where to them Lurianism described the world of rectification, Cordovero described the pre-rectification world. Both articulations of the 16th century mystical renaissance and Tzfat gave Kabbalah and intellectual prominence to rival medieval Jewish rationalism, whose social influence on Judaism had waned after the expulsion of Jews from
Or
Spain.
even if she doesn't object, but she creates her own Eruv, so again, she is not part of her husband's Eruv. But Mishnah, Kami Shira, will say, how much is the shear? How much is the shear ultimately again?
Okay, early life. The name Cordovero indicates that his family originated from Cordoba, Spain. Okay, that's where Rambam is from. And perhaps fled from there during the expulsion of 1492, ensuing from the Spanish Inquisition. His Hebrew signature, however, Piero, struck just a long-lasting residence in Portugal. Moses was either born or in the spot in the land of Israel. Why doesn't it say that? The city that was soon to be famed as the center of Kabbalah and mystical creativity. Although not involved in mystical studies until his 20th year, he soon gained a reputation as an extraordinary genius and prolific writer. Besides his knowledge of Kabbalah, he was a Talmudic scholar, man of commentary in Jewish philosophy, who was respected in these fields. Contrary to popular belief, however, he was not one of the rabbis who received a special smicha ordination from Jacob Barab in 1538 alongside Joseph Caro, Cordovero's teacher of Halakha. Moshe ben Joseph di Trani, Joseph Sagis, and Moshe Alshich. As a whole, Cordovero's contribution of posterity were in speculative and performative Kabbalah. However, during his lifetime, he was the renowned head of the yeshiva for Portuguese immigrants in scholarship. According to his testimony in the introduction of Curtis Ramonium, Orchard of Pomegranates, in 1542, at the age of 20, Moses heard a heavenly voice urging him to study Kabbalah with his brother-in-law, Shlomo Alkabetz, composer of the mystical song Dodi. He was thus initiated into the mysteries of the Zohar. The young Moses not only mastered the text, but also decided to organize the Kabbalistic themes leading to his day and present them in an organized fashion. This led to the composition of his first book, Pardes Ramonium, which was compiled in 1548 and secured his reputation as a brilliant Kabbalist thinker. The Pardes, as is known, was a systematization of Kabbalistic thought up to that time, and featured the author's attempt at reconciling early schools with conceptual teaching of the Zohar, demonstrate an essential unity and self-consistent philosophical basis of Kabbalah. His second work, magnum opus entitled Precious Light, or Yachar, was a 16-volume commentary on the Zoharic literature in its entirety, and a work to which the Ramak had devoted most of his life. Some other books for which he is known are the Tomer Devorah, Palm Tree of Deborah, in which he utilizes Kabbalistic concepts of the Sefirot to illuminate a system of morals and ethics, or Nirab, a justification of an insistence upon the importance of Kabbalah study, and an introduction to the methods explicated in Pardes Ramonium. Aima Rabadi, a highly abstract treatise on Kabbalistic concerns revolving around the Godhead and its relationship to the Sefirot, and Sefer Garut, a short and intimate composition which features the highly devotional slant of Cordovero, as well as asceticism and religious piety. Certain parts of Cordovero's works are still manuscripts, was the existing writings that he had many other compositions that he either intended to write had written, but which were lost. This is around 15 feet. He founded a Kabbalah academy in Spot, the Damascus Ottoman Empire, which was led for approximately 20 years until his death. He is buried in the old cemetery of Spot. His disciples included Eliyahu de Vidas, author of the Reshit Chachma, Beginning of Wisdom, and Chal, who later became a recorder and disseminator of the Tikva. Cordovero was survived by a wife, the sister of some Alcabets, who remains unknown, and by his son Gedaliah, 1625. Gedaliah was the impetus behind the publication of some of Cordovero's books in Venice between 1584 and 1587. Gedaliah was buried in Jerusalem in the Damascus Islet, where he had spent most of his adult life after returning from Venice. Succession of Kabbalistic interpretation after Ramah. According to tradition, Isaac Luria, known by the acronym Aritzel, arrived in Spot on the exact day of the funeral of Moshe Cordovero in 1670. When he joined in the funeral procession, he realized that only he saw a pillar of fire following the Ramach's presence. The Zohar describes this spiritual revelation as a sign to the individual who sees it that he is meant to inherit the succession of leadership from the departed person. However, as Luria had been instructed to find the chosen disciple in Spot, Chaim Vital revealed his new teachings to. He avoided accepting Kabbalistic leadership until 6 months later, when Rabbi Chaim Vital approached him. Ari only lived for 2 years after this, until 1572, but in those 4 months he revolutionized the conceptual system of Kabbalah with his new doctrines and philosophical system. The two schools of Cordoveran and Lurianic Kabbalah give two alternative accounts and insist of the compatibility of Kabbalah until then, their interpretation of the Zohar. After the public dissemination of the Zohar in medieval times, various attempts were made to give a complete intellectual system of theology to its different schools and interpretations, influenced by the earlier rational success of Jewish philosophy, especially the work of Rambam. In producing a systematic intellectual articulation of Judaism, the Ramak achieved the first accepted systemization of Kabbalah, followed by its rational categorization and study. Subsequent followers of the Ari saw their teachings as harmonious with and a deeper interpretation of the Zohar and the Ramak systems, but the new system of Isaac Luria revealed completely new doctrines, as well as the descriptions of the earlier ideas of Kabbalah. In time, Lurianic Kabbalah emerged as the dominant system. However, the works of the Ramak are still highly esteemed and widely studied as well.
You overturn it, and you're going to diminish the height of the walls. Remember again, that cluster that has easier access to the top of the wall is granted that area.
Among the Ramak's most visible books, Perdes Ramoni and Orchard Dance, Ramak's first book, an encyclopedic synthesis of the main trends of Kabbalistic thought with numerous diagrams, which secured his reputation as a mystic genius. Or Yakar, A Precious Light, a magnum opus of some 16 volumes in its extant manuscript form, which have occupied Ramak throughout his adult life. A classic commentary on the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, and the Zoharic literary offshoots. Its publication ended around 2000 in Jerusalem, some 22 in certain parts such as Tefillah LeMoshe and Shur Korma were published as separate works. Tamar Devorah, the Palm Deborah, Tamar Devorah, the Palm Tree of Deborah, popular work of Musar literature based on Kabbalistic. It was translated into English by Louis Jacobs in 1960 and by Rabbi Moshe Miller in 1993. The first chapter was translated with an extensive commentary by Henry Abramson. 2014. That's my boy. That's my boy. Good on you, big dog. Okay. Eileen, Rabadi of which 2/3 is still unpublished. We'll publish that shit. Or Arab, a pleasant light, or perhaps a mixed light or a darkened light. An annotated English edition was produced by Ira Robertson, 1984. Sefer Gerushin, the Book of Banishments, a disclosure of Vermont's fellowship and their devotional piety to Galilean outskirts of Svat. Highly informative text concerning devotional piety and the landscape as the mediator between heaven and earth. Dog, we are. Alright, you learn anything today? You're fine. You're fine. Fuck yourself. Listen.
Remember again the Mishnah. So when we spoke about remember, there were two residents, really few people. There were people who lived on the Hudson area. Then there was a structure. There were people who potentially opened up to the Hudson, and people who opened in Aliyah upper story. So we assume that when the Mishnah says anything that's above 10 tefachim goes to the extreme list, anything below 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Chatzar. What Maimer passes, top of paid out, Bnei Aliyah. So we'll say that actually in passes literally mean people who live in a domicile that opens right onto the passes. Rather, we assume that means then that means people who live in the upper story. My Karula passes, and I will say, so why do we call them that way? They're Bnei Aliyah. Like if they live in the upper story, why do we call them the name their passes? So the Gemara says, the Kasanki Bnei passes. The way they access everything, ultimately again is through this terrace. Through this mere passes. Almost will say, what do you see from here? Call Rezesh B'Shulshul Rezesh B'Shulshul. No skin also Rezesh B'Shulshul. We'll say, now watch this. This is very interesting. So what does the Mishnah say? You have people who live in the Chutzah area, people live in an upper story. So how do we decide which part of the Chutzah belongs to who? Anything above 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Aliyah, or what we call the Medases. Anything below 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Chutzah. So we'll say, what does that tell you? So imagine you have a pillar that's higher than 10 tefachim. The Bnei Chutzah, how do they use that? Zrika, you're throwing. How do they use that? Shulshul. Say anything above tefachim goes to the Bnei Aliyah. Tells you that any area there's some access to Zrika and others can access to Shulshul. We give it ultimately again to the ones who can utilize it.
Dude, that sneeze? That sneeze was unfucking believable. That sneeze?
Some could access ultimately again through lowering, and others
that sneeze was unbelievable. Oh. Dude, that sneeze. Dude. 10 feet. And then that was fucking unbelievable. If I ever have to take a shit, it's all right. Hopefully my shit don't stink.
Therefore, by definition, downward use is always considered to be a greater
Dog.
use than
that shit. That shit was unbelievable. Oh. Dog. That shit was fucking believable. I can't wait till Twitter says I'm banned. Just waiting for the day. Oh. Yeah. Oh. No. This is
so we thought who was we thought the people in the Aliyah, the people in the upper story. And therefore what it's saying is the people in the Repesses could access this area through lowering the shul. The people in the Chutzar have to access it through Zrika. And you see that whenever one group has ability through Zrika, the You give it to the group who has the ability to access it through shul, group to shmuel. To which the one says, no. When we say b'nei merpesas, and merpesas literally means the people who live on the terrace. Now, their domicile opens right up into the terrace. Oh, so listen now, watch this. If that's the case, then when it says above 10 tefachim goes to the b'nei merpesas, why is that the Mosai? Because you saw in yesterday's daf, those individuals pretty much have the ability to access an area above 10 tefachim straight away. That's called echad b'pesach ve'echad b'sviga. Echad b'pesach means one has complete ease of use. There's no lowering, there's no throwing. Pretty much, again, it's we call it lateral usage. Lateral usage means I don't have to go up, I don't have to go down. I can just directly access the area. So therefore, if you have something that is above 10 tefachim, the b'nei merpesas you go ahead and we'll call it engage or utilize it in form of lateral usage. You're lowering, going rowing. That's why and above 10 tefachim the b'nei merpesas get b'nei chassid. So the Gemara also merpesas. So therefore the Gemara explains that you misunderstood merpesas. You thought that merpesas meant b'nei aliyah, people in the story, and you thought they're talking about area. Therefore, that the b'nei used through shulshul, b'nei chatzah used through rika, and yet you're saying that we awarded to the b'nei aliyah, and you were using it as a proof to Shmuel. That's when you have two groups who access an area, one through Srika, through Shulshul, they give the group who uses it through Shulshul, which the one says, no, that is the incorrect interpretation. Merpesas literally means the people living on the Merpesas. Therefore, when they access the area above 10 tefachim, that's called access the Pesach, lateral usage. No going up, no going down, usually straight away. That's why we awarded that. If that's the case, look at the end of the Mishnah. Pachos become the chotzer. It's less than 10 tefachim one. You give it to the chotzer. Amai. Leba Pesach. It was Leba Pesach. We'll say that's the case and it's less than tefachim. Then halacha, let's say again, both the chotzer as well as the merpesas both have, which the Gemara says, you're right. What does it mean, my lacha? What is ushne and asu? That are both say what it means actually is that if the area was in 10 tefachim, then it's ease of use by both us and the chotzer. In which case it will be answered to both. Talking now in the stablo, this would appear to be clear in the coming sequel. If you look at the end of the Mishnah, the bedroom we're in, when is this both of them make a distinction about areas above 10 tefachim or below 10 tefachim, and if they belong to the chazar or the merpesas, it's lucha. That's only if the areas in question are close to the chazar or close to the merpesas. Above the flaga, that's but Allah if the area in question is far away from the merpesas, you all good tefachim the chazar. Even if something is above 10 tefachim, it belongs to the chazar. So this is very important. Let's remember again, the Mishnah, when it discusses what areas belong to the chazar, what areas belong to the merpesas, discusses above 10 tefachim belongs to the merpesas. Below 10 tefachim belongs to the chazar. But when is that true? When the areas in question are close to the merpesas. But if the areas in question are not close to the merpesas, then even if it's above 10 tefachim, it's still some the chazar. My chazar, what does that mean? Usually chazar the shari, it belongs to the chazar and it's permitted. Amai, why should that be? Because it's not ba'ili. Or either it shows above merpesas and chazar. Elamai the chazar, after chazar. Rather, we'll say, what does it mean when it says that it belongs to the chazar, even to the chazar? Meaning not only does it belong to the merpesas, but it all belongs to the chazar. Ushnehan asu. And therefore, halacha lamais again, both will be asur. Neymar says, "Hachana." So to over here, my asur. What does it mean that it depends talking, but it's close to the chazar? After ushnehan asu, even is usable by the chazar, and halacha lamais said, and therefore it is different. We'll say we did not remember again. We were trying to bring a proof to Shmuel. Let's take a step back. We're focused the entirety of today's daf. Focused almost the entirety of today's daf. It's focused on the machlokas Rav Shmuel. If you have an area that borders two chatzeros, one chatzar utilizes the area through shulshul, lowering, one chatzar accesses the area through zrika, throwing, who is considered to have ease of use and therefore who has rights? Rav said zrika, shulshul, same. Neither is considered to have ease of use more than the other. And if Rabbi say again, if they join in an Eruv, common Eruv, then they can both use the area. If they don't join in an Eruv, then what? And Allah neither of them can use the area. Shmuel says no. When one is Rika, one is Shulshul, we give it to the area Shulshul. Why? Because again, lowering is instead of easy use. Lowering is easy use, and therefore Allah wanted that. We tried to bring this case with Shmuel, didn't work. Next, now, interesting case. Julias Habor Bahasela. So what Julias Habor means, you have an area that is the edge of the pit. Julia is the edge of the pit. And I will say, to understand, when you want to say Julias Habor, what it means is, in order to have a pit, you have a pit. So where would you place the dirt that you displace from the pit? You would build like a lip. Or lip is the word of. Yeah. Thank you. An embankment around the pit. Thank you. An embankment around the pit. That's called Julias Habor. So we'll say, so again, obviously that's higher than the rest of the ground area. So Julias Habor Bahasela, Shin Gavon Asela. So we'll say if you have the embankment of the pit, or a rock for that matter, that's more than 10 tefachim high. So we'll say still the same case of the Chotzer Merpesas. So what happens? So if it's more than 10 tefachim high, the Merpesas. And we'll say it's considered to be the domain of the Merpesas. Which again, that's the thought we keep saying. Pakos Mikan, if halacha might say is less than 10 tefachim high, then the Chotzer. Ultimately, again, it belongs to the Chotzer. Omer Rapuna, Ma'osen Hadarim B'Merpesas. So the Gemara says, Rapuna says, in halacha l'maisa we give everything ultimately again to those who go ahead and dwell within the Merpesas. So remember again, so Rapuna's understanding, just what Rapuna's clarifying over here. In halacha l'maisa, when we see in Merpesas, remember, as we saw in the previous case, sometimes you might think that Merpesas means what? B'nei Aliyah. That it means to the people who live in the upper story. No. Merpesas literally means the people who live on the Merpesas. Their apartments, their homes open directly onto the Merpesas. So again, therefore, I have two groups. People live in the Chazar, people quote unquote live in the Merpesas. So a very simple 12. The top of the bit, the top of the rock that are more than 10 tefachim high, those are considered to be the domains of the Merpesas. Anything above 10 tefachim is the domain of the Merpesas. Below 10 tefachim is the domain ultimately again of the Chotzer. So the Gemara says, Ina Sela. So I understand how you can have the top of a pit, the top of a rock that's more than 10 tefachim high. So if you have a rock that's tall, right? That's called more than 10 tefachim. But bar, right? I will say, what is the case of bar? What is the case of bar? I will say, look at actually just a moment. Tinach Sela, the Habi live name Pesach, Kipesa, Sha'al Gabab, Habi Kashmish Bigay, the Gabab Shaval Hanim. I see the case of the rock, right? If you have a rock that's more than 10 tefachim high, so we'll say, so why is that considered to be the domain of the Merpesas? Because we'll say the Merpesas could utilize what's called Pesach, usage, right? High, and they use the top of the problem. But I don't understand the case of the bar. Now, what's problematic with the bar? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Ela bar, Shememalim Heimenu, Tashmishaso Bishul, Afilu Lubis, Shemakar Kyosabun. Remember again, what part of it is usually the usual part of the bit, right? It's the whole. So therefore, even for the name of Pesach, how are you utilizing the bit? You're lowering something into it. So I was going to say, so the Gemara saying over here is like this. The Mishnah means a rock and the pit together. If the rock is more than 10 tefachim high, it is just of the Merpesas. If the embankment of the pit more than 10 tefachim high, it belongs to the Merpesas. But why? The rock I am there, because the usage of rock ultimately again is the top of the pit. But a pit, when you use for its embankment, used in the pit is the cavity. The cavity of the pit is what's used. So if that's the case, supposed to the only name of Merpesas we able to use the pit is how? Through lowering something down. It says over here. Afilum Nerevet, Sharing the Kardisa, Dom Shlamida, Dom Mechachas, Hashisha Visvita, Shini Holu Malo, Inking, Dirking, Lily Lamala, and a forest. Most of this appear to be a piece of Shmuel. Because watch this, I will say, if you have a pit, and you bank going to 10 fucking high. So the B'nai Merpas says, how do they use the pit? How do they use the pit? How? Lowering, right? Through shilshul. The B'nai Chatzer, how do they use the pit? Through zrika. Because the assumption is if they have like a bucket or something, they have to throw it over the embankment in order to get it into the cavity. So this is a case of echad b'shilshul, echad b'zrika, and yet what does the Mishnah say? We award the use of the pit ultimately to the Mir Pesach, which is a proof of statement that when you have usage of one area with zrika, usage of one chas with zrika, or one rishos with zrika, one b'shulshul, we give it to the one with shulshul. The Gemara says. So you can see, just so you can see this picture, it's picture 278. Picture 278. So the Gemara says, actually, I'm 279. This is it over here. You can see. So ultimately, again, it's the sit over here. So remember, again, that upper area, to the area to the right behind the railings, that's your mirpas. And the way they're going to act, we're lowering the bucket. The bucket to the right is the peg. That's the B'nai. To the left, I'm sorry, is the B'nai Chatzer. And there, so you see over here that halacha l'maisa, while you're going ahead, you are lowering it down. You are lowering it down. So we'll say, you see, we award it to the one who uses it through shulshul. It's a proof of shul, which the Gemara says, what are we dealing with? We're dealing with a pit which is filled with water. Picture 280. Picture 280. They're going to say, what's success? Now, what does that mean? Filled with water. Why does that matter at all? So look at Rashi. Rashi says, oh, let's say, watch this. Because it's filled with water, therefore, again, B'nai Aliyah use it, it's considered to be the lateral use. In other words, you only use the pit to show us how if there's not the cavity of the pit, or the water, or that which is in the pit is already all the way water. Then halal ma'isa for the B'nai Mer is considered to be lateral usage. For the B'nai Chatzer, it's considered to be what? Only usable through what? Through zrika. Everyone agrees that when one rishos has quote-unquote lateral usage, which just means direct usage, and the other one has either zrika or shulshul, everyone agrees that the one with lateral usage, what we call pesach, is the one who is awarded the rishos. Therefore, the Gemara says, this is not a raya to shua. For 1 second, says the Gemara, aren't we concerned that the pit is going to become diminished? It's going to draw water. Over time, the pit is going to become diminished. Doesn't that cause a problem? So they both say, because remember again, it's very nice if you're awarding usage of the pit right now when it's filled with water to the Mirpas. Because for right now,
that was the greatest news I think ever.
The chassid, it's speaker usage. When everybody keeps drawing water, the water level is going to go down. And at some point in time, it's going to be shulshul for the Mirpas and zrika for the fun. What are you going to do in that case? To which the Gemara says, it's very interesting. The Gemara says, well, since when it's full, it's permitted to the minimum process, therefore once it diminishes, it's still going to remain water for them. Whereas I don't understand what that means. I do not know. It's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. Say that since it has a propensity to be diminished, the water level is going to inevitably go down and everybody's drawing from it. So why don't you say, since another water is going to go down, it should be us now, even the water level is flush with the top of the pit. So which you must be right. I'm going to buy what's the case here. We're talking about a pit which is filled with fruits. Filled with fruit. Say I will say again, it's the same answer, but it's not water. In other words, we'll say so the usage, because it's filled, let's take a step back. The reason we brought up the bar case is we assumed, the Gemara assumed that the bar case was going to be a proof for the principle of Shmuel. Shmuel says, right, Echad b'zrika, Echad b'shulshul. Who do we give it to? Who do we give it to? Shulshul. Give it to Shulshul, right? So what do we do? Gemara says, that's why we brought the case. No. It's not the case. It's Echad b'zrika, Echad b'shulshul. Lateral usage for the Gemara. Filtered water, the water goes down. Yeah, that water is filtered fruit. Filtered fruit. And that's for the normal process. It's used as a lateral usage for the process which was, I understand, don't run into the same problem. Over Shabbos, what's going to happen? You're going to and the fish is going to be diminished. So right now, it's very nice. Right now, it's half like the Pesach back of the Utah. But the Pesach has lateral usage. With a time, the food level is going to go down. And what do you do then? You want to just sit there. What's that extra space? Because the little fish is going to what's it have on its own five produce. Five produce is you can't do this. I love what I say now. Like this is next time. Look at that. This is lucky. Not my sir. Great. We haven't gotten to this yet, but I'm going to say, look at that. Much is there. Like ultimately, again, we are most of the people who have lived it. You cannot tell you to do something. You must really do it. But also, and I love the night. So again, you cannot go ahead and use it on the spot. Just on this side, therefore, this says that we award the gift to the Nasa. That's because in the Nasa, usage of the gift is the best collateral. We're not concerned. We're not concerned that it's going to turn the gift
And you are here. How you guys feeling tonight?
Therefore, for the Passover,
Kill Tony, brought to you by Netflix, ladies and gentlemen. Where this upcoming Monday, January 12th, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, airs only streaming on Netflix. So we won't be on YouTube next week. We are only on Netflix. How cool is that? How about one more time for the best stand band in the land? Carlos Osarolo, Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Matt Mueling on guitar tonight, playing a Matt Mueling signature guitar from John Page Guitars. That's John Deeds on the keys. And believe it or not, that is the real D Madness live in the flesh. The Kill Tony Band single Pandemonium out now on Spotify and everywhere where music is played. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible.
To be correct.
We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping into tours, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends every week. This is one of those episodes where truly two of my friends in the world are tonight's panel. Austin Zone, make some fucking noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis.
However, again, at that bar, when you look at that gym in the night, maybe I would say that even in the piece of the bar, that the melody was just using and it's concerned about what happens in a case in the bar where it's when I case in the bar when it's not so good as it's
Here, Shane Gillis.
Hold on, I gotta see this.
Financial Field, aka Eagles motherfucking football stadium, July 17th.
You have members of the Chutzner, members of the Aliyah, right? Two groups of residents. Some will live in the Chutzner, some will live in the Aliyah. And what happens? We'll say they did not make the joint agreement. So what's the law? We'll be fine with three new scholars to translate the word. The members of the Chutzner, they get to use the lower tempo. The Aliyah, the Shashim Bashar, and the Aliyah, they use upper tempo.
Finally can. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm liking that raspy. You do. I like your sexy voice. How was your? We were in Spokane. Now shout out to the crowds. Shout out to Comic Club. Shout out to Spokane. Just real quick, I get to go to Appleton Friday, Saturday. Yeah, I get to go to Appleton. Sure have in Wisconsin. And there's Wisconsin's great. Appleton in January. Well, Appleton in January is it's a good time to go. Yeah, so it's nice to call us the marketing so everyone's gonna know you're there. Well, so here's the thing about Spokane and Beaumont. That weather is great, but that weather, boy, is it'll weigh on you. Just cloudy and just always cloudy, and rainy. I mean, it's vitamin D. Yeah. It's all shades of off-white. Right, everyone's gray there. They're gray. Yeah. There are other tattoos. Right. There are 2 black people in the entire lot of meth. We saw homeless people. There's one dude who was so methed out, it looked like he was trying to put his sleeve, his arm back into his sleeve. I've never seen it like that. Like, he didn't want to get out, and then because I'm not getting out of the car, I don't want to get bit. That guy looks like he'll bite you. It's fair. It was nuts. You're going for me, you did. Well, you want to go get something else, like just get milk. I want to wait with the car because they might break in the car. You don't want to die Starbucks are just that meth shit is just crowds are so good out there this time of year. There's not a ton to do. There's not a ton to do. They're all inside. The crowds are amazing. People are amazing.
This is picture 21. There's a still make it to the bottom plane. It will not be outside. It will not be outside. Ultimately, again, the upper plane is not on the outside. This is again, this is not on the outside.
He just had to like this, and the crowd was just sitting there watching. It was really weird. I've counted down for the past 20 years. I will say that it started at 2 minutes. I took video of it. I was like, what's happening? He said, I just hear someone go, Jeff. And the guy's like this. Oh, yeah.
What
After he died, right in his chair. Died right in his chair. So he just kind of keels over and bring him to the And he's there. When he's sitting down, he's completely out. And I thought he just died. He looked at it. And I can't find a pulse. I dropped the mic and I checked this. So I get down. He's in my front row. This is the third time this happened.
And again, Rod says, when one area,
it's a good question. I do know CPR. I do know CPR. The problem is,
they will ask for a
well, I did that too. Now, there was a guy who was in dark skin. It happened to the guy at the game, and they said he was bored to death watching Ryan. And he ended up so bored that he passed out.
support Rob.
I said my comedy, but I guess sometimes my comedy is so overwhelming, guys. Because people were scared. And the woman was crying because she thought he was dead. Like 50. Yeah. I had a Tacoma 45. I mean, a Spokane 45 can be 45 to go 55. Because you're not getting any D. So he was. Then they got out, and this was taken care of. They put him outside. They came to the fire and then I carried on with the show. So they all started back together. Right? With the lights on. It was awkward. This guy was off on. That was scary though. I mean, I just heard chairs ruffling, so I thought maybe a fight was happening, so I ran out the green room. And Brian's already sprung into the crowd. This guy, did you put the pillow under? Someone put a pillow under. And I pulled this chair out. I was a real help. Look, I may as well have been mouth to mouth. I said, oh, dude, I'm good away. I thought about that. So you're supposed to, did you tell me you're supposed to do chest compression? Mouth to mouth doesn't necessary. Keep somebody alive. I said, I do. What was crazy too is like, because I'm behind and I'm just watching these people in the back. They go, he's dead. And I'm like, what the fuck do you know? And then they go, some guy goes, yeah, this happens all the time here. Apparently it just happened to, Drew Lynch at the same club. Same guy. But he seemed like he was alright. He knew where he was, and then he had a weak pulse, but his blood sugar was fine. And you know me, I don't know if you know I'm a doctor, so I'll do shit like this. I'll be like, I go, I think electrolytes, things electrolytes are probably off. Fuck do I know?
Are you coming back to life in a rocket
Electrolyte
above you?
Yeah, Dr. Brian over here. Let's get over
You consoled the wife. You were cool about it.
This is picture
Yeah,
280.
it is what it is.
I would say I died like
Great.
a much bigger show.
I really did think
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this
Let's
is
get
gonna be
those
sad.
terraces.
This is gonna be sad.
Two terraces extend above the
Just compressed.
Some now let
So
me
interesting
see.
how
One
he
is
just
above
ties
the
a
other.
flag
And
on
from the
a
picture, the current one is on top of it. They are diagonal
This is
from
terrible. I can't believe this happened.
they are
Guys,
diagonal from
and then you put warnings on the
Yeah,
restrict.
but
They're gonna come.
Sabres
We
will
need a
do
different
what they
figure.
Akuna Ayona, pull up the Capcona, went ahead and they made him a
That's how you know the age of Brian's opinions.
give him the background. And probably easily describe it when looking at the picture. I will say to you,
I was a little busy this weekend because I was on. I can say it now, but I was on the Maduro.
each of these
I can say it now. Oh, you went into Venezuela. Yeah. I went
water.
some liberal.
So therefore, you are not even allowed to.
I know. They speak Venezuela. Did you see the protests inside of New York? And people from Venezuela beat them up. They're like, what the fuck are you doing? Good.
It's actually really funny. Like I have a bunch of friends from South Florida that are actually born in Venezuela that like came here through like a pickup truck, and then like you watch their story, like you'll see like a white girl's Instagram story, and like I can't believe this is happening. These poor Venezuelans, and then you go to the next story, and it's Venezuelans fucking partying in Miami right now.
Yeah, and in Venezuela, they came out to the street to celebrate. It's so weird. I can't believe they arrested his wife. She was in glasses, and she was just like, imagine having Delta Force just 2 in the morning. You'd be like, oh, gee. The best part, he was like, come and give me good luck. I was like, oh, buddy, did you have nothing to do? Hold on. Yeah, can you get him? Like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're down to party. Did you tell this guy? Well, because you got Iranians, you got Chinese delegates there, you got Russians, you're working on a whole oil deal. Like, what? Nah. With Biden, you could, but Trump is like, now, what happens after? Like, hopefully we can, the transition of power is big. But did you see that video where it's just like, you're going, come on, get me, cowards. And you just have this chuckles.
In the upper
So you see the Trump White House post like that.
This is so
Now let's have a look at that.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States,
Base is throughout Deuteronomy. The Indians are going to
from the Department of Justice.
And again,
It's like, this America shit, you know. Like,
Lord was
the fuck are you talking? No, it's all
the
good.
Lord
It's
was
all
left.
happening here.
Lord
My favorite part is Maduro's dressed like 11 from Stranger Things when they captured him. He looks like he's gonna save Hawkins.
95 starter jacket.
He dressed like 11. It's
You
just walks on the street with his family dressed like
His Reebok. He's like, right now, Trump says what Albany thinks. Like, he just says he's gonna keep it. And I hope that the president of Colombia, there was gentlemen
So you have to make a joint either than what? They ask for a
Yes.
Why do they ask for because you do that both have right in the they both have right if they make a joint either shall allow you so. But if they don't make a joint either then what? And you have to What does that show you? What does that show you? Take a look back at the
He
52.
fucking posted crazy
The
edits.
lower left Gustera. How did the
It's
lower
got-
left
you know, it's him
Gustera
too.
use?
It's not an
How do they use it?
No, I bet
How do they use it?
it is an 8, but I bet they're showing
Like,
psycho.
they have to
He's like,
throw
yeah,
their
let's
bucket.
go.
Remember again, we'll say, when we say
Like
throw,
this, like
I
fuck.
go
mean, that
left,
eagle,
down,
that
and
eagle
throw.
is
But what
such
is
a cool,
throw
like,
mean?
you're just like, damn.
Upward motion.
Shit's
But
gangster.
here,
I
they
would
really
never,
would.
yeah, I would
Right,
never,
folks,
now
you
if I
have to
was,
throw their
I'll tell
bucket
you what,
ultimately
if I was the
up right upper from
committee,
the upper machine truck down into the cavity. Down to the
if I was the president of Columbia,
into the
there's a
machine
lot of
truck.
these people I
How
know,
does the upper
even
Gustera
Columbia wants talking
utilize
shit.
the machine truck? How?
He doesn't want the smoke. It's like,
Roll.
what are you doing?
This is
Don't, he's like, if this happens to me, my people will be out in the streets. It's like, oh, man, it's a surprise. Don't,
Now, Tua was
it is a
correct.
different thing, but
Tua
don't
was
pump
correct.
the bear, please.
Who should be
We don't
awarded
need to be
something
going
in
to
the streets on
Columbia.
Shabbos?
But it's like,
Right?
that was
Social one.
awesome.
Right?
What's
Ultimately,
the
again,
game
the
plan?
upper Gustera, which is the
Yeah.
Gustera that has
So
to
Maduro's going to get a new, we're going to put a new president.
Yeah, what
there
does
will
Minister
either
say?
that or I
Minister
think
says
they,
that our
they could
license
also
says
say
that
to
our
the
license.
vice
They
president,
asked us
they can say, here's how it's going to go. You know, you're not selling oil at a discount, etc. to
and not
the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians.
said,
And the Iranians.
they have heavy
control. This is our spirit of the resources. Venezuela had checks and balances. It was a civilian-led government. Hugo Chavez decided to nationalize everything. He decided to become he was a used to be a force soldier, became the president, then literally like a soldier. He's a soul slave. He's not a fucking. He doesn't understand economics. And he ran that country into the ground. And then Maduro, it became a drug hub. It became everything. This thing is
How do they do it?
yeah, as well as do with drugs, though. Way more to do with juice.
What do they woke up. They woke this up. And they therefore what's the case? One uses it.
Okay, what about things like
Now, Mammoth had two heroes, two areas. At all.
what you assume is not just right on the watch.
Until they go ahead.
What's the clip on? Definitely Russia.
Let me like,
So that's what you learn.
you don't have to say this, but you say it nevertheless.
Don't
Nobody, that's serious.
North Korea?
Because it goes without saying that's what.
North Korea takers.
It goes without
And,
saying that's what. I love colonized stuff.
Venezuela? Anybody?
Mommy boy.
Yeah.
Mommy boy actually says, Kilomar,
Don't worry about
the
Venezuela.
oil would be
Everybody's
so
cool with Venezuela?
Venezuela.
No threat? Okay. Let me ask you this. Which one of these places can claim to have the